trouble, words that were borrowed and words that some found hateful. An editorial in the Los Angeles Times said, in addition to his uncontrolled verbosity, Biden is a gaffe machine. Can you reassure your voters in this country that you would have the discipline you would need on the world stage, Senator?
Yes. My name is Joe Biden, and I love ice cream. What President Trump has done in his spreading of racism, the way he deals with people based on the color of their skin, their national origin, where they're from, is absolutely sickening. No sitting president has ever done this. Never, never, never. No Republican president has done this. No Democratic president. We have racists, and they've existed. They've tried to get elected president. He's the first one that has. And the way he pits people against one another is all designed to divide the country, divide people, not put them together.
If Haiti, a god-awful thing to say, if Haiti just quietly sunk into the Caribbean or rose up 300 feet, it wouldn't matter a whole lot.
We have this notion that somehow if you're poor, you cannot do it. Poor kids are just as bright and just as talented as white kids. Wealthy kids, black kids, Asian kids. No, I really mean it, but think how we think about it.
Lobbyists aren't bad people. Special interest groups are not bad people. But guess what? They're corrosive. People who accept the money from them aren't bad people. But it's human nature. You go out, Lynn, and bundle $250,000 for me, all legal, and then you call me after I'm elected and say, Joe, I'd like to come and talk to you about something. You didn't buy me, but it's human nature. You helped me. I'm going to say, sure, Lynn, come on in.
Now is the time to heed the timeless advice from Teddy Roosevelt. Speak softly and carry a big stick. End of quote. I promise you, the president has a big stick. I promise you. This election year, the choice is clear. One man stands ready to deliver change we desperately need. A man I'm proud to call my friend. A man who will be the next president of the United States, Barack
Pop was a bad dude, and he ran a bunch of bad boys. And I did, and back in those days, you sure how things had changed. One of the things you had to use, if you used pomade in your hair, you had to wear a baby cap. And he cut off a 6-foot length of chain. He folded up, he said, you walk out with that chain. And you walk to the car and say, you may cut me, man, but I'm gonna wrap this chain around your head. So I walked out with the chain. And I walked up to my car. And those days, you used to remember the straight race. You'd bang them on the curb, get them rusty, put them in a rain barrel, get them rusty. And to get hot, I got hairy legs that turn, blonde in the sun. And the kids used to come up and reach in the pool and rub my leg down so it was straight, and then watch the hair come back up again. They'd look at it. So I learned about roaches. I learned about kids jumping on my lap. And I've loved kids jumping on my lap.
The fact is that what happens now is that we, in fact, have to fundamentally change the culture of how women are treated. No man has a right to raise a hand to a woman in anger other than in self-defense, and that's rarely ever occurs. And so we have to just change the culture, period, and keep punching at it and punching at it and punching at it. Saved billions of gallons of gasoline. I mean, billions of $2.3 billion worth of, $500 billion in savings and 2-point-something billion metric tons of CO2 going in the air.
Tackle the number one job facing the middle class, and it happens to be, as Barack says, a 3-letter word: jobs. J-O-B-S.
The younger generation now tells me how tough things are. Give me a break. We can speak out and be more straightforward. I'm not going to be a mule. I got something to do. I got to go do boom, boom, boom.
Hillary Clinton is as qualified or more qualified than I am to be Vice President of the United States of America. Let's get that straight. And quite frankly, it might have been a better pick than me.
I went to the big guys for the money. I was ready to prostitute myself and the manner in which I talk about it. But what happened was they said, come back when you're 40, son.
radio. Make sure the television, make sure you have the record player on at night. Well, folks, eliminate one tax loophole out of $1.6 trillion worth. $1.4 trillion. Out of $1.4 billion. It's hard to even say it so much. You cannot go to a 7-Eleven or a Dunkin' Donuts unless you have a slight Indian accent. I want to be clear. I'm not going nuts.
Let him go. Let him go. Look, the reason I'm running is because I've been around a long time and I know more than most people know. And I can get things done. That's why I'm running. And you want to check my shape on, let's do push-ups together, man. Let's run. Let's do whatever you want to do. Damn liar, man. That's not true.
I think I probably have a much higher IQ than you do, I suspect, and I'd be delighted to sit down and compare my IQ to yours if you'd like, Frank.
And by the way, it's cost a lot of money. It cost about $740 billion over 10 years.
Will you ever run for political office again?
No. I know I'm called middle class Joe. It's not meant as a compliment. Means I'm not sophisticated.
Hello, we're back. How are you all doing, chat? Back from a short little hiatus. Actually, move this around. I'm not blue, I know. Every day I wake up and I curse myself for not being blue. I need the blue lady. Why am I white? I know. Fuck my white chungus life.
I am gay!
Real good Boston, thank you. Who else subscribed? Cool guy, thank you. And Celia J, thank you for 12 months. Wow. Or sorry, I misread that, but that's also good. Thank you for subscribing for 12 months.
I am gay.
Specs was taken. Thank you for the prime. Once again, I'm back. Yeah, the Turkish bit, I feel like it's run its course. Thank you. I mispronounced your name before. Susa? Thank you. There's a hype train if you would like to contribute. Twitch streamer talking to a guy at the post office. Give posting. That's so me. I got it. Let's go. We're back. I need to start taking colloidal silver. I insist we get an answer to Cloudy's inquiry. What are they feeding you? Honestly, it's mainly Borger. I told Cloudy this. I'm just like Chaperone. Because she's American. I assume that's what they're feeding her.
I'm gay.
Yo, the anonymous subscription for, do you pronounce it David? Thank you so much. We love to see it. We love to see it. A friend of the stream, D4VD. That was like, so he's just like, is there an archive of my old streams? There is on YouTube, somewhat old streams. All the VODs are saved there permanently. Because I know Twitch, it expires after a while. Yeah, D4V is the guy, I guess Twitch streamer slash, we can put on the little lizard to start off the stream if you would like to contribute to the start. Oh, hold on. Oh, all of this. I forgot to do this. Pedophile murder. Yeah, it's like the BoJack joke. It's like, well, if you're gonna kill someone, it's like no. Pedophile, comma murder. Enemy of the stream, pedophile murdered. It is kind of insane, like the amount of social, like how easy it is to like harm women and girls, that like the social clout of being like a fucking Twitch streamer. It's like my understanding is it was like genuinely common knowledge. Please give me money if you would like to contribute to the stream. Good way of starting off. Like his Twitch chat, as far as I'm aware, his Discord server knew that he was like dating a 15-year-old who had gone missing. And they were just like being low-key about it. Oh shoot, hold on, I forgot my drink. Oh. I'm wearing a nice dress. I like it. I remember one time someone on Twitter accused me of wearing hip pads for when I posted this dress, which I didn't realize hip pads were a thing. But I mean, I understand why you think that. Yeah, like fake hips. These hips do not lie. I'm not lying. They're very sincere. I would never lie to you, chat. That isn't humble brag. That's just bragging. That's not humble bragging at all. Is there the full Epstein birthday book? Oh wow. How many evil people are in there? I mean, we already knew. Is there any more of the Clinton, like the Bill Clinton bit? Because that's something I'm interested in. I'm curious, like Trump's one is like especially evil, where it's like we share a little secret. What did he say? Enigmas don't age. It's like that's some shit that like a villain in Twin Peaks is saying before like having sex with a 17-year-old prostitute. Also, thank you, Liv Cake Gar, following since 2 hours ago. Yes, there's a rapture thing. Is that because of Charlie Kirk? I mean, American Christians don't need any reason to think that there's a rapture. They'll just do it on a, you know, A pal is a wonderful thing, yeah. Writing that under the like pubescent, like a pubescent breast drawing. Love my last appearance. Did the new QA come out like just recently? Because we have an update episode on the shooting stuff. I'm a little bit more mean. A little bit more mean. Thank you for the hype train, everyone. I'm a little bit more mean, a little bit less measured. Because it wasn't a script, it was just my opinion. Yes, thank you. Yeah, many are saying this. I would say it's like a gym routine, but it's not. It's just Serbian men are known for their fat asses. It's very funny. Show us the fit. I just showed you the fit. Unless you're talking about something else. You gotta scrub back in the what were we talking about? I didn't realize like I had a post about the logs that were released. And we were talking about it like last time on stream. What did I promise on Twitter? Wait, what did I promise? And like, look, I probably shouldn't have phrased it this way. That was probably a mistake. But I basically was like, people were doubting the validity of the logs. Let me find the tweet. People are doubting the validity of the logs. And I was like, they're charging him with this. Like, the state released this to charge him. They're not fake. And of course, out of context, it looks like I'm saying like, well, the state would never lie about this sort of thing. Which is not what I meant, but that's fine. I'm a fed. I'm a cop. I'm a freak. I'm a weirdo. I'm chopped. I'm unk. Look, I understand the skepticism surrounding this to a certain respect. Some of it. I understand a healthy dose of skepticism. I know that with the Luigi stuff, that's how people have generally been, where it's like, it's alleged, you know, they got him fucking dead to rights. Like, they cook, like, he's cooked. Actually, I don't know, like, some of the evidence is, like, not being accepted because the cops fucked up, so, like, you know, it's not looking good for him, but let's hope for Luigi's sake. But, like, when the manifesto came out, I believe it was Ken that also leaked that, everyone was like, this is the Luigi manifesto. And you were like, this isn't fake. They found it. It's him. This is Luigi's politics. And no one gives you shit for it. I do, and he admitted to doing it in there, right? It's a similar, like, if this is written by him, he's cooked. It's an admittance of guilt. I think the difference here is, like, people find this way of speaking weird. There's nothing weird about, like, everything that I know about Tyler Robinson. In my opinion, I think people just don't know this type of guy. But it's a similar, like, it is in a certain sense, like, yeah, Luigi is admitting that he's doing it in that one. He's also admitting it here. Even, like, this isn't intended for the cops. He's just a dumbass, and he thought, like, oh, I can tell my girlfriend to delete it. I do think the fundamental difference is that people just feel really uncomfortable about, like, the obvious, most likely, overwhelmingly most likely narrative about this, that to me has been the case since we found those engravings. And I've gotten shit for it. Admittedly, you know, too overconfident. But I've gotten shit for pointing out, like, the obviously most likely situation here. Which is, like, a Reddit guy, not a groiper, who, like, probably has some sort of left liberal grievance against Kirk. Robinson is probably not left-wing. I mean, you know, like, he is, like, normie politics, but it's clear that it's because of, like, gay and trans stuff, at least if this log is real, which, again, like, the thing about my situation here is that I know I've seen this story before. I'm very well familiar with the type of guy that this is, where we're like, you had, like, Zoomer expert, Brooklyn Dad Defiant, being like, Brooklyn Dad Defiant, who's, of course, had many private, intimate conversations with 22-year-old bisexual Reddit chasers, he's like, this doesn't seem like how they talk. And it's like, this is exactly how this sort of guy talks. This is exactly, and the example I gave on Blue Sky, because I just kind of stopped talking about it. I think I had a good, like, this is my case or my position on it. I think it's very reasonable. It doesn't make sense for them to fake these in a context where, especially, we've independently, like, Ken Klippenstein independently has these logs of before he turns himself in. I mean, I guess we'll have to, it would be interesting to see, like, the exact timeline of this. I don't know the exact timeline of when, like, do we have a specific, very specific time zone or whatever? Or very specific, like, timestamp for when Robinson turns himself in? Because in this, it seems like we have this log here of him admitting in the Discord group, like, hey, I did it, right? Very consistent with this sort of log, which is that he's a dumbass. And he's just, like, talking way too candidly on Discord about things. So, I mean, if the Fed, like, assuming that this is a real log of him, and assuming, obviously, if fucking Ken has this, the Feds have it, why the fuck would they sabotage their case? Because, again, the state, this is the thing that I was saying on Reddit, or on Twitter, Freudian slip, the state is charging him with this. This is the thing they are using as evidence to try to kill him. It makes no fucking sense why, if they had this, they're going to be like, let's falsify these logs, and more specifically, let's falsify logs where, like, there is a trans lover, but the lover has no idea, has nothing to do with it whatsoever. And, you know, he's acting alone. He's not seeing, like, I got help from the DSA or whatever. It just, like, I don't understand why they would do it this way. And I guess you could say, like, well, they're stupid, but then at some level we have to admit that the discussion we're having is equivalent to someone, like, I'm being hyperbolic, is equivalent to, like, discussing, like, I think the moon landing is real, and then someone is like, what if, but, like, have you considered the possibility that the moon is made of cheese? And it's like, I mean, I guess maybe, like, I guess maybe the moon could be made of cheese. I just don't see that happening. It doesn't make sense to me. So yeah, like, and of course, like, the thing about conspiracy theorists, my understanding is a lot of it was, like, parapolitics guys. The thing about conspiracy theorists is, that the conspiratorial mode of thought fundamentally believes that, like, you know, hashtag noticing is an act of politics. Understanding the conspiracy that exists is doing politics, because you're exposing the threat that exists. And then other people, they don't understand this threat. And so, like, if someone is, like, discounting the existence of that threat, they are, like, they are your political enemy. They are fighting against the thing that you're trying to do. You just created a million Jimmy Kimmels. Yeah, I've been loving those jokes. And so me being like, well, this is, like, it's pretty obvious what's going on here. Like, the overwhelming likely situation here that, like, everyone is doing, like, blue anon level conspiracies about because they're uncomfortable with, is actually, like, you know, like, Ken Klippenstein is a Fed, you know, it was done by Israel. The Discord, they like, I don't know, what is the other, like, they hacked Tyler Robinson's Discord before he turned himself in to create these fake logs. Like, I just don't, like, I think that a lot of people, especially Ken Klippenstein, I mean, that was, like, the response I saw was people were like, yeah, of course he is. And it's like, okay, man, like, I don't, yeah, all of you spent years talking about right-wing conspiracy theories and blue anon, but the second that the evidence in an event like this points in a direction that makes you ideologically uncomfortable, you all revert to the same burden of proof of the people you've been making fun of. Like, it just seems like pretty clear what's going on here. And it just, we are all QAnon. I did not realize the extent to which we are all QAnon. It is in a much more profound sense than I originally thought, to be honest. The Like all blue. And no, like it's lefties too. It's a united front on this. It's lefties as well. Then the other thing was like, you know, none of this would have happened if Zoomers weren't allergic to making phone calls. Charlie Kirk got fucking clipped by a guy who hasn't had a dentist appointment in 3 years, because to get a dentist appointment, you have to call someone up, and he like doesn't want to do that. Like, that's who fucking John McCarthy. I mean, of course he is. Like, I'm sure. Like, and it was funny, like the coalition here, you can tell that like when we get into conspiratorial politics, it just becomes like a fucking pure nonsense. It's like we're not doing politics, it's all fantasy land. Because the coalition here, it's like me, Will Stancil, and Nick Fuentes. And then on the other side, it's fucking Candace Owens, parapolitics guys, Jackson Hinkle. It's just like, you know, it's like the stone toss rope, you know, the tug of war, where just everything is like incoherent, because it's just bullshit speculation. It's all bullshit speculation, and I feel silly for involving myself in it because I typically don't, but this one pissed me off like so especially. And then when I get pissed off, I become like, I stopped doing the thing that you do on Twitter if you have a large following, which is like you're prepared for the like so you don't like waffles thing, where it's like, I'm not saying this, but like, you know, it's maybe possible that you know, I just like stopped doing that. Is Kimmel back? Is that true? But then I also posted this of like, this is a type of guy. Kimmel's back, Disney caved. I mean, yeah, like that is the thing that's like the right wing. We can talk about that later. But I'll put that in my tab. This is maybe a way of keeping track of the things I want to talk about. The example I had of a guy who, like, when we were going back to his place initially, like, he didn't know how to make conversation. This is a low point in my life. that I let someone like this hit, but he was like showing me Reddit memes. It's like that standard like chaser guy. He sent me like a love letter when I said I wasn't interested in him, and he's like actually did evil things to me, so I don't care about talking about this. But like I said, like 3 weeks into a situationship where, like, before we went out, I was like, just so you know, I'm not looking for anything serious. He like lost his mind and sent me a love letter because I was like, I'm not really interested in this anymore. And it's like the type of, you know, in the letter he told me he wanted to kill for me. It was either he wanted to die for me or kill for me. I can't remember. These guys exist. They're like cats who show up at your door with dead mice. Only sometimes I guess the mouse is Charlie Kirk. And this is a bit of the letter. It's what, like, this guy is like more of a narcissist. But then what's his name? Then like the Robinson, like, I'm still okay, my love. But it's like a similar type of guy, I think. I don't know why. I mean, I could speculate why, like, this sort of guy fixates on trans women. It's an insane. I know you can be in a relationship. I can only call what I feel towards you love and say that I love you. I think you are so beautiful, funny, intelligent, and amazing. I love every inch of you, every aspect, positive, negative, every feature inside out. Your hair, your eyes, your smile, your body, your voice, your heart and mind, all your pain, humor, happiness. Like, hug you, hold you, kiss you, laugh and smile with you, dance and run with you. I know there are likely many people who are in love with you. This is three week situationship where we just like casually hooked up. This is before ChatGPT. It was. The favorite detail of people. This is not Robinson. Although it's funny that you thought it was. How old was I? I was like 24. Was I 23? And he's like 30. He was in his 30s. Of course. I was Ankh? That's crazy. 23 is not Ankh. 23 is not Ankh. That's crazy. It sounds like they have stolen. Yeah. Do you know what percentage your honesty is? It's hard to say. That was the other thing. People were like, it's fucked up of you to call them chasers, whatever. It's like, if you're a guy who's especially into trans women, just fucking own it. Don't do this bullshit like male, like, you know, it's like the anti-feminism, like, oh, men have it so hard. It's like, just own it. Just own it. It's fine as long as you're not, just don't be evil. Yeah, just own it. It's just don't be evil. But anyway, was Charlie Kirk back? It's hard to say. But yeah, so I don't know. This type of guy absolutely exists, and it's crazy to me that people are like, whoever your trans women is into trans, that's normal. It's weird if you're not. It's weird if you're a trans woman attracted to women and you're not. That's my. It's 23 Unk. No. Not the poll. I'm fine with being like 27 now is Unk. That's fine. People just never talk to a Redditor, and it's not like, it's the same with both of these cases. The guy was the sample I was using here, as well as like Robinson. It's like, and it is funny. Like, it's funny that people use this specific example as like, not everyone is a chaser. I'm sure that Tyler Robinson was loving her in like a really normal way. It's like, he's like ruined her fucking life. You know what I mean? Like, and again, it's why I just am so fucking skeptical of this, like, what he was completely framed and these logs were fake thing. Because it's like, they would ruin her life so much fucking worse. The state of Utah is like, we're going to fake these logs, but we're going to make sure that she's all right, that she's like legally cleared. I just don't like, it just doesn't, like, if we're gonna do the thing, if you're gonna do the conspiracy theory of just like, I just don't buy it. There was nothing in it, but it's Israel or whatever. If you're gonna do that, you need at least like a reason that makes sense, other than just like, oh, they screwed up and they're just putting it on the first guy that they could find. You know what I mean? You need more of a reason. You need more of an explanation for it than that. If you're gonna, that's like a very difficult hear me out. It's the same thing with the people who were so confident that it was a groiper. Because, like, there were some people who were like, well, it's probably just not worth speculating about right now, which is probably the correct call. But most people, overwhelmingly, especially the people who were mad at me, were the ones who were like, it is a groiper. And it's like, there is no reason for you to have seen those etchings and be confident that it's a fucking groiper. And it's like, I can't believe that I let myself be like, to use like an annoying term, like be gaslit by people into thinking that like the fact that Bella Ciao was on a Spotify playlist followed by like 100 people, that makes it a groiper meme. I thought like maybe I didn't know something. Like, I wasn't quite attuned to the thing where it's like, well, you know, I haven't really seen Bella Ciao be used by them that much or at all, but like, you know, here's evidence of it. And it's like, it's just nonsense. Like, it's just it was complete fucking nonsense. It was complete fucking nonsense. There was no indication of it at all. The impulse that I have, which I should have, like, the leftist is like secondary. The fact that he's not a groiper and that he's just like a Reddit guy is really the thing that was fundamentally immediately obvious. Yeah, like Bella Ciao, he's referencing Far Cry 6, he's referencing the Hearts of Iron 4 mod, and it's like, no, he's not. It's an anti-fascist slogan or song. That's the reference. Like, yeah, it's Hoi 4 DLC. Yeah, exactly. I'm sorry, chatter. Exactly. Like, okay, yeah, no, he's referencing the fucking Koi 4 DLC. Yeah. I mean, again, it's like I want it to be Groyper, but it's clearly so it's just, I don't know. It's so annoying. Because it's like, is anyone...
okay, I'm
hey.
Oh,
Space
I
Coast
had
Gary,
no
thank
idea.
you.
Do whatever you want all the time.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the 20 gift sub, or 10 gift subs. I hope you're having a good day. Shout out, follow Space Coast Carry. Is there almost interesting government's alienated ball of misdirected energy? Well, honestly, like, there's nothing about this that's like incomprehensible. I love you. It's pretty comprehensible to me. Sorry, can you hear that? That's the consequence of living in the big city. It's pretty comprehensible. It's just he didn't think about politics that much. Like, I can comprehend his politics pretty easily, which is he doesn't really think about it that much, and he thinks both sides are bad. But that he is personally, like, and I mean, maybe, this is more speculation. I guess he said hate or whatever in here. But it's probably, there's just a part of Charlie Kirk's rhetoric that personally offended him. And, it seems like it's probably a dog girl day afternoon. When I moved to the U.S., I don't think so. I mean, maybe if things changed, but I don't think so. I'm kind of chilling in Canada right now. I mean, I'm not chilling. It's still worrying here. It's not a Helldivers quote, by the way. The "Hey fascist" catch is not a Helldivers quote. That's another thing that someone mentioned in the chat. Another thing I let people fucking gaslight me into believing. Not a Helldivers quote. If you believe so, I would encourage you to try to find the reference. The arrows are certainly. It's a Minecraft quote, yeah. It's Helldivers coded. It's possible that he thought it was like a Helldivers quote, but he's like. But it's clear that he's shooting Charlie Kirk. He means it, like, he doesn't mean it in a video game. Why the fuck would he mean it in a video game context? It doesn't make sense. Like, if that's your assumption, you're making very biased assumptions about the data that exists. There's nothing about him that indicates that he's especially right-wing to me. There's the guy misgendering. Yeah, that's like Trump too. I can show that. It was funny. You're insane. She's a man, by the way. I respect your current pronouns, baby. Just letting blood know you packing heat. It's crazy. Ghost Stare, thank you. Yes, Kimmel is back. We did it, folks. Cancel culture isn't real anymore. That is something that's interesting to me. That is something that's fascinating to me. Because, like, maybe I'll go on. I'll try to find a post about this because I referenced it on the podcast. I don't know if I don't know. Is there a recent QA episode the last couple days about the Kirk stuff? Because people are gonna be mad at me for that one, I think. Oh, Trump making announcement about autism. Live autism update, folks. Live autism update. Sorry, pause everything else. It's autism time. Trump is going to announce autism to everyone. Autism patch notes. Pausing my Silk song to presumably, to learn more about yourself. Yeah, no more. They're saying Tylenol, which, like, yeah, it's so, like, I do think that RFK is a person who is most liable to actually, like, get charged after the Trump administration if they don't, like, do total fascism. Like, I think that he's, like, separate enough from everyone else. And, like, the very evil things he's doing are, like, are yeah, like separate from all the unless it's a thing of like the X administration or whatever. It's just like, let's charge everyone involved in the Trump administration. Like, unless it goes that poorly, it does seem like, isn't Tylenol the only pain reliever pregnant people can use? I mean, that adds another dimension of like violence against like women in relation to this, of like you have to suffer even more. I mean, yeah, is there any reference to this? Is there any study that's like the tentative link between the use of Advil or the use of Tylenol, or it's just pure nonsense? It's just literally baking. Pain while pregnant is just part of the package. Yeah. There's one wax study, right? I love to see this bald. I love that the Northern Lion POV. You are taller than Northern Lion. I wonder if they're gonna try to ban it. I think they're gonna change the if I were to predict, they changed like the advisory for it. You know, it's just like there's a thing on it that says don't take this if you're pregnant. If they're gonna ban autism, yeah. I mean, they would if they could. J-Dash, thank you. Folks, if you have an Amazon Prime, you can connect to your Twitch account and get one free subscription a month that you can use on me. Thank you to all the primers out there. You're gonna arrest women for using Tylenol? That would be crazy. I think that would be... I would assume they just changed... Card spam, thank you. We'll have to see it. I'm assuming they just changed the recommendation for it. Trump isn't really that... He doesn't seem like Trump has it in him to be anti-vax because he's a clean freak. Like, he has, like, that sort of neuroses, and it's like, well, this makes me more clean. Sprawl, thank you. Epidemic of children using Tylenol to get better at coding. They're gonna be like, you know, autism self-diagnosis TikTok. It's gonna be like, yeah, my mom used Tylenol. It's like, I am autistic. I asked my mom if she used Tylenol when I was pregnant. She said yes. They're gonna push some. They're gonna link Tylenol autism to push some supplements. Yeah, I mean, I guess it is like.
I am gay.
The devil. Thank you. That's a reference to that Sonic thing, right? We do live in, like, it is the InfoWars administration. The InfoWars presidency. White liver, thank you. Gay. And also, regular subscriptions also much appreciated. I'm trying to get to 300 concurrent ones because then I get the better, like, money split. So that also helps a lot if you would like to subscribe. Obviously, any amount of money you give me is much appreciated. Canada's the blue sky country? I think so. Maybe that's why I hate it so much. I'm like, this is me. This is the world I live in. X-Boom Conspiracy is great.
Oh, it's okay. I'm
Cletus, thank you.
Oh, I had no idea. Do whatever you want all the time.
Thank you for the gift subs. Much appreciated. Yeah, okay. The thing about, like, Charlie Kirk having, like, superhuman bones, so a 30-06, like, didn't go through him. You discovered me via the tax return YouTube video? That's so cool. That's so cool. I love the internet. Wow, we love that video, don't we, folks? Why they pushing Tylenol's the cause? I mean, again, it's probably some sort of, like, huckster thing. It's like how, like, one of the reasons behind the tariff stuff was, like, Trump just explicitly said this. He was like, a lot of people made a lot of money, You know, if you want to make some money, invest right now, because we're gonna undo the tariff stuff and the stocks are gonna go up. Like, I'm sure there is that dimension behind it. Wakefield level fraud. Tylenol during pregnancy and autism review some weight. So it's a reference to a review.
The cure to autism is putting $100,000 into Trump's crypto.
Truth nuke. That's a truth nuke. Thank you. Thank you, Susa. They didn't realize the lead author had these exact claims tossed out of federal court for having zero scientific merit when he was a paid expert witness in lawsuits against Tylenol manufacturing in Walmart. So he got repackaged. So he repackaged it to get it published in a journal for the appearance of legitimacy. Even the strongest studies, sibling studies, showed no relationship between autism and Tylenol. It's a cherry-picked group of studies that weigh parent memory recall more than quantitative data. That is the study the Trump admin is using as proof Tylenol causes autism. He's part of a group of physicians with zero toxicology or biochemistry expertise who brand themselves as environmental exposure experts. I can't read. It's actually the lawsuit pipeline. Get paid to testify as an expert. This is actually very similar to the anti-trans testimony circuit. Publish weak observational science under an academic, where it's like, this is an expert who does like sexology, who, you know, doesn't specialize in child care or pediatric care or trans care, who is saying like, well, if you give it to them, also they just changed their mind. Like that was it. Trump, like, the announcement was like Trump peeking through the door and being like, autism too, and then he closes it. The Biden count is whenever I say a word that, like, whenever I screw up a word or I forget a phrase. It's it's for the Biden moments. This is the exact tactic RFK Jr. has built his career on, turning civil litigation against chemicals into a pseudoscience cash cow. Yeah, it's just that guy's specific, war on Tylenol. Where's the money come from though? Like, who funds that? Who's like the anti-Tylenol lobby? Is it Advil? Like, is this being funded by Big Advil? Big acetaminophen? I guess just class action lawyers. Yeah, I guess class action lawyers. Big fentanyl. I do stream. I'm thinking about doing a schedule. I think maybe Sunday, Tuesday, Thursday, like guaranteed days. Andrew Wakefield stuff, yeah. Did I pronounce it correctly? Acetaminophen. Did I see Chaperone? I did post about, we do have a very similar asses. I feel like they look similar. Big fan was Charlie Kirk's nickname when I was... He got, like... Charlie Kirk has a jumper, bro. Like, he was tall. I believe it. I believe it. There was that post about, like... They killed him because he loved dark-skinned women. And it's, like, Charlie Kirk, like, hanging out with 3 black women. I think there's also a Nick Fuentes one, although I feel like that one might be photoshopped. It's to push some drug named leucovorin, so either Trump or RFK has their hands in that pot. Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, of course, it is just like the InfoWars. Folinic acid, medication used to decrease the toxic effects of... Oh, I don't know these words. Treat cancer and pancreatic cancer. The first suggested is leucovorin autism? I always love the people ask, you really get a good survey of. And I mean, I guess like you shouldn't hold people to their Google search. Like, you shouldn't hold them to that legibility because it's just about keywords. Like, I feel like whenever I Google search, I make it grammatically correct, but like, first time chatter, what do you win? $100,000. But I mean, you really only do need to see, if there's a link between this and autism, you really only have to search what is leucovorin autism. Like, I don't need to be doing all that. Used for a subset of children with autism. Oh, okay. So it's a treatment? I see. So it is just a grift. Oh yeah, Google AI is so bad. It was so funny. I was trying to find more details about my yatan. I was trying to search like Balkan yatan. It's like a Turkish short sword. It's in my family. It's a long story. And I was like, you know, what are the details of like the different hilts? Like, what is there? Do we know what type of bone it was maybe made out of? And the information that I got on the Google like AI thing just like cited my tweet. And I was like, well, I already know that. Like, and it cited it in a much more confident way than like how I phrased it. Which is like, well, yeah, it's because it's just like not that many people talk about like Balkan Yatan's hilts on fucking the internet. It's not very it's not a very common form of discussion. You googled the tribulation and AI said it was gonna happen. Makes you think. Yatahan, oh thank you. Yeah, I don't know. We'll keep this on, but it seems like they're like average fucking Trump admin. What they really should be fucking investigating is ADHD. Trump ADHD coded administration, just like is never on time. Sorry, I was too busy scrolling. I lost track of time. I mean, he probably is just scrolling all day. Or late streamer, yeah. You're not. If I don't have a schedule, I can't be late. Have you considered? If I don't have a schedule, I can't be late. Anyway. I'll leave this open. I'll leave this tab open, and then at some point Trump is going to start speaking, and we're going to get Trump jump scared. We're going to get Trump scared. What was the thing I was going to talk about? Oh, yeah. Maybe try to find one of these on r/conservative. It was really funny. Like, okay, so Fallon is like back, or Kimmel. I always mix them up. I mix them up like on purpose now. Like I did that on a QA episode. And people were trying to correct me, and I was like, I'm gonna do it on purpose now forever. This is my. I don't give a shit. I honestly do not. I immediately like. I realize now, like, face the name. This is the Kimmel. That one's the Fallon. I can't remember anymore. It's completely gone from me. I can't remember which one's Kimmel and Fallon. I don't care to keep that in my head. Is that an Unk bit? No, fuck you. But people were comparing like the Kimmel stuff. It was everyone's tweet in 2018 when like Roseanne got deplatformed. When the Star Wars lady, Gina Carano or whatever, got like taken off Star Wars. It was like, oh, you thought that was good, but then when Kimmel made like a basic lib take about like, what did he say? Like the thing he said, like the implication was like wrong, but it was like a standard lib take of like, this guy's probably a right-wing guy, and the right is going to use him to do more violence, or whatever. And like, it's so revealing to me when like they'll post a back-to-back of a lib being like, it's good that the Gina Carano lady who posted that QAnon was real, it's good that she got deplatformed, but it's so hypocritical that they also think it's bad that fucking Kimmel got deplatformed. I have to remember which Jimmy it was. Which is like so revealing about these people's worldview, about like what partisan politics in America makes you do. Because they're basically telling you like, yeah, we think that QAnon is real, but if we don't think QAnon is real, we think it's a normal opinion to have. And like anyone who's like, I don't want to share a society with people who believe in QAnon. I don't want those people to be like the people who have platforms and who get to decide public discourse. Because that's like what celebrities do now. That's how unintellectual American culture is. They don't see anything wrong with that, and if you see anything wrong with that, they're like, you're a hypocrite if you also think like Kimmel shouldn't be deplatformed. It's so revealing. She was like full QAnon posting, and it's like these people like are insane. This is like, these are not a group of people that if you want like a liberal society that has a functioning democracy, you cannot have this be like, what, 30% of the population? It's just like American, what is to quote Jake Rockatansky, the cows are coming home to milk. Like, American institutions of violence and oppression and that are like essential for the structure of American society are just creating a group of people who like just cannot, in virtue of that's the best Jake quote, I love it, cannot, in virtue of like the basic opinions that they've been brought up on, really properly allow for liberal democracy to exist. That's a real Polish thing. I believe it. Those two things are like antithetical. Gina Carano, she canceled of what she said, but also she was a shit actor. I mean, she was just easily replaceable as well. She was just like big muscle woman. Like, she was in, like, was it Command and Conquer? Like, that was her previous role. Yeah, that's like, the Gina Carano comparison would make sense if Biden had been threatened Disney to fire her. That's another thing, like, why I kind of don't like when people say that this is cancel culture. And I do this. And it's good because it's like, oh, it's, you know, they're pointing out the hypocrisy. Although, like, maybe it's not useful because the conservatives have been like so happy about making the comparison of like, you guys did cancel culture and now you're mad that we are doing cancel culture. It's a hypocritical. Is like, well, those are different things. The Trump administration intervening to try to get someone fired is like fucking McCarthyism. It's not like a bunch of Twitter users being like, I didn't like the old tweets that person made. I don't want to watch this. Those are fundamentally different things. One of them is much worse than the other one. Yeah, like they know their hypocrisy and they like, and like, again, if this is cancel culture, then it's like, they're kind of right. In a certain sense, they're kind of right of like, it would be hypocritical then. There is a certain component of like, the difference is like, well, your guys have evil opinions and we have good opinions. But like, that's both sides believe that about each other. There's like there's a cultural parity in a certain sense there. Parity. But it's different, right? It's not just cancel culture. It is literally the state intervening to get someone to be fired. That's very different. There's one of the other fundamental differences is like, you don't have like 40-50% of society explicitly believing in QAnon. Like, when someone like Gina Carano is fired, you don't get a bunch of people who are like, oh no, I believe in QAnon. You don't get enough people, I'm going to boycott Disney to like make it so that their pockets suffer. Whereas like the Kimmel thing, it's the meme, like I posted about this. I think I posted about it too late because I wasn't being online for a while. But like, it's the meme that everyone was doing of like, Kimmel was the moderate. Imagine what they'll do to you. Because like that was that was the Fuentes line. I'm sure everyone was saying that of like, Charlie Kirk was the moderate and they killed him. Imagine what they'll do to you. It's like, that's how a lot of people felt about Kimmel. A lot of people don't feel that way about Charlie Kirk, by the way. There's a reason why like people are losing their job for like posting things that Charlie Kirk said, but like that he like, and not even like one of his like more edgy takes that he's like disavowed and is like shamed of, just things that like he openly believed, beside, the death announcement. There's a reason for that, and it's because like the right understands like, well, this isn't like a plurality opinion in society. This isn't a thing that like, most people don't believe that the civil rights movement or like the bill was like bad and that we should go back to before it. Like, America's a very racist society, but like there's a reason why like conservatives have to pretend they like Martin Luther King. Like there is a public opinion. The public opinion does not reflect that sort of belief. It is an especially conservative, especially right-wing opinion. Charlie Kirk AI sermons, no. I can't remember where I was going with this, but yeah, it's not good, folks. What happened to the autism patch notes? It's delayed once again. Fucking Blizzard can't get a patch note out. Somehow this is Blizzard's fault. The intern that posts patch notes every year when they remember the password has just not remembered it. I don't know if anyone, like, I'm watching StarCraft again, and there's new StarCraft patch notes, and they literally got, like, they're buffing the spy or whatever. They make it easier. You don't have to know what that means. They got, like, the cost of the Spire currently wrong. Like, in the patch notes, they were like, we're nerfing it from 250 minerals and 200 gas. It's like, it's 200. You got it wrong in the patch note. That is, like, the Trump level of attention and care for these, like, press releases. For the autism patch notes. Intentionally antagonizing the autism community by being late. That's true. I didn't think about that. It really makes you think. Anyway, if you have an Amazon Prime account, you can connect to your Twitch account and get a free subscription you can use on me. Second biggest millennial stream from Vancouver living. Alright, listen. There's also a Discord. It'll ping you when I go live. I am shilling. I love money. I love being able to live in the big city of Vancouver. The city that never sleeps except after fucking 8 p.m. The nightlife isn't very good here. It's fine. I was trying to think of, like, other things, like, other Vancouver things I can, like, name drop. Because all of you know it from, like, Northern Line, I guess, basically. I'm walking in Vancouver. Oh, thank you. Joe, Submarine, Submarine, Joe Boo Boo, and the Lizard. Yes, that's a three-way split. And Twitch, of course. The most important. Charlie Kirk, Texas AI audio. Oh, man.
It was created on AI, artificial intelligence, from the words of Charlie Kirk. I was so moved just to hear it between services. You're hearing something the first service didn't. But I want you to watch this clip and hear what Charlie is saying regarding what happened to him this past week.
First, I want you to know I'm fine, not because my body is fine, but because my soul is secure in Christ. Death is not the end. It's a promotion. Don't waste 1 second mourning me. I knew the risks of standing up in this cultural moment, and I'd do it all over again. Second, do not let this violence divide us further. The enemy wants chaos, fear, and retaliation. Don't give it to them. Instead, double down on truth. Double down on courage. Double down on your faith and on your families. That is how you honor me. Third, remember this. America is worth it. Free speech is worth it. Fighting for the unborn, for families, for sanity in a culture gone mad, it is all worth it. So dry your tears, pick up your cross, and get back in the fight. Do it with joy. Do it with strength. And never ever let evil think it won.
Somehow this is Drake's fault. Somehow, like, Drake started this, do you know what I mean? Like, he was really, like, Drake walked so that these guys could run. With the fucking, the Tupac AI thing. Do you guys remember that? He got, like, sued by the estate of Tupac. It is so, like, I can't think of a way of disrespecting someone's memory more than, like, making, like, AI statements. Like, pretty definitive ones, too. Of a guy who's like, I would get shot all over again for this country. It's like, do you know, maybe he wouldn't. Like, if he survived, maybe he wouldn't have done that. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. First of all, I'm okay is crazy. I don't know. There's something, like, I can't believe I didn't, like, predict that American Protestants would fucking love AI. Like, that it would be, like, the best thing ever for them. It's, like, just a new way of, like, like poorly honoring someone's memory, like desecrating their memory after they're gone. Because like obviously we know the most American Protestant, the most you can get in terms of American Protestant is Mormon, and those guys are like just baptizing Anne Frank and shit. Like they don't give a fuck.
I am gay.
Game quarter, thank you. I do think it's like indicative of like American evangelical society, especially, is like so fundamentally wrong. They live life in such a they did do that, yes. They did baptize Anne Frank as Mormon. There was no like dignity or honor in this way of living. Like evangelicals are like one of the least curious people, and Hitler at the same they did at the same time, right? One of the least curious group of people, the least like there's just something fundamentally wrong in a very unique way about American evangelicals. And I do think that like the lack of respecting someone's memory after they died does indicate something really strong about like the way that someone lives their own life. Like how we think of death is very reflective of how we think of life. Hot take, I guess. This is a classic.
Don't worry about me. I'm in a better place now.
This one is Israeli
but
too.
But America and Israel, from this day on, will never be the same. This is the wake-up call.
You do get why people say things are spiritually Israeli.
They tried to shut me up.
When like what they mean is that they're spiritually American. Like there's a similarity there.
They couldn't stand a voice that didn't sound like theirs.
Is that like, are those like Kurdish flags? Like the green
theirs.
Feels off.
And that's exactly why we have to fight. We exposed the lie. I spoke the truth, and they hated every second.
Like, it's so crazy to see Charlie Kirk die and be like, this will be perfect for my yelling at Greta Thunberg video. Look at how angry and threatening this girl is. This 90-pound
you guys are hurting.
Girl who's just like on a boat that doesn't have any weapons.
It feels like you lost me. You didn't. You can't kill an idea. You can't murder faith.
Yeah, it's us, and it's so long too. Like it draws out so much. It's drawn out so much. And somehow more annoying dead. Yeah. Anyways, what else is going on? Still waiting on the Trump autism patch notes. Yeah, I'm writing a newsletter about the Kirk stuff. Kirk conspiracy theories, because I do just think it is like, when people go to conspiracies, it's generally a sign that they've abrogated like doing real politics. It's just you've given up. Like there's no more. Oh, I hear noise. And I do think that's very indicative of the people, like, there was a lot of people, a surprisingly large amount of people on Twitter who are like lefties who are like, yeah, it was Israel who did it. I mean, I will admit the like 5 or 10 minutes of Netanyahu trying to like conspiracy debunk, trying to be like a debunker, like it's probably not a good look. Like I don't know why they're doing that. But I can't say that anything that Bibi Netanyahu is doing right now could be classified as a good look, I guess. Charlie was a through stretch. That's the thing, is like Charlie was like fairly pro-Israel. I know there was like a tension there. There was a schism because like Charlie was being pushed like further to the right. Like he was being pushed paleocon. So product of like the Groyper Wars and the fact that like Israel is getting a lot less popular on the right, just because like honestly just because anti-Semitism is back, really. Idea of trans honeypot unit, yeah, it's like did Tyler Robinson get like a QT boy motor GF for like his as a reward for being a part of the, like, I don't know, what is the fucking conspiracy there? It's so like based on nothing. it's a combination of like a thing that's like people are so confident about it, and it's based on such lack of any sort of evidence whatsoever. I do know that like the official narrative the FBI is trying to construct, that a lot of like gun YouTubers are like, this doesn't sound possible. The TPUSA, the statement about the Charlie Kirk bullet, like, do you guys know what I'm talking about? There was a statement by a TPUSA spokesperson that was like, I just talked to the surgeon and they said that Charlie's bones are extra strong. You guys, people were like, unless I'm wrong about this, people were using this as a way of like undermining the official narrative. But this just sounds like a thing, like, I don't know, I guess, like, are the TPUSA spokespeople in on it? This reads to me like just American evangelical stuff. It's like peasant superstition. Yeah, like, a big part of American evangelicalism is the belief that, like, if you do, you know, if you are extra pious and you do, you know, which for them is equivalent to like doing right-wing politics, good things will happen to you. Like, God will directly bless you, because good things happen to good people. And so like the way of dealing with the fact that like good things in their vision, bad things happen to good people, because in their minds Charlie Kirk is a good person. Like the way of dealing with that is through like this sort of gospel insanity of like, it's a miracle no one was killed because, you know, Charlie Kirk, he was such a good boy that the 30-06 round didn't pass through him or whatever. Also, like, there wasn't anyone behind him. Right? Am I crazy? Is he similar to him with cancer and terminal illness? Right. There's no one behind him. There was no one. I think there were. Is there? They found the bullet. So yeah, people were using this as a reason to be like, the official narrative doesn't make sense. Someone was saying like, it was actually, I saw a conspiracy in my replies, that was like, it was a MAGA guy, but it was a different, you know, there's a grassy knoll, which is like, I thought that we were gonna, like, I thought that was gonna be a funny joke thing that it continued to be a joke. Like at the start, the first stream I had, I went live like right after he was shot. And we were joking about like, oh, there's a grassy knoll. Oh, there's two fucking shooters. And it's just like, that's just like people on the left are like, there was a grassy knoll. There were two shooters. Like it was a lower ammunition round because, you know, like this demonstrates that there's a lower ammunition round because of a secondhand sword. Like the TPUSA guy says that he's talking to a surgeon, and the surgeon says that it didn't go through him, that the bullet didn't go through him, and that it's because of how strong his bones are. A knoll without a sniper is just a hill. It makes you think. Let's see that Alex Jones, because I assume like Alex Jones is now. TBZ is now reporting Charlie was shot by a magic bullet. Is now officially claiming that a high caliber rifle designed for moose hunting did not shoot all the way through Kirk's neck. Megatechnics, thank you. He then goes on to claim that no bullet was found inside Charlie's neck. Below goes on to say Charlie was Superman. Claiming the Easter Bunny is real has more credibility. Colvin did not claim the bullets could not be found in Kirk's neck. From the coroner did find the bullet just beneath the skin.
Okay. I've been telling everybody, wait till we have evidence of an inside job or cover-up. That's all I've been saying.
I do love that Kirk, like that fucking, I don't know, like I feel like this is indication that like conspiracy culture, in a certain sense, it is ascendant in a way that we've like never seen before. And it just makes everyone fucking completely irrational. It creates a culture where it's like, why don't we also just do QAnon? It's not fair. You know, like, oh, it's not a groyper. Like, what about the conspiracy that there was a grassy knoll and the guy who shot him, like the guy in the grassy knoll who actually shot him is a groyper? Like, it's like, why not just fucking say that? Like, what do you lose politically? Like, everyone is doing conspiracy theories. We just don't, there's no social laws. The only thing you lose is that I don't like you. And it's like, who gives a fuck about, you know, no one cares. No one in mainstream politics actually cares anymore. But in a certain sense, it's ascended, but in a certain sense, like, people are tired of it. Because even Alex Jones is trying to be like the measured guy. Alex Jones is trying to be the guy who's like, look, you know, we don't want to go out. We don't want to, like, the guy who, like, just out of nowhere was like, the Sandy Hook was a conspiracy. It was crisis actors. It wasn't real children. Just like immediately without any evidence, is now being like, look, guys, we have to be the voice. Lauren, thank you. Thank you for the tier 1.
We know Antifa's out killing people, Tranifa, all that's a real deal. But now...
Also, it's so cool, like, a part of the conspiracy is, like, the guy who landed a 200-yard shot with a hunting rifle and a scope, and who, like, just jumped off the building. His getaway was jumping off the building in a way that, like, almost fucking broke... Like, he didn't roll at all. He, like, almost broke his fucking legs. Like, that is, like, a highly trained fucking sniper.
Cover up. That's all I'm saying. We know Antifa's out killing people, Tranifa, all that's a real deal. But now... I can't believe this. The spokesperson for TPUSA just posted 2 hours ago that they talked to the coroner.
Yes, he dropped his gun to pick it up later. That's the thing, like, another reason why it's like, well, the Discord logs of him being Tyler Robinson being a fucking idiot, like, don't match up with what? With the guy who just, like, dumped the gun that has engravings on, like, literally just right beside the wooded area. Right in a wooded area, just was right beside the crime. Like, even the fucking Mangione didn't do that.
And
like, whoever did that is objectively an idiot. You can see that they had no plan whatsoever.
Charlie Kirk was shot with a 30-06 in the left side of his neck, the carotid artery. And that he's a man of steel, and that the bones in his neck that are like chicken bones stopped a bullet that travels 2,500 feet a second out of the barrel at 200 yards.
But yeah, I mean, that does sound... Look, I'm not a gun guy. That doesn't sound like it makes sense.
Spitting on the grain of the cartridge and the rest of it. Probably hit him at 1,900 feet per second. I've shot hogs at 500 yards, 30-06, right to the side.
I've shot
tiny
hogs.
Hole blows a 4-inch hole out to the side. We're talking through 2 feet of a hog.
I do find it interesting, yeah, that he has to do the, like, listen, guys. I get the...
Boom. Hit him in the head, brain completely blows out. They just said he...
His action's kind of hot now. That's not... Let's... I mean, the odds that a trans woman was the one who wrote that in chat... You know, I have good news for you. He probably reciprocates.
I shot with 30-06, and then it didn't...
Well, I know my people. That was a trans woman who said that.
Go through, and it gets better. I'll post this on top of his tweet. That they didn't find a bullet. He says he talked to the coroner. This is...
Free my people. It's funny. I was on a walk in... I'm kind of on the seawall, just on like an evening walk in Vancouver, and I saw in front of me, it was like tall lady with, you know, this long beautiful like platinum blonde hair, and she's got like this outfit. It's like a good look, and holding hands with a guy who's shorter than her and is like schlubby, balding. He's got the belly, and I was like, I know my people. And I walked a bit closer, and she did have the voice. I was like, yep. I knew it. I fucking knew it.
This is a spokesperson.
I knew my people.
For TPUSA. So I don't jump on things till I have evidence. And then I talked to the White House 2 days ago. High-level sources, they said, no, the cover-up's on. All the accomplices, the training.
Oh.
For people... 6, 7 that were online the day before said he'll be dead tomorrow. They're not investigating it. They've been told lone gunman shut it down. So I'm not eating crow here. I never said it could have not been
Why did he say 6'7"?
a false flag or a setup. I just simply said, when I see evidence, I'll cover it, and I certainly couldn't, before his body was cold, say Israel did it with no evidence. Israel was definitely pissed off at him and does stuff like that, so maybe Israel did it. But
Yeah, it's so cool that like Alex Jones is now like Alex Jones is at like the Sean McCarthy level of conspiracism. Like that's where we are in culture.
I will not sit there until I have evidence. But now we have, this is retarded, people.
Oh.
I mean, I shot a buffalo with a 3.
Anyway. I was gonna say that's like a hallmark of the right wing, but no, people on the left do that too now. That word's just back. Do you guys like the ambient Oval Office noise? Cause I'm just like playing this. I'm waiting for Trump to come on the screen. Alex Jones just does like talking about violence. I think that's probably a good read on that. What do you think about the old guy yelling, "I shot him"? He was an insane person. Wasn't he like, he was charged, like, he admitted to having child pornography on his phone? Like, after he was detained, they were like, "Is there anything on here?" And he's like, "Yeah, there's child porn." And like before, like a couple of years ago, he just like emailed, we were reading this before, he emailed like people organizing like a marathon, like it was right after the Boston Marathon bombings. He emailed like they were organizing a marathon in Salt Lake City, and he was like, "Where should I put the bombs? Question mark, question mark, question mark." Like he's just an insane person. Like that's, he wanted death by cop, right? That's why he kept yelling, "Shoot me." He likes to stir the pot. He's a pot stirrer.
Speaking of 6'7", when is the autism announcement happening?
You're asking me. I don't know. Using the Trump autism announcement ambient noise. Yeah, it's great. Trump autism announcement ambient noise to study to. I just don't understand, like, I also, like, what is the conspiracy there? That, like, there were six police officers on campus, right? Unless that information is old, and there's, like, turns out there were more. Like, he's getting away. There was, like, 6 cops on campus. They're, like, Israel is gonna employ, like, an insane guy, like, local insane guy, and it's, like, they tell him when you know, and it's like insane guys are super like reliable not to give up the conspiracy they're a part of. It's like, we'll give you this money or whatever. This, maybe Israel is giving him child porn. That's how we got the child porn. To like, when the shooting happens, you just distract them by saying you did it. Like, I don't like. Again, not a very smart. Like, he would have got away anyways. I don't like. Because, like, you know who's really baking that is, like, the far right people, because it's like, oh, he's Jewish. The guy, the insane guy who was yelling was Jewish, was he not? There were 23 Israeli nationals at the gathering. Makes you think, where's that number? How do they know how many Israeli nationals are at the gathering? Is that like a right-wing line they like repeating? There's no even CS. I thought like he had a Jewish name. Maybe that's wrong. Maybe maybe that's also wrong. Every White House press conference needs the live chat with TTS donor messages. Yeah. There were Israelis dancing on the roof near the sniper, yeah. That's where they all came from. Oh, his name was Zin. Oh, okay, so they are just faking it, that he's Jewish. I see. Yeah, I just don't like... It's so annoying because it's like, this is how I'm always about all of these events. But every time that this happens and there's a fucking conspiracy, what are my plans for the rapture? I feel like I'm gonna stick around. I feel like, also hello Sabra. Not Sabra, I'm sorry for calling you Sabra. Hello Sabra, follow Bottleneck Loser on Twitch. I feel like it would be fun. It's like The Leftovers. Like that, everyone was having, forgive me, I forgot. I feel like everyone was having a good time in that show. There was less people. It was more stuff, you know, cheaper real estate, you know, rent's going down. Oh, let's go. We can see him. We see the boy of the hour. I'm sure it's more than the third attempted rapture. I'm sure it's more than that.
Thank you very much.
You should release feet pics before we get taken up to heaven, inshallah. Might as well folded hands.
Not for free, not for free. Thank you.
And it's not that everything's 100% understood or known, but I think we've made a lot of strides. Done a long time ago. Today we're delighted to be joined by America's top medical and public health professionals as we announce historic
of course
steps
there's fucking
to
Dr.
confront
Oz
the
there
crisis
too.
of autism. Horrible,
It's
horrible
InfoWars
crisis.
government.
I want to thank the man who brought this issue to the forefront of American politics along with me. And we actually met in my office, is it like 20 years ago, Bobby? It's probably 20 years ago in New York. I was a developer, as you probably heard, and I always had very strong feelings about autism and how it happened and where it came from.
He's always had very strong feelings about autism.
I don't know, the word got out, and I wouldn't say that people were very understanding of where we were, but it's turning out that we understood a lot more than a lot of people who studied
Leland
it.
Palmer. These guys are like, if you
And
put
I say
their
we think
faces
because
together,
I
it
don't think
makes
they were
Leland
really
Palmer.
letting the public know what
If you
they
put
knew.
their actions together
Thanks
as well, it also makes
to
Leland
the
Palmer.
Director of the National Institute of Health, Dr. Jay Bhattacharya, FDA Commissioner, Dr. Marty McCary. These are great people. Administrator of the Centers for Medicine and Medicaid Services, Dr. Mehmet Oz, and Acting Assistant Secretary of
Mehmet
HHS,
Oz.
Dr. Dorothy Fink.
Medman, he
thank
should
you
be a
all. Thank you,
conqueror.
Dorothy,
He
very
should
much.
be on the steps right now.
The meteoric rise
What
in
the fuck is he
autism
doing
among
selling
the
snake
most
oil?
alarming public health developments in history. There's never been anything like this. Just a few decades ago, 1 in 10,000 children had autism. So that's not a long time. And I've always heard, you know, they say a few, but I think it's a lot less time than that.
I mean, technically,
It
7
used to be
years
1
ago,
in
no one had
20,000,
autism because there just wasn't the
then 1 in
diagnosis.
10,000, and I would say that's probably
They just
18
didn't. That
years
wasn't
ago.
like it's a new
And now
discourse.
it's 1 in 31.
Folks, they never had
but
autism in ancient
some areas
Egypt.
it's much worse
There was
than
no
that, if you can
autism.
believe it. 1 in
King
31.
Tut did not have autism.
And I gave numbers yesterday for boys.
Folks.
It's 1 in 12.
Folks.
I was told that's in California where they have a.
Alexander the Great,
some reason
she
a
did
more
not
severe
feel weird
problem.
about different textures of food.
But whether it's 1 in 12 or 1
Yeeps,
in 31,
thank you.
can you imagine? That's down from 1 in 20,000, then 1 in 10,000. And now we're
Yeah,
at
there's
the
no
level
ADHD in the
of
Amish
1 in
community. It's a classic.
12 in some cases for boys. 1 in 31 overall. So since 2000, autism rates have surged by much more than 400%. Instead of attacking those who ask questions, everyone should be grateful for those who are trying to get the answers to this complex situation. And the first day, all of these great doctors behind me were
If
there.
it was
I
Tylenol,
told
why
them
would it
this is
accelerate in
what
the
we gotta-
2000s?
we have
That's
to
a good
find out.
point.
Because when you go from 20,000
It's probably a million. I think he thinks it's like a
10,000,
bunch of
and then you
things.
go to
It's just standard like
12.
alternate medicine, you know,
there's something
paranoia.
artificial. They're taking something.
I'm sure you know this.
And by the way, I think I can say that there are certain groups of people that don't take vaccines and don't take any pills that have no autism.
Is he saying black people
That have
don't get
no
autism?
autism.
Is he saying black
Does
people
that
don't get
tell you
autism?
something? That's currently. Is that a correct
Or is this like a
statement, by the
Mormon
way?
thing?
There are some studies that suggest.
No, he's going Amish. He's going Amish.
Amish.
It's
Yeah,
Amish. Okay,
virtually.
okay, okay,
I
okay.
hear no. I heard none. See, Bobby wants to be very careful with what he says, and he should, but I'm not so careful with what I say. But you have certain groups, the Amish as an example.
Brooks, I don't care. I'm
they
messy.
Have essentially no autism.
He's literally doing the
First,
fucking Amish.
Effective immediately, the FDA will be notifying physicians that the use of...
I guess this is the official line. Because
well, let's see.
Fucking Theo Vaughn interviewed an Amish guy and was like, is there any ADHD?
Acetaminophen. Is that okay? Which is basically commonly known as Tylenol. During pregnancy can be associated
so it's just a completely bunk study.
Increased risk of autism.
It's completely bunk study.
Tylenol
it's like the class action lawsuit circuit,
good.
Basically.
All right, I'll say it. It's not good.
So the hype train. I don't know how. No one gave me.
Recommending that women limit
did people give me
use during pregnancy unless
money?
medically necessary. That's
just start it.
For instance, in cases of extremely high fever, that you feel you can't tough it out, you can't.
If
do
you'd
it.
like to give me, we got hyped because of all autism
cases,
discussion. This is a ghost train.
But if you can't tough it out, if you can't do
Make
it,
America healthy. If you like to make America healthy again, please subscribe. We have lots of cool emotes.
What you're gonna have to do, you'll take a Tylenol, but it'll be very sparingly.
Oh, it's okay.
Houthi Traplord, thank you.
I had no
something
idea.
that's very dangerous.
Do whatever you want. All the
we
time.
love Houthi Traplord, don't we, folks?
Very,
Number one, give sub with it. Let's go Amish. Thank you.
Ideally, a doctor's decision, because I think you shouldn't take it, and you shouldn't take it during the entire pregnancy. They may tell you that toward the end of the pregnancy, you shouldn't take it during the entire.
We're in a beautiful ghost train, aren't we, folks?
Every time he's born, and he goes and has a shot. You shouldn't give a Tylenol to that child. All pregnant women.
So the claim is also
talk
children.
To their doctors for more information about limiting.
Oh,
the
he's
use
referring
of
to the
this
child in the womb. I see.
While pregnant, so ideally you don't take it at all. But if you have to. If you can't tough it out,
the cure to autism is being black and Amish.
Exactly, Susa.
The other thing that I can tell you that I'll say that
Hazel
they
fled.
will
Fleet, thank
maybe
you.
say a little bit later date. But I think when you go for the shot, you do it over a 5-time
Sorry for
period.
talking over.
Take it over 5 times or 4 times, but you take it in smaller doses, and you spread it out over a period of years.
So now they're pushing in
pump
autism.
So much stuff into those
I see.
beautiful little babies. It's a disgrace. I don't see it. I think it's very bad. They're pumping. It looks like you're
Trump
pumping
couldn't
into
say
a horse.
acetaminophen.
Those beautiful little babies are getting.
You get a vat of 80 different vaccines.
Yeah, we're
80
just like
different blends, and they pump it in.
We're so good.
So, ideally, a woman won't take Tylenol, and on the vaccines,
Folks, they say enigmas never age, and
one
neither do those. That's the thing I like about beautiful little babies.
You'll do it over a period of 4
I'm
times
sorry, I
or 5
apologize.
times.
Those two.
I mean, I've been so into this issue for so many years, just because I couldn't understand how a thing like this could happen. And it's artificial.
I condemn that statement. That Trump made.
When you go from all of those, healthy babies to a point where I don't even know structurally if a country can afford it. And that's the least of the problems. To have families destroyed over this is just so terrible. I also, and we've already done this, we want no mercury in the vaccine. We want no aluminum in the vaccine. The MMR, I think, should be taken separately.
Wrong.
This is based on
aluminum.
What I feel.
He thought it was like acetaminophen.
Mumps, measles, and the 3 should be taken separately. And it seems to be that when you mix them, there could be a problem. So there's no downside in taking them separately.
There's no
in fact,
downside.
They think it's better, so let it be
They
separate.
think it's better.
The chicken pox
what is he?
already
It's just like a decree,
like
he's like ruling by a decree now.
For a while, it really was bad. So they make chicken pox individually. They're okay. When you mix them, something maybe happens. So there's no downside in doing it. It's not like, if you do it, bad things. No, it's only good side. And it may not have that much of an impact, but it may have a big impact. So let those be taken separately. And then hepatitis B is sexually transmitted. There's no reason to give a baby that's almost just born hepatitis B. So I would say wait till the baby is 12 years old and formed and take hepatitis B.
It's just like
and
things are going to be so bad, man.
It's going to be a whole different, it's going to be a revolution in a positive sense in the country. The FDA will be updating the label.
Yeah,
of
why is it 12 then? Wait, why is 12 good then?
Reducing some autism symptoms.
Why
This
would
gives
it be
hope
12?
to the many parents with autistic children that it may be possible
liver cancer
to improve
great
their lives.
again.
That's one of the things that
Yeah,
I'm
we
very,
know
very
why.
happy about. I mean, this was
It is
mostly
just
going
Wakefield
to be
bullshit,
on
yeah.
how
I mean, it's very
not to
standard
have the child
anti-vaccine
affected.
nonsense.
But we've learned some pretty good
The
things.
beautiful
about,
little babies,
certain
they only
elements
need
of,
they only
genes
need
that can be given to a
STD
baby,
vaccine when
and
they turn
the
12.
baby can get better.
Before then, you know,
And
there's
in
no
some cases,
reason.
maybe substantially better.
But after 12, it's very important. It's important they get it
Not
at
gonna
12.
be easy, but be a lot easier if it didn't happen in the first place, as these great parents fully understand, right? They fully understand. I feel so terribly for.
Brown bear?
I have so many friends with autistic
Thank
children. It's just,
you for the prime.
it's a tough situation.
I have so many
Finally,
friends who
to
have
help reach
autistic
the ultimate
children.
goal of ending the autism fever, the NIH will be announcing 13 major
The
grant
autism
awards from the
fever? What did you
Autism
say?
Data Science Initiatives. And to be honest with you, to me, that's the least
You're trying to call the
important. It's not
population.
even
I
a
think
money
they're
thing
just
at this point.
completely
There's
irrational.
so much money, but they have to.
I think. Thank you for the hype,
and they have
everybody.
to move quickly.
Thank you. Thank you. Shout out to
when
shout
the
out to the
alternative
Houthis
is
for
that
that.
nothing bad can happen, let's do it now. I
Autism
was just saying to
fever?
Bobby and the group,
Is he
let's
talking
do
about
it
like
now.
autism chasers?
Nothing bad can
Like he's
happen.
talking about
It can
guys
only
who
good
like
happen.
in their hinge
But with
profiles, like I
Tylenol,
like a
don't
girl
take
who's
it.
got a bit of
Don't
a
take
touch of the tism.
And if you can't live, if your fever is so bad, you have to take one because there's no alternative to that. Sadly, first question, what can you take instead?
Yeah, another
It's
dimension of this
actually,
that's
there's not
insane
an alternative
is
to
that it is like more
And as
violence
you know,
against
other,
women.
Other of the medicines are absolutely proven bad. I
Or
mean,
like
they've
when
been
you have
proven
like a
bad,
woman
the
coded
aspirins and the Advils
like
and others, right?
medical treatment,
And
it's
they've
like
been
you just
proven
have to
bad.
suck it up. Like
So I'd
there's
like to ask
actually
Bobby to
we're
get
actually
up
just
to
not
the
going to
podium
bother
and
to
say
find
a
any
few
research
words,
into
and
how
then
to make
Dr.
you
Bhattacharya
less
and
in pain.
Dr. McCary, Dr.
Like, I don't
Oz,
actually believe you,
Dr.
and you're probably-
Fink,
the pain
followed
probably
by
isn't that bad
two
anyways.
incredible mothers that have experienced firsthand what this country is going through.
Is
what,
Tylenol not for fever?
Parts of the world are going through. And I will say there are parts of the world that don't take Tylenol. I mean, there's a rumor, and I don't know if it's so or not, that Cuba, they don't have
It is,
Tylenol
okay,
because they don't have the money for Tylenol.
There's
And
a
they have
rumor.
Virtually no autism, okay? Tell me about that
That's
one.
so fucking
And there are other
evil.
parts of the world where they don't have Tylenol, where
Like
they
folks,
don't have
blockade,
autism.
like
That tells you a lot.
hard to say whether it's bad or
and I
not.
want to say it right now. And you know the way I look at it?
There's
don't take
no.
it. Don't take it. There's no downside in not
Is there
taking
actually
it.
going to be like a concrete change
I'd
here?
like to ask Bobby to come up and say a few words.
Okay,
I
here we
hope I
go.
didn't ruin his day, but that's the way I feel. I've been very strong on this subject for a long time. You know, life is common
I
sense.
see. So
too.
Bobby is like RFK Jr.
there's
is
a
now
lot of
worried
common
about
sense
like
in this, and
going to
I
jail
wish
for these
things
claims.
brought up,
Like he's
and
been
this
grilled in
group
front
has
of
worked
Congress
so
enough
hard
that
on
he's
it.
like,
But
there
I'd
might
like
be
to a little
some
bit
vague
more,
indication.
a little speedier
But like Trump doesn't give
in
a
the
fuck.
process of a recommendation because there's no
I wonder
harm
if he
in going
warned him
quicker.
initially. Like
There's
that's why he's saying
absolutely no
this.
harm. At worst,
But RFK
there's
Jr.
no
was like,
harm.
you have
Thank
to
you
make
very much,
sure
Bobby, please.
there was. You say like there was some indication that instead of saying that it's the case.
To
And
meet
Trump's
the
like,
president's challenge,
100%,
I ordered
there's
HHS
zero-
to launch
zero
an
autism.
unprecedented all-agency effort to identify all causes of autism, including toxic and pharmaceutical exposures. At President Trump's urging, NIH, FDA,
Dr. Oz is here to
CDC,
steal
and
supplements.
CMS
That's like
are
the
turning
final-
over every stone to identify the etiology of the autism epidemic.
The
and how patients
ideology
and parents can prevent and reverse
of the
this
autism
alarming
epidemic.
trend. We have broken down the traditional silos
whatever
that
ideology
long
you get when you play
separated these
Whore 4.
agencies, and we have fast-tracked research
Ideology,
and
you're right.
guidance.
Yes, thank you.
Historically, NIH has focused
Ideology.
almost solely on politically safe and entirely fruitless research about the genetic drivers of autism. And that would be like studying the genetic drivers of lung cancer without looking at cigarettes. And that's what NIH
I
has
don't
been
think
doing
that
for 20
autism and
years.
lung cancer are the same.
As a result, we don't have an answer to this.
Well, if you
critical
put it like
question,
that, I guess we should probably
despite
make
the
sure.
cataclysmic impact
If that's
of
the
the
case,
epidemic on
wow.
our nation's children. We are now replacing the institutional culture of politicized
there are so
science
many
and
drivers of lung
corruption
cancer, right.
with evidence-based medicine. NIH research teams are currently testing multiple hypotheses with no area off limits. We promise transparency as we uncover the potential causes and treatments, and we will notify the public regularly of our progress. Today, we are announcing 2 important findings from our autism work that are vital for parents to know as they make these decisions. First, HHS will act on acetaminophen. The FDA is responding to clinical and laboratory studies that suggest a potential association between acetaminophen use during pregnancy and adverse
It's a bunked meta-analysis, I
outcomes,
believe.
including
we read
later
that.
diagnosis for ADHD and autism.
Let's go. We're adding
Scientists have proposed
ADHD.
biological mechanisms linking prenatal acetaminophen exposure to altered brain development. We have also evaluated the contrary studies that show no association. Today, the FDA will issue
Suggests a
physician's
potential
notice about the
association. You
risk
can tell.
of acetaminophen
You can
during
tell he's worried
pregnancy
about like getting
and
sued
begin the
or
process to
being legally
initiate a
viable.
safety label change. HHS will launch a nationwide public service campaign to inform families and protect public health. FDA also recognized that acetaminophen is often the only tool for fevers and pain in pregnancy, as other alternatives have well-documented adverse effects. HHS wants therefore to encourage clinicians to exercise their best judgment in the use of acetaminophen for fevers and pain in pregnancy by prescribing the lowest effective dose for the shortest
It's also just
necessary
cruelty against
duration,
women.
and only when treatment is required. Furthermore, thanks to
It's like, yeah, we have this bunk
the
study.
politicization of science, the safety of acetaminophen
So now, like,
against the risk
pregnant people
of
have to suffer
neurodevelopmental
more.
disorders in young children has never been validated. Prudent medicine, therefore, suggests caution in acetaminophen use by young children, especially
Country of humiliation.
since strong evidence also has associated it with liver toxicity. Some studies have also found the use of acetaminophen in children can potentially prolong viral illnesses. FDA will drive new research to safeguard mothers, children, and families. In addition to a possible acetaminophen connection to autism for pregnant women, infants, and toddlers, our research has revealed that folate deficiency in a child's brain can lead to autism. We have also identified an exciting therapy that may benefit large numbers of children who suffer from autism. Peer-reviewed literature has documented that up to 60% of folate-deficient children with ASD can have improved verbal communications.
So now they're pushing their specific
I've
autism
instructed
treatment.
NIH, FDA, and CMS to help doctors treat children appropriately. Jay will help tell that story, which started with sound science, the kind that restores faith in government. This announcement also represents a historic collaboration between NIH, FDA, CDC, and CMS. We expect this to be the first of many announcements over the coming years that deliver actionable information to parents on
Obviously, the underlying,
cause of autism,
the treatment of
and the
autism
potential
as
paths
like a
for
horrific
prevention and
thing. That's
reversal.
equivalent to lung cancer.
Finally,
The
autism
very
is a
framing of it
complex
is very
disorder
evil.
with multifactorial etiology.
You
We
don't
are
know what those words
continuing
mean,
to
buddy.
investigate a multiplicity of potential causes with no areas of taboo.
That was not
One
written by
area
him.
that we are closely examining
Multifactorial
as the
ideology
president
is
mentioned,
not.
vaccines. Some 40
Is
to
not written by
70% of
RFK Jr.
mothers who have children with autism believe that their child was injured by a vaccine. President Trump believes that we should be listening to these mothers instead of gaslighting and marginalizing them like
Why is
prior
Dr. Oz here? I
administrations.
think that's like the third
Some
thing.
of our friends
where
like
you-
to say
they
that
hit
we
us
should
with the
believe all
1-2.
women. But some of these same people have been silencing and demonizing these mothers for 3 decades because research on the
That's
potential link between autism
crazy.
and vaccines has been actively suppressed in the past. It will take time for an honest look at this topic by scientists.
All the Me Too
But I
people
want to reassure the people in the autism community
it's fucked up
that
that,
we will be uncompromising
you know, the
and
people are saying
relentless
believe
in our
women, but
search
they're not
for
believing the
answers.
women who say their kids
We
got
will perform
autism
the
because of
studies that should have
vaccines.
been performed 25 years ago. Whatever the
He
answer
said,
is,
you know,
we
people
will tell
say
you what we find.
believe all
We are
women.
researching this issue to all 3 agencies. Jay will discuss one of our research initiatives at NIH. This model of unleashing unbiased.
It is just like, this is the rape
depoliticized,
administration.
gold standard scientific research and academic freedom.
This is the rape administration. First and foremost, the value of this Trump administration is that they're pro-rape. They're pro-rape and they're pro-women suffering.
Similar results.
First and foremost, beyond anything else.
Chronic conditions that plague Americans. Jay.
Same believe like he literally has like his baby like. Someone who babysat for his like kids when she was 16 said like RFK Jr. raped me, and his response was, I was no church boy.
Research, devoting an additional $50
I was no
million
choir boy
to the cause of
that was his
studying
response.
Nearly
This is the
250
Black Lodge,
research teams from
absolutely.
across the country applied, sent in their applications, and were peer reviewed.
Yes, he
by
did.
The NIH
He did
review
like
panels.
essentially shun his ex-wife.
The NIH
and
peer
she
reviews
killed
chose the
herself.
13 best projects focused on root causes and therapies, with replication and validation studies to guarantee gold standard science. The studies feature a new kind of science called exposomics, where scientists consider environmental and medical factors.
That is a
nutrition,
fucking- that's a
events
Leland
during
Palmer.
pregnancy, in combination with biology and genetics to answer vital questions about autism. Science like this, conducted in partnership with families and physicians, is the best way to arrest and reverse the autism epidemic. Autism spectrum disorder encompasses a very wide range of symptoms, ranging from mild difficulties with social interactions to profoundly autistic children who experience severe disabilities in
Profoundly
speech
as
and
like an
behavior.
adjective for
Given
diagnoses
this
are
wide
crazy.
range of symptoms
Like, is that is
across the
medically
spectrum, it seems certain that there will be a
accurate, right?
wide
Like, they
range
use
of
those
biological
terms.
contributors to explaining the cause. The great thing about the new NIH initiative on autism is that
Yeah, people have
scientists
been, you know, like, someone is asking, like, is this like techno-feudalist conspiracy to call the weak? It's like, no, these guys believe this. The thing about fascists is that they are fundamentally irrational. And like the New Age medicine is a really important part of like modern fascism. And in a certain sense, it was an important part of traditional fascism as well. But, I mean, not really in the terms. It's very soy right, the way it's articulated now. It's like, oh, you know, I can't eat anything with seed oils in it. Like, it's very white women in LA coded. But they just do believe, like, yeah, no, this sounds like the right thing to do. They think that this is going to, and also that they can benefit off of it, right?
Or suggest non-modifiable genetic factors as the cause. But genetics alone can't explain such a sharp rise in autism prevalence over just a few decades, as the president said. In coming months and years, as NIH scientists learn more that can help autistic children and their families, we won't delay. Like scientists often like to do.
I don't know
like
who
say,
this
as a
is.
scientist myself, is really tempting
I want
to
to know the
delay,
Dr.
but you have
Oz
to- you have to-
statement.
But in face of a problem like this, you have to move fast. We will not delay before telling American people about what we find, and we will win the public trust with transparency and rigor. Already, our broadened focus on autism research has pointed to 2 items that will help families prevent and treat some cases
My
of
mic
autism.
stand
I'll
fell
leave the
off.
good
Hold
news on
on.
these 2 items to my close friends and colleagues, Dr. McCary and Dr. Ross. We've been working together closely on this problem for the past 6 months, and our cooperation represents an unprecedented collaboration with Secretary Kennedy's Department of Health and Human Services and with President Trump. I'm delighted to introduce Dr. Marty McCary, Commissioner of the Food and Drug Administration, who will tell you about these announcements of practical help for families with autism.
Great, thank you, Dr. Bhattacharya. Mr. President, this is the start of a historic shift in medical culture. This administration is working
You can say that
together
again.
to ask big questions
It's so
about
bad.
why our nation's children are getting sick so fast. Too often, medicine is doing small little studies, giving us answers we already knew. But we've got to make a difference. You've given us a charge to identify root causes, and we are not going to stop so that we can end the suffering we are watching. And if you've seen a kid with autism, with severe autism, it's hard to watch. Kids get
They're so
frustrated,
fucking evil,
they get
man.
angry, they can be crying because
They're
they
so
want
evil.
to
It's such
speak
an
and
evil
they can't speak.
administration.
It's hard to watch, and it may be entirely preventable. For an epidemiologist, that child is an expanding statistic. But for a child, it can be brutal to have autism. Today, the FDA is taking action to update the label on acetaminophen and sending a letter to all U.S. doctors letting them know about the risks in pregnancy. We now have data we cannot ignore.
They're
There's a
they're
very
using
large study,
bullshit
the
bunk
Boston
studies.
Birth Cohort, with researchers that have, from Johns Hopkins, my former institution, and Boston University, found quote-unquote consistent associations between acetaminophen in pregnancy and autism.
They're using bunk
and the
studies,
Nurses Health
so they're
Study
going
with
to update the
researchers from
label.
Yale,
I don't know what
Columbia,
that
and
means.
Harvard, looking at 9,000
practically.
kids, found that
This is just
acetaminophen use
basically.
in pregnancy was associated with neurodevelopmental
I would assume this
disorders.
is an excuse
And 4
to
weeks ago,
allow
a Mount Sinai Harvard study reviewed all the
doctors
existing
to just
literature
prescribe
and found the overwhelming
Tylenol
body of
less to
evidence
pregnant
points to an
people,
association. Sure,
which
you'll
is
be
just
able to
another way
find
of
a
like
study to
basically
the
being cruel
contrary.
towards
That's how
women medically.
science works. But to quote the dean of the Harvard School of Public Health, there is a causal relationship between prenatal acetaminophen use and neurodevelopmental disorders of ADHD and autism spectrum
It affects how
disorder.
doctors and
We
pharmacists
cannot
prescribe and
wait any
recommend.
longer.
Yeah, but it's up to their.
And honestly, there's been this perfunctory reaction.
I mean, I guess I don't know, but it sounds like it's up to their judgment on it.
Medicine. I learned it in medical school.
So it's
and
like all the
residency.
doctors
Just
who are
treat
like,
all
"This is
fevers,
stupid."
low-grade fevers, treat them with acetaminophen. Why? What are we doing? A study out of
We're
Hopkins
trying to make it
actually
so
showed
people
that
don't
treating a
suffer.
fever can
They're treating
prolong
people.
the duration of illness in a young kid. Maybe that's because a fever is a body's natural way of ridding.
Tylenols over the counter. I would assume that's in
When
the
my wife
doctors.
was
It's in context
pregnant and
where
delivered our son a few months ago,
someone
pushed her
like
to
is at a
take
hospital.
acetaminophen for a low-grade fever.
You know, like
She
when you're at the
said no,
hospital and the
and
nurse
they
is
looked at me
like,
and I said,
you know, here's this
"Absolutely,
medication
we
for
need
your
it."
pain. Like it's not.
I'm also here to announce
Your
good
life is in their
news.
hands. They can decide.
Today, the FDA is filing
That's where I
a
would
federal
assume it would
register
actually have an
notice to
effect.
change the label on an exciting treatment called prescription leucovorin.
Here we go.
So that it can be available to children with autism. You know, autism.
So that now they're
may
pushing
also be
their
due
like
to a
bunk
autoimmune reaction
autism
to
treatment
a
for
folate
children.
receptor on the brain, not allowing that important vitamin to get into the brain cells. It's a fairly established, mature pathway. Again, we have a duty to let doctors and the public know we are going to
It's the
change
InfoWars
label to make it
presidency.
available. Hundreds of thousands of kids, in my opinion, will benefit. One study found that with kids with autism and chronic folate deficiency, 2/3 of kids with autism
I do think that's an
symptoms
important
had
hallmark of
improvement,
fascism.
and some market improvement.
Is a group of
President, you
people
told
taking
us to
control of
do
the
what's
state and
medically
using
right, to go
using it
bold,
very
and
overtly
not
for their
worry
own
about the
interests.
corporations and the
Not like
lobbyists.
representing
so
a
that's what we're here
state.
doing today. Thank you, Mr. President.
Like it's very, very different to. Okay, we got Oz.
Thanks, Marty. I think you all appreciate the passion in the president's voice.
Which I don't know why the fuck
We've been
he's
hearing
here.
that
He's not a real
since the
doctor.
inauguration. In fact, even before the inauguration, the president was upset about what he spoke to today. And so together with Secretary Kennedy, who's made it his life's work to address some of these challenges with autism, they challenged us. In fact, they were harsher than that. They wanted no silos to break down what the NIH would do, what the FDA would do, what CMS would do. They insisted that the physician leaders bust through the clutter because their agencies had the power if we didn't do what every other prior administration had done, which is to let people function within their siloed environments. Because of that, in historic fashion and a very
His company
accelerated
sells folic
manner,
acid supplement.
we have a response today to the
InfoWars
autism crisis. It is
presidency,
the
guys.
first of
InfoWars
several
presidency.
chapters, but this is breaking news. You've heard some of it. The response to the autism crisis is going to continue to come to you.
The autism
under Secretary
crisis
Kennedy's
is fucking
leadership, and
insane,
the president
dude.
wouldn't have it any other way, as you've heard. The FDA.
It's like the thing where people are
based
like,
on NIH research,
"Oh, Sweden has way more rapes.
prescription leucovorin
There's so much more
for
rape happening in
treatment of
Sweden."
autistic children.
Or it's like
Now,
the
if you're following
the
the script, there
consideration
should be two questions
of
that
rape
you
is
have.
it's like
two
just reported
questions
more.
that should come to your mind. The first is, how will patients and parents get access to the treatment? I'll tell you how.
So it becomes
Over
a thing of
half
like treating
American
a group of
children
people
are covered by Medicaid and CHIP,
statistically
government health
recognizing their
insurance. Over half.
existence, which can also be violent, but
Therefore,
can also
because
help
they're
them,
covered in Medicaid
is
and
used
CHIP,
as an
upon
excuse
this label
for
change
violence.
by Marty, state Medicaid programs
Like,
in
oh, we
partnership
recognize
with
the harm
CMS
exists.
will cover
It must be much
prescription
worse.
leucovorin around the country. It's yours, but you have to go to a doctor to get a prescription because they know your child, they know you, and they know the medication. States will also have tools to monitor its
Medicaid will
use
pay
and
for it
ensure
if you had
appropriate
it. If you
utilization.
have it, which you probably don't
That's
anymore.
important for a bunch of reasons, because we want the right kids getting the right prescription medications. We believe private insurance companies will rapidly follow our lead if they have not already done so. And again, to make sure that this is safe and effective
So it's
treatment,
just-
you need a
it's just a
physician to
fucking
prescribe
racket.
the medication because
It's
it's
just a
on
racket.
prescription.
I mean, of course it is.
Second big question.
But like,
How are we going to collect clinical data to answer the big questions that the president's asking and the secretary insists
How are we
going to
collect clinical
CMS
data
is
about
also
this
issuing guidance
so we can
to convene states and existing research
so we can
networks
actually
to
have
support
demonstrated any
NIH
real
and
link
FDA in their research efforts of prescription leucovorin, while also maintaining the privacy of all patients, all health information of our beneficiaries. Collecting real-world data, which is what many of you have been asking us to do in the community, is fast. It is life-saving, and we'll get answers.
Sorry, I
based
missed.
on
I was
what
reading
happens
chat.
over the next few months
They're making
with
the
this
folic
approach.
acid
The aggressive
like
approach, and it is
over the
aggressive,
counter.
demanded by the president and by the secretary.
Or it's already over the
have already
counter.
identified risk factors and opened the door for the first FDA-recognized treatment pathway for autism. It is the first of its kind, and it wouldn't have happened without the leadership of the president and the secretary. The five-fold increased prevalence of autism over the past 25 years demands a rapid response.
I thought Tylenol was already over the
average
counter.
clinician, researcher, we
Like, you
spoke
can
to
just
many,
buy a billion of
thought it
them.
would take 5 years to get this data. Parents are unwilling to wait 5 years. The president is unwilling to wait 5 years
Yeah, it's
for these
not
results.
it's over the counter
So
here.
the president and the secretary are
It's not
acting
over.
today with this tri-agency move. The administration's bold actions investing in groundbreaking research follow the science. They restore trust, which has been lacking, and they will change the trajectory for millions of American families. Mr. President, God bless you for being brave. So let me introduce Dr. Fink, who's acting administrator, and after Dr. Fink,
Dr. Fink
we've
is
got
an
some
awesome
wonderful
name.
women, Jackie and Amanda.
Dr. Nicholas
I know
Fink
it can be tough, but
Mullen.
if you can make some comments about this historic day, God bless you.
Thank you, Mr. President, for this opportunity to speak with all of you today. As a pediatrician and mom, I'm here today to talk about what this announcement means for the millions of moms
There's
and
also-
dads who are faced with the choice of whether to take acetaminophen during pregnancy.
It makes sense to me that there's evil pediatrician grifters who are against autism in the same way they're against trans people.
We are sharing
There's
this
a lot of
information
overlap
not
in the
to
discourse around
confuse,
those.
but to empower parents to make the best choices when taking medications
Is she a
during
part of,
pregnancy.
like...
We are all concerned about the rising rates of neurodevelopmental disorders, including autism. President Trump and Secretary Kennedy are dedicated
What's her
to
name?
radical transparency so that patients have
Is
the
it
best,
Candida
most
Fink? Is it
up-to-date
this lady?
information.
No, it's another
We are
lady.
also sharing this information with our nation's doctors, and we encourage you, as always, to consult with your doctor to make the best decision for you. All too often, it's easy
The
to
problem
think
with medical
that
care
medicines
is
we
that
buy without a
it's
prescription
the knowledge is
pose little
really
to no
specific
risk
and
for the
precise.
mom or the baby.
So you're like, oh, she's a pediatrician. She must know what she's talking about. Autism, you know,
who need
often
high
shows
fever
symptoms
or pain reduction during
when they're
pregnancy
young, and it's like, well,
should take the lowest effective
that does
dose
not
of
mean that she is
acetaminophen
qualified to speak
for
about
the
this,
shortest
about the
possible
potential
duration.
connection between acetaminophen and autism.
Most women will not meet these indications during their pregnancies. I am encouraged by these developments today because it is another example of our commitment to the American people to leave
You
no
see this a
stone
lot with
unturned
trans
in
kids
improving the
and,
health
like,
of our nation's
'cause
children.
there's like a couple evil pediatricians
Next, I'm going to turn it over
who like
to
load
some
legitimacy
incredible
to the
mothers
movement.
who are going to share more about their stories, and we're so
Then
grateful
it's like, well,
to
you
have you
treat
here
kids,
today.
you don't understand gender. Yes, Hillary Cass is a pediatrician.
Thank you, Mr. President and team, for all your work. This is an historic day, and I'm thankful to be here. I have a son who's 5 who is profoundly autistic.
Oh,
and you've probably
gosh.
heard if you've met one autistic child, you've met one autistic child. It's a spectrum, which I don't think the spectrum is helpful, but that's another conversation.
Of course, I mean, is that like a line from the like
He is
anti-autism people?
An amazing little boy.
Is there like we
blessing
want
from God.
Asperger's back? Because she's mad about Asperger's not being a
marvelous.
symptom
He
anime.
Can count to 1,000.
'Cause it's a
He
part of the
knows all
spectrum
his
now.
Letters and the sounds they make and a word for each one. But he also has a lot of obstacles. He is nonverbal. He can say those numbers and letters, but there's no communication.
Profoundly
Unless
as
you've lived
an adjective
with
is
profound
crazy.
autism, you have no idea.
No, I think
no idea.
profoundly is a diagnostic.
He, like you said, he will get frustrated because he can't speak. It's not even that he can't speak. Sometimes he just
I'm
doesn't
fairly
understand
certain
what
that
I'm
is a
saying.
diagnosis.
He understands the word no, but he doesn't understand the why behind the no. And that's a huge part of discipline. the
Yeah, but
discipline.
it's
so
someone
it's
who
very hard
is
to discipline a child with autism, so you have these behaviors.
has difficulty
And it's a very
developing
hopeless
like
feeling.
speech, I believe.
And it's
I
very
think that's
isolating
the
being a
metric
parent
for
with
it.
a profound autistic child. Even just taking them over to your friend's house is something we just don't do because, again, they're going to be met with no, 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 and no understanding of why. And then there's a meltdown. And then you're in a situation where you're just
No, I mean, that
helpless and you're just
diagnosis
trying to
is
protect
like,
your kid.
you know, it is.
So it's just
yeah.
better not to do it. You learn your limits, and it's been really hard. This is amazing that we're here today. And I can't, no one has been able to point to anything to say
It
this is
isn't
what
like,
caused
it is
and
important
you
for
can't
context that her kid isn't just like really into FL Studio or whatever.
not blaming anything, but I'm
This
open
isn't,
to,
is your kid on the autism spectrum a bad parent? Like the diagnosis of profound autism is like, it's not, it's like it is a
to vote
disability.
for
Like,
Mr.
I don't know the correct terminology to use, so I'm not gonna, but it's not,
RFK doing his work. I was
like
ecstatic.
Google the
I could not wait
diagnosis is
for this work
my,
to be done, that somebody would try to find us some answers. I'm just very grateful.
she blames, I mean, this is a thing of, you know, like the mom who blames herself and she's like, oh, it must be because I had fucking Tylenol. I'm gonna be evil now because.
Hi, my
Certainly.
name's Jackie. I'm also extremely grateful for the opportunity to be here.
High support
and
needs.
share
Thank
my
you.
son's
That's
story.
a good way of
My
putting
son
it.
is Eddie.
Thank you.
He's 11.
As someone who
He's
objectively
on the
needs high
opposite
support
end of the
needs,
spectrum
it's not.
from what Amanda just explained. He's
And so
considered
this
high
lady is
functioning.
this lady is much more
He was
evil,
not always
in my
high functioning.
opinion.
He was nonverbal till the age 4.
This is a lady who resents that her son has good at FL Studio.
Quite a hard time to get to the place where we are today. I am just so grateful to President
No, that's a
Trump
lot.
and
Of
the
course
entire
not. No,
administration
yeah.
for
There's a very specific
finally
discourse
listening
about
to
this of like.
moms who have been crying out for help, for answers for years. I've met so many other moms with children on the spectrum
Real Todd
in the
Coward,
9
thank
years
you.
since my son's diagnosis, and they all have very similar stories, and they've all just wanted somebody to listen.
Mentioned discipline twice.
not
Yeah, of
ridicule
course.
them or
Yeah,
look at
it's
them like
it's
they
a
were
similar
crazy
like
people.
ADHD, I think,
It's hard when you
discourse.
don't have doctors that take the time to really listen and find out when the change
This is a
happened and what
situation,
change
yeah, where
happened,
the mom resents the kid
and
for like
it's just I've been praying for this day for 9 years, and I'm so thankful to God
for like
for
playing
bringing the
fucking Battletoads at 11
into
and
our
asking for really
lives,
specific
and
niche
I am
game
just-
consoles.
I'm speechless. This day is a day I never thought would happen. I thought that we would never have an administration that was courageous enough to look into things that
I mean, I'm sure the
no
other lady's
prior
also evil.
administration had.
She's
So
here. Maybe
I'm
it's
just here
bad to
express my
like rate the
gratitude,
evilness of
and
like.
I am looking forward to what comes from this, and hopefully we just get more answers. So thank you. Thank you very much.
Yeah, the fact that RFK Jr. was like, you should believe all women, including the women who
I just
resent their
wanna say
autistic
acetaminophen
children.
is basically Tylenol, essentially, because I noticed that term is used throughout this conference. So it's essentially Tylenol. And I just recommend strongly that you don't use Tylenol unless it's absolutely
So this, it seems like this is
necessary.
broadly for
I understand
show.
it's
Like
maybe
Tylenol is still over the
10% of
counter.
women that are
It's just like the
pregnant
label
are,
has changed.
you know, would
And then
perhaps
they're
be forced to
advising
use it.
doctors to use it less
that would
for
mean,
for people who are pregnant.
You just can't tough it out. No matter what you do, you can't tough it out. So that's up to you and your doctor. But there's a very strong recommendation, maybe stronger from me than from the group, because they're waiting for certain studies. I don't.
Yeah,
I
it
just
seems
wanna
like the
say-
other, like
I
they
wanna
weren't
say it
talking
like it
about
is. Don't
Tylenol,
take
but I guess they're just
Tylenol.
like happy.
Don't take it. If you just
It's a
can't-
thing of like they have personal guilt because they think like, oh, I took Tylenol or I vaccinated my kid, and so that's why they're like this, you know, comma worse.
I mean,
Because you
it's-
know, like with the second lady, it's like, you know, he knows how FL Studio works at 11. And they're just like happy that Trump is saying that that's a real thing, and that their feelings about grief, about their kid not being quote unquote normal, are like correct.
Fight like hell not to take it. There may be a point where you have to, and that you'll.
That's the
You
dynamic.
have to work out with yourself, so don't take Tylenol. Other things that we recommend, or certainly I do anyway.
Certainly
is,
I do. We had the Trump personal recommendation.
And it's so important to me to see the doctor 4 times or 5 times for a vaccine. Don't let them pump your baby up with the largest.
I don't even know if this is a specific like conspiracy thing. Maybe Trump is just coming up with this.
Even if it's 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, you just break it up into. I would say
the argument is that they should have less, like it's a less of a dose, but then spread it out over 4 or 5 times, which just doesn't seem like. Do the clinical trials? It's Wakefield shit. Okay, yeah, I see.
A doctor instead of one.
It's Wakefield shit.
And certain things I think you should do. We've already taken out.
Which
and are in the
that was
process
what Wakefield originally argued. I see. Thank you. Thank you for the
taking
context.
out mercury and aluminum now. You know what mercury is. You know what aluminum is. Who the hell wants that pumped into a body?
Wakefield, it's like very original, like
rumors
autism
about
causes
both
vaccine
of them for a long
nonsense.
time. But we're having them taken out. We're having them taken out of the vaccines.
Wakefield wanted to patent a
Hepatitis
separate
B
vaccine.
Again,
that's awesome.
Sexually transmitted. And we think you should wait. I think you should wait till 12. You know, I'm just making these statements from me. I'm not making them from these doctors because when they
yes,
talk
he's
about,
the vaccine guy.
different
Yes.
results, different studies. I talk
yes,
about
H-bomb has a good video on
common
this.
sense, and they have that too. They have that too a lot. But I recommend the hepatitis B. Take it at 12.
Take it like it's an STD.
Transmitted. You don't have to give it to the baby when the baby's 2 years old, and there are a lot of theories on that, but not when they're 12. It's not. Doesn't seem to be a problem at all.
Insane.
The MMR,
it's wild.
and the chickenpox. Chickenpox has already been broken out. It's a singular shot, but the MMR.
It's so crazy. Like the.
And I've heard
Charlie Kirk
for
stuff just
years
made
that
the
there's a
Epstein
problem with
thing
it.
just be out of the news
But
completely.
they say that there's no problem if you do each shot separately, not put together.
They say that.
So an MMR, go out and do it separately. Don't take Tylenol. Don't give Tylenol to the baby after the baby's born. Every time the baby gets a shot, the baby gets a shot. They say, here, take a cup of Tylenol. I've heard that for years. Take Tylenol. Don't take Tylenol.
So they're
Don't
like
have
double
your baby take
autisming
Tylenol.
it. Like it's like they're gonna get
Now,
double. They're gonna
Tylenol's
get
fine for
autism
people
too.
That aren't pregnant, that aren't in the situation that we're talking about. One very specific situation. If you're pregnant, don't take Tylenol. When you have your baby, don't give your baby Tylenol at all, unless it's absolutely necessary. Don't do it. Break up your visits to the doctors. Break
The
them
way he
up.
says
Do it
baby.
in 5 if you can. Now, it's inconvenient. It's inconvenient. Oh, you got to have to go back another year later.
I can't imagine how Tylenol
each year
feels about
for
this.
4 years, 5 years, 3 years. Just break it up. Break it up. Because it's too much
Tylenol is
liquid.
going to sue them. Not
Too
in this
many
administration.
different
Maybe
things are
afterwards.
going into that
That's
baby
why
at too
RFK was
big
so
at too
worried,
big a
right?
number. The size of
You
this,
could tell
when you look
RFK
at
told
it,
Trump, like, you have to make sure you
like
couch your
80
the
different
terms.
vaccines
Or maybe
and
he was just
beyond
doing
vaccines,
that.
and
He was very careful
80.
in how he
And you
worded
give
it.
that to a little kid. I mean, I can tell you that.
Because yeah,
I
RFK
had
is
a
much more
woman
likely to be able to be sued.
who
I
worked
think.
for me, a beautiful, wonderful woman, worked in Trump Tower, and
okay, what?
She had the most perfect child, beautiful, just perfect. And I remember
She said
this little
he
blonde-haired
said
boy
she had the
running
most
around
perfect,
lobby
and
of
I was
Trump
like,
Tower, so healthy and so vibrant. And I said, that's great. One
I was
day,
like, where's this going?
I came in and she was crying, her eyes out, behind the counter. She worked at the front desk. She was crying her eyes out. I've never, as much as I've ever seen anyone distraught, she was. I said, are you okay? What happened? My boy, I've lost my boy. What does that mean, your boy? My boy.
What does
you
that
know
mean,
him,
your
sir.
boy?
You've seen him grow up. He was so beautiful. And I took him for a vaccine, sir. And he developed this unbelievable, I think she said 107, 108. You know, it goes well beyond when this happens. It goes up to 106, 107, 108. You know, we hear 105 and you're in trouble, but it just goes up to a level that you never hear about, but it goes up very high. And it's fried. They get fried. She said, I took him, he developed an unbelievable temperature. And I've lost him, sir. He's gone. And
Oh,
when
so
I saw the boy,
this
it
is
was
a story
it
of the
was so
boy
tragic
not
to
having
see.
autism, but just dying
That
because
was
of
the
a
following
vaccine.
day. That was the following day after
It's
the
we're so
vaccine.
like America's
And I've
such a
seen
doomed
it 2 other
nation.
times, and I think 3 other times, but 2 other times, where they go to the doctor and they get the vaccine, they get the shot, the kid is
108 fever. Yeah,
badly
you're
hurt.
dead.
Let's
Like
be
that's
nice,
over.
badly
There's no.
hurt. And just do it. Break it up into 5. Break it up into 4. Break it up into 3 if you have to. But go to the doctor 4 times instead of once, or 5 times instead of once. And for some reason, they insist that you put it all into the body, and maybe that's the drug companies that make more money that way. Maybe it's the doctors because they don't want to be, doing this so much. Maybe it's the doctors. They get maybe more money. Who the
Imagine
hell knows
Carney
what
does
it
this.
is?
Yeah, Carney
Don't
has
do
to
it.
also come out with
Get
a
them
joint
broken into
statement when
4
we
or
get
5
tariffed.
visits. Do it 4 or 5. That means you have.
I would love to see that
20%,
press statement
25%
where
what you're
Trump
putting into
forces
the
Carney to
baby's
say
body.
Tylenol causes autism,
can
or we
only
like
help.
get
Can only
30%
help.
tariffs on everything.
And the other things I told you about, just
he's molesting the
word
farmer
tough it out.
stocks like
it's
crazy
easy
right
for me
now.
to say tough it out, but sometimes in life with a lot of other things. You
As
have to
people
tough
said
it
on
out
Twitter,
also.
they
Don't
called him Sleepy Joe because you could
Tylenol.
sleep on
Don't
your
give
stock position, no
Tylenol
problem.
To the baby. When the baby's born, they throw it
baby.
at you. Here, give him a couple of Tylenol. They give him a shot. They give him a vaccine. And every time they give him a vaccine, they're throwing Tylenol. And some of these babies, they're long born, and all of a sudden they're gone. And it doesn't hurt not to do it. It doesn't
He's
hurt.
talking about the
There's no
baby.
downside. There's no downside at all. And break up MMR. Break it up. It's practically a known fact that if you break it up, you're not going to have a problem.
I mean, I'm sure there is
But
a
for years,
downside.
we've been hearing how bad MMR is.
I mean,
as a
I guess I don't know. Are there
combination. And I'm
clinical
very happy
trials
that you
on
broke
the
out
lower
chickenpox,
dose
because that was really a problem.
over a much longer time?
And there are other things. It's interesting because there are other things, we were talking about it, other different drugs, pills that you take that we know are so bad and they don't take them anymore. But for some reason, with this, they keep taking it. Don't take Tylenol. There's no downside. Don't take it. You'll be uncomfortable. It won't be as easy, maybe. But don't take it. If you're pregnant,
RFK
don't
in the
take
back is like,
Tylenol.
what the fuck is he talking
And
about?
don't give it to the baby after
Well,
the
because
baby
Trump doesn't
is
give a
born.
fuck.
And you know what? We have
Trump doesn't give a fuck at all.
more than 3 years left. And I
Because
told
like,
Bobby and the doctors
if Trump is
behind me,
getting
they are
sued
so
by
committed to
Tylenol,
this.
he's already in jail for a million
I told
years.
them
You know what I mean?
that this is the number one thing I want to do from you. And we have something else called favored nations, where I'm going to be reducing drug prices by 1,000%, by 900, 600, 500.
Don't give
1,200.
Tylenol to the
We're going to
baby.
be reducing drug prices at levels never seen. It's called favored nations. We're going to be paying what right now, we're like the garbage can for the rest of the world, and we have been for forever. We pay much higher for drugs than the rest of the world. We subsidize the rest of the world. We're not doing that anymore. And that's a big thing. That's a big thing. That's bigger than anything. I told the story the other night that I was so proud in my first term that for the final year, drug prices went down 0.25%. And I was so proud. I said, why? I'm the first one to do it. I think it was 28 years, they
I mean,
said,
I'm
where
sure
drug prices
Tylenol
went
stock
down from the
prices.
beginning
What
of
is the
term to
Tylenol
the end.
stock price right now?
And
Are they
I was so
publicly
proud. I called a
traded?
news conference. I said, drug prices have gone down. First time it's happened in 28 years. You know what it was? 0.25%. I was so proud.
Ken Vu
now we're
Inc.,
going to have
is that
them
it?
go down from $100 a pill to $9 a pill, from $1,300
Market's
for
closed.
a
Of course
shot
it
of
is.
like an Ozempic or the fat. I call it the fat pill. Or
That's
the fat
crazy
drug.
too. That he's not saying acetaminophen. He's saying the specific brand
Works
name.
so well. I got a lot of friends. They're fat. They said, "Yeah, I lost some weight." I said, "You don't look it to me." But they paid $1,300, $1,200, and they go to London and they pay
The fat pill.
$88.
He's talking
And
about
they call me. They go, "What's this
Ozempic,
all
right?
about?"
Does
We're
he think it's a
subsidizing the
pill?
rest of the world stupidly, because we have a lot of stupid people in this country running things. And how
He
big
thinks
is that?
Ozempic's
But
a
to me,
pill.
that's nothing compared to autism. I see that gorgeous boy. I have a big present for him in the back. You bring him back. We're going to bring him into the Oval Office. I have the best present he's ever going to get, okay?
He's
big
just
one.
a boy
I
in the-
saved it
just
for
a
you,
random
okay?
boy in
'Cause I
the
heard you were
crowd.
coming. Look how beautiful he is. So that's it. There's nothing much to say. Don't take Tylenol if you're pregnant.
I
and
hope
don't
that kid has
give
his Hep B
Tylenol
vax.
to your
Yeah,
child
exactly.
when he's born or she's born, don't give it. Just don't give it. And we're going to have, I think, really, if you
Is he
do
going to
all
start
the
talking
things
about
that I
girl
say, break it
autism?
up, just break
Folks,
it up.
I saw a
break up
wonderful
the shots
meme.
with the doctor.
They say with
MMRs,
girl
as I told you,
autism,
separate.
they have the fluttery
Chickenpox
hands, the
already
boy
separate.
autism, they
You
love
do
all the
these things.
games.
I'm telling you,
They're
I
calling
wanna-
it
when
Hearts of
I
Iron 4.
leave office, I don't
And
want to
folks,
have
the stock for that
it's gonna
company
be
is going to go down.
the kind of number that we're hearing, where
No
it's
more
1
Hearts
in
of Iron
32
4.
or 1 in 10, because I've heard 1 in 10 also. And
Well-
in California, it's really bad. I want it to be, let's get it back to maybe 1
They're
in
so
10,000
autistic
or
in
1
California.
20,000 or maybe
Folks, it's
none
like
in
going to Finland or
20,000.
something.
And the only way
Nobody,
you're gonna do that, 'cause
everyone's
this is artificially
awkward.
induced. This is induced by something. You don't go from 1 in 20,000
Everyone
to 1 in
autistic,
10,000,
everybody
then to 1 in 10.
transgender. In
That
California.
means you're taking something and something's wrong. And I feel very certain, and I know I'll be criticized. Someday they'll look back and they'll say, well, it wasn't, but I think it will. I think we're going to have a tremendous, I want this.
Someday
is one of the
they'll look
most-
back
this is
and
the
say
most
it
important. There's
wasn't,
nothing
but
more
I think it
important
will.
than where you cured inflation that Biden gave us. He gave us so much inflation, the biggest ever in history. We got inflation done. We brought prices down.
Is
we
this
gave
lady,
you the
like, trying to
largest
keep a
tax
straight
cuts, all that
face
stuff. It
behind
doesn't
me?
mean a thing compared to what we're doing today. This means everything. So
to
we're
it.
going to save a lot of children from a tough life, really tough life. We're going to save a lot of parents from a tough life. Okay, how about a few questions? Let's just make it on
Let's
this
hear
subject.
you.
This
You
is
want-
so beyond as a subject that I'd rather not talk about, you know,
It's so
some
beyond.
nonsense.
Was he
going to
say beyond my
And I
understanding?
will say this, the economy is unbelievable. The stock market just hit another record high and all that stuff. This means
And all
more to
that
me.
stuff.
Yeah, please.
I have one on your announcement, one on vaccines that's also related.
Yes.
Why do you think we haven't heard more previously about the tie to autism and acetaminophen?
I'm so
Nobody
excited.
knows. I don't
Nobody
know.
knows.
Not only
Nobody
that,
knows.
when
It's
you
hard to
it,
say.
You get attacked. I was saying something similar, not as strongly, because now facts are on our side. But I was saying it with Bobby 20 years ago, and I was attacked. I said, whoa, what was that all about? I had no idea. You get attacked. I don't know. The medical community, the drug companies, doctors. I don't know what it is. All I want to do, I don't care. I don't care about being attacked. It doesn't matter to me. I believe that the numbers at the end of our term or shortly thereafter could be really phenomenal. I want it to go up just like it came down to this horrible level. 1 in 10, 1 in 12. I was told 1 in 10. I was told 1 in 12. Today I heard 1 in 31 if you add the girls and the boys together.
I see
It's
girl
crazy.
autism.
And it was 1 in 10,000 and 1 in 20,000.
We need a question about girl autism and Hearts
It's
of
not
Iron
even
4.
sustainable for a country. You want to know the truth.
It's
And
not
there are other places that
sustainable.
don't have it.
We can't
And they have things in
sustain
common.
the autism community.
And that's called medical research. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, I'm curious as you look at the trend lines,
Yeah.
how much of this is the causation
Tylenol
of
stock price, not
acetaminophen,
looking
and how
good,
much is
folks.
sort of
Not
better
looking good.
diagnosis, doctors, researchers having a better understanding
It's a great question.
of what is on the autism spectrum?
Yeah, the thing about girl autism, or quote unquote,
And
is
that's
it's
one
just
of the canard that has been promoted by the industry for many years, that it's changed diagnostic criteria, better recognition. But there's been study after study done of that
Well, in that
completely
case-
debunks that. One of
Everyone
them
is a
by the
debunker
Mind
now.
Institute at UC Davis, University
it's just
of
like
California.
the culture is so ruined.
But also it's just common sense.
Because people realize how strong
Because you're only seeing
that
this
discourse is.
in people who are under 50 years of age. If it were better recognition or diagnosis, you'd see it in 70-year-old men. I've never
you wouldn't.
seen this happening
You absolutely would
in
not
people
do
my
that.
age. I've never seen
Because those people have
a
already
case of
developed coping
full-blown
mechanisms.
autism, and that means profound autism. I want to be very careful. Head banging, stimming, toe walking, nonverbal, non-toilet trained. I've never in my life seen a 70-year-old man who looks like that.
Well, in that case.
You're only seeing it in the kids. It's an epidemic.
Well, in that case, if you haven't seen it,
Thank you, Mr. President.
Northern
I
Lion
was hoping that
Mission.
you could clear up confusion for moms and dads across America, many of whom voted for you. there's a statement that was put out by the American College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists, and in their statement, they write, acetaminophen remains a safe, trusted option for pain relief during pregnancy, and that's at odds with what you said and with what many of the experts say. How do you clear up this confusion?
That's the establishment. They're funded by lots of different groups. And you know what? Maybe they're right. I don't think they are, because I don't think the facts bear it out at all. They're fighting for something that, in my opinion, they shouldn't be fighting for. But here's the thing. There's no downside to doing, other than a mother will have to, as I say, tough it out
more,
a little bit.
more
There's no
women
downside to
suffering,
doing
but as
this.
we
It's
know,
not
the
like,
Trump is the
if you do this,
rape
you're
administration.
going to die. There's no downside. There's no downside
And
to
they love
going
when
over
women
a 4-year or
suffering.
5-year period.
It's actually
or
an
a 3-year
upside to them.
period.
It's more women who are
Or even
suffering.
if you space them out for 6 months.
They
you
love
space
it.
out.
They
There's
think
no
that's
downside.
awesome.
And that's why I will say the gentlemen behind me, they have very strong views, and they feel that we're right, but they'll have more research done over the next 2 months. I said, well, 2 months is a long time. A lot of people could be
Has to be a
sick,
massive
and
lawsuit.
there's no
He's the
downside
president,
to
dog.
doing it. Everything I said, there's no downside to doing it. It can only be good.
There's no lawsuit.
And
You
I
can't
think you're
sue
going to see
Trump.
very good results. That's establishment stuff, and we've been reading that about a lot of things for years. And you know what's happened? We've gone from 1 in 20,000 to 1 in 10,000 to 1 in 32 to 1 in 10. Think of it. 1 in 10 or 12 or 1 in 31. Think of it. 1 in
Trump
31
can sue whoever the fuck he wants
people,
to, and he
young
cannot be
kids
sued.
get autism? What is it, Jeff?
My question is about leucovorin. You mentioned that as part of your plan. That is also a chemotherapy treatment. Have you been in touch with the drug companies to
Why don't
increase
I have the
production
doctor
about
answer
that?
that?
And just, I'm going to throw in my follow-up at the same time. Dr. Oz mentioned that this will be available with CHIP, children who are on CHIP. But the big beautiful bill reduced funding for CHIP and Medicaid by $1 trillion over the next 10 years. Are you concerned that that will impact your ability to get this drug out?
I'll explain it to you in a second, but please go ahead.
Thank you.
Thank you. Leucovorin is not a chemotherapy, but it is a vitamin given with chemotherapy sometimes. And the idea here is that the folic acid receptor in the brain is blocked by some antibody response. It might be 20,
This is the
40,
resistance,
50%
by
of
the
kids
way.
with
It's just
autism.
that question.
And leucovorin will
Like,
bypass
that's the
that
resistance to
blocked
Trump.
receptor. And that's why so many doctors are probably seeing so much clinical improvement on kids with leucovorin.
Happy at first versus delaying.
Yeah, we've been in touch with the companies, and they are prepared to ramp up production. We actually talked to them about a month ago.
And on your second part of your nasty question, the number is that the great big beautiful bill, which is the greatest, I think one of the best things ever passed in the history, with the tax cuts
One of the
and
least
regulation
fucking
cuts
popular.
and all of the things it does. No tax on tips, no tax on Social Security, no
Look,
tax
have
on
you
overtime.
considered that you
All
don't-
of it
there's
does.
no tax on
it
tips
also
anymore?
gives $200 million, as just explained by Dr. Oz. And I'd like you to explain that to exactly what you're saying.
The Big Beautiful Bill actually increases Medicaid spending projected over the next 10 years by $200 billion.
Yep.
There's also a $50 billion Rural Health Transformation Fund, which will allow a lot of these programs to get in the rural parts of the country that the president and Congress are handing to governors to start distributing.
Someone needs
Those
to do,
grants
like,
have already
the,
gone out.
you
The
know,
money will
like,
be allocated by the end
conspiracy
of this
theories of,
calendar
like,
year.
certain,
And I want to point out that
like,
the ability
evil
of
group
NIH to do
controlling
research
the
that
government,
feeds
except
and
it's
hands the ball to
rural
the FDA,
America.
which then can change labeling to allow
Like, the amount of money that goes into rural
Medicaid
America.
programs in states to fund this program will ensure that the things that President Trump and Secretary Kennedy desire are financially
Someone did that meme about,
affordable
like,
for the
Irish
families
people.
around America.
It's like Hibernia.
You mentioned that CHIP would fund this for children.
Well, most of the kids are on Medicaid, probably 43% on Medicaid, another 8-10% on CHIP. And all the programs in general are being evaluated. Most of what the One Big Beautiful Bill was seeking to do was to remove fraud, waste, and abuse. But the programs themselves should stay financially intact for the people for whom they were designed. And in this case,
Well,
for
I mean,
children.
you know,
And the only
I guess if kids leave access,
so that's
they must have
200
been doing fraud
billion
then.
positive.
If they don't have
The only
access
thing
to
we
Medicare
cut was
anymore.
for fraud, waste, and abuse, of which there was a lot in this country, and nobody minds that. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, you said that there is no reason to give newborn babies hepatitis B vaccines. But hepatitis B can be contracted not just
This
during
was,
sexually transmitted diseases in terms of
There's a
needles
bunch of
to open wounds. So when you say you feel,
lack of
is
safety
that
net given
appropriate to
gaps,
be telling
increased
I think it's
administrative
absolutely
complexity.
appropriate. I think they should wait till they're 12 years old. Yes, please.
And you're gay, by the way.
Autism by spacing out vaccines,
And also
would you like
ratio.
other combined vaccines babies receive to be spaced out like MMRV.
What is this again?
You've been
Yeah,
talking.
speak up, please.
Sir. You've been talking about reducing autism by spacing out vaccines.
Right, correct.
Would you like the other combined vaccines babies receive to be spaced out like MMRV?
I would say yes, but that just is, for me, it's a lot of common sense involved in this. It's a process, but we're looking, but it should at least be given separately. Now, it's possible that you can reduce them and
Profound
give it,
autism is barely
give them in
increased and
small
it's probably
doses, but it's possible
methodological.
maybe in that particular case, the MMR wouldn't work in small doses, but you can certainly give them as separate shots. It's been proven to be very safe when you give them in separate shots instead of mixing. So I don't think there's any reason to do that. Do you agree with it? I'm not a doctor, but I'm giving my opinion. I don't think there's any reason to do that. So it's been proven to be safe when you break them up. But MMR by
Yeah, this
itself,
was
I've heard bad things about it for many years. Yes, please.
There's like a shit ton of reasons why
broad in
for
your
sending the
opinion.
immediate
For research
is
purposes,
bad.
you are dealing with a population of children who might have social boundary difficulties, and then you have children who are, going to grow up to be adults in diapers. I mean, what do you think?
We don't know how broad the spectrum is. We don't know exactly where it starts and where it ends, but we do know what we're going through. We're going through some very serious trouble, and we know autism. I mean, it could be bigger, it could be small, a little bit smaller, but the number is unacceptable. And the number, the way it's come down, because the spectrums remain the same, the number, the way it's come down is just unacceptable, meaning come down to that level of 1 in 10, 1 in 12, 1 in 31.
Separate shots reduce uptake considerably. I'm sure that makes sense.
Go ahead in the back.
That sounds correct to me.
This question is more directed towards Secretary Kennedy. It was talked about that we're just kind of finding out about the fact that babies are affected this way. Is there a concern that information is being suppressed right now within HHS and the investigation perhaps be launched? Seeing any more
Well, I think information has been really not given out very freely over the years.
Given out,
absolutely.
folks. It's very
and
hidden,
I think that's by
very
drug
hidden
companies and
information.
maybe doctors, but I certainly think that over the years. I think this is a different group. We have a lot of information. And that information, I mean, it's the information that we have that we're
What
making
is
these
the doctor?
statements.
That was a voice
And
crack.
I'm making
What is
them
the Dr.
out
Oz
front, and I'm making
position?
them loud, and I'm making them strongly not to take
He's
Tylenol,
like the pills
not
are.
to take it. Just don't take it.
But
This is
alternate medicines are.
absolutely necessary, and there's not too many cases where that will be the case. And again, what's the worst? The worst is nothing
I
can
do
happen.
stream. We love to see
It's
it.
very positive. That's a positive thing. But I don't believe I don't actually believe that's possible. I think the results
Leads
are gonna be
Medicare and
amazing. I wanna
Medicaid?
see
Holy fuck. I didn't know that.
Amazing results by the time I leave this beautiful building. And I will consider this, I believe, with the wars, I've stopped 7 different wars. I've saved millions
guess
of
it is a
lives. I've done a
Fauci
lot of
tribunal.
things. This will be as important as any single thing
I
I've
love
done,
before, like
because
immediately right before he was like, it's not really a big deal. And like, the thing we really want to focus on is the economy.
I know ladies,
and now he's like,
beautiful ladies just like
it's
this. that are going
basically
through the
like
same
ending
thing,
7 wars.
And it's not easy, and I admire you for being able to do it. But I admire him too. I wish I
BBC
had a
put out
face
their
that looked
article.
like that. If I looked like him, I would have been
Many
president a
experts are
long time
skeptical.
ago.
Tylenol is widely used in other countries too. As you make this announcement, do you expect your decision may affect
I
other
hope they
countries?
follow it. Yeah, I hope they follow it. Yeah, other countries are, sell Tylenol. Some countries don't. I mean, I hear Cuba now. Again, you'll have to check this out.
Again, you'll
But I
have to
hear
check
Cuba
this
doesn't want it
out.
because it's very expensive, and they don't have the money to have it, or they don't want to spend the money to have it. They don't have Tylenol, and I hear they have essentially
why is
no
that,
autism.
Donnie?
So you have to.
That's
have to
such
check
an
it out.
evil. That's so evil.
Yeah, right.
Medical professionals have warned for decades.
No, not you. You're CNN. You're fake news. Go ahead, Brian.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to go back to the Amish community, if I can, just for a second. I recently saw a man from Minnesota, an Amish man from Minnesota, on a podcast, And
No!
the host asked him
The
what
question
rates were
about
for, like,
fucking
ADHD
Theo Vaughn.
and autism, and he had
No, we don't need
idea
Theo Vaughn.
about ADHD,
We
didn't
don't need
know
the
it
CNN guy.
existed, and certainly didn't know
I was
it
watching the
existed.
Theo Vaughn
It doesn't
podcast.
exist with the Amish community, and they don't take all of this junk.
Oh my
it doesn't
goodness.
exist.
It
That
is
tells you-
really, it's the
doesn't it?
podcaster
That's
presidency,
like,
folks.
that's like certain countries where it doesn't exist and they don't take it. Would you like to make a comment about that, Mark?
The Amish population, a very mixed group. So there's a subset that take
Such a
vaccines,
beautiful-
a subset
like,
that does not. And we know
There's
they have
so
very
many
low rates of chronic
like,
disease all across
that's
the board.
just so not true. That's completely the opposite of true.
Thank you, Mr. President. Should the establishment media show at least some openness to
That's like
trying to figure out what the causes of autism are?
There's like a
Why are they
specific
so
Amish
close-minded?
children's hospital
Well,
to deal with like a bunch of
it's
like
not only the media, in all fairness, it's some people.
genetic disorders
When you
that are
talk
like
about
much higher
vaccines, they go
prominency
crazy.
in the Amish community.
And you know, I'm a big
It's just like
supporter of vaccines.
low gene pool.
I got a certain vaccine approved in 9 months that would have taken from
Insular
5 to 12
community.
years. I'm very proud of it. A lot of people think it was one of the
Or smaller
greatest
gene
things
pool,
I've
insular
done. And some
community.
people think, mostly Republicans actually, I'll tell you, the Democrats think it was, they think Operation Warp Speed was one of the greatest things any president has done. Any
So
president.
now he's still
It's,
like on Operation
you know,
Warp
We're very
Speed.
proud of what happened. We got hit with something that came from a place that shouldn't have happened, but it did happen. You know, those things take place, and you're very unpleasantly surprised. But no, I'm a big believer in vaccines. The polio vaccine, big believer in vaccines. I know Bobby and you guys have it out a little bit, but he's a believer in vaccines too. But I've seen how
RFK
great
is so mad
vaccines can be.
because he was
how
saying the polio
incredible they
vaccine was
can be.
worse than
So
polio.
I'm a believer. Yeah.
Sir.
Yeah, please.
Your comments you made about MMR and hepatitis B, I know
Right.
you said those were your suggestions, but have you spoken with Secretary Kennedy about actually making those changes?
I have, yeah, I have. I've spoken to all the doctors about it, and doctors.
I've spoken to
that,
all the
are not
doctors
here
about
right now.
it.
I've spoken to many doctors about everything we're talking about.
We had a meeting, all the doctors and I, and I
you know,
said
the
vaccines
Tylenol
can't do
started
anymore,
to
but
be spoken of over the last period of time. But we've been doing the research. A lot of what they've been speaking about comes from right here, by research done by these people. And I just say it again, don't take Tylenol. Don't take it. And don't give it to your child after your child
it's
is
just
born.
like
And do
the
all those other
lawsuit.
things,
It's so
little
cool the law
things to
isn't
spread
real
out your
and Trump can
visits,
do whatever the
et
fuck he
cetera, on
wants.
the vaccine.
Because that's
And I
like
wanna
the
thank
most.
everybody. This is a
He's
very
using the
important day.
brand
Thank you very
name.
much.
He's specifically targeting the Tylenol brand. It's so cool that Tylenol is going to become like a fucking culture war thing. It's like taking Tylenol and being like, are you triggered, conservatives? Autism rates among children, and it goes up. Oh man. Is that a brown bear? Oh, Mike, thank you. Subscriptions are appreciated. I'm trying to get to 300 concurrent, like proper tier 1 subscriptions, because I get more, I get a better split. So it's much appreciated. Yeah, I mean, just everything is bad. Lightning by in the Capitol, yeah. Very standard evil. Twin Peaks villain coded. Yeah, people are asking, you know, like, what is the reason for this? Is there it's a conspiracy to call it a week? They just believe it. Like, fascists are rational people. They think that this is real, and they're like, they're doing the thing, like, there's a tweet about Trump taking over Twitter, where it's like, you know, he's gonna take away a bunch of features and be like, well, it's because of the cathedral, it's because of woke, and then he's gonna slowly realize why all of those features were put in place. It's like why you can actually block someone, why, like, you know, they why they ban Nazis, and it's not because of woke, it's because, like, to run a functional website that makes a profit, you have to do that. Trump is like doing that in Trump 2, but like for the presidency, where it's like, there's a reason why we're going to release the Epstein files. We're going to release all of it. There's a reason why they weren't doing that before. And then like you get the Trump stooges who are in power now and they look at the actual data and they're like, oh, probably not a good idea to release all of these while Trump is the president. Probably not going to be useful for us, the FBI. And I guess this is just an extension of that, where it's like, why haven't we tried to just blame random things on autism? And it's like, because that's not how science works. And that, like, you know, even bracketing the just like the horrific framing of that for autistic people and how like that's going to be an excuse to facilitate like much poorer treatment of autistic people. It's not going to work. It's not going to do the thing that you actually want to do, because like you can't just do a fucking eliminationist diet as a country for just all the medication. Where it's like, have we tried not taking Tylenol in the next 4 years? It's like, oh, okay, well, didn't decrease the autism rates. Let's go on to Advil. It's like, that's not how a functioning society works. Yeah, sorry, you got migraines, you gotta toughen it up. It doesn't, how about let's try not doing vaccines? Let's see, maybe that'll do better. Oh, we've reverted to like pre-modern, you know, infection death rates. Like, okay, well, maybe let's bring back the vaccines, and this time we'll ban insulin. Like, it's not going to, there's a reason why they don't do that. And it's not because RFK Jr., it was so funny. I saw a clip of Nick Fuentes making this point. It's so funny how he's trying to like position himself as like the moderate white supremacist, where it's like there's a reason why like RFK Jr. is not going to be the one who figures this out, when like the genius doctors who have been spending years of their life, the Fuentes count 22, years of their life finding the cure for things, like haven't come to this conclusion. You think that it's going to be the fucking RFK Jr. guy, the not very intelligent, not specialized person who is also being a fucking snake oil salesman. He's going to be the one who figures it out, when all of the genius doctors who are very smart and very specialized, like they're actually evil and they're lying to you. It's like, yeah, they're pretty obviously these aren't the people who are going to be the ones figuring things out. Obviously, there's a reason why the smart people who run the country, who run these fucking organizations, Clay Bottle, thank you for the tier 1, who run things like the CDC, who are teletext, there's a reason why they didn't come to this conclusion, and it's not because they're bought out. It's not because they're all evil liars who are trying to give you cancer. Also, this is funny. Mike said I'm not allowed to date Lea Vega because she has, and I quote, crazy girl eyes. Do I have crazy girl eyes, chat? This is Truth Nuke. I don't have crazy girl. I have normal. I have sad girl eyes. I have like prey eyes. I actually do think I have prey eyes. Like not in the cancel tilt bullshit, but in the sense like you make eye contact, like men know that I am like a deer in the middle of the road.
Oh, it's okay. I'm
Traditional scrunch, thank you.
I had no idea. Do whatever you want.
What are we talking about? Men know that like I am basically like spiritually a deer caught in the headlights in the middle of a road. You know what I mean? Like they can take advantage of that. I think that they sense that energy. So yeah, I'd be happy to have crazy girl eyes. I think that would be funny. Deer mention. I'm very like prey mammal coded, I think. Spiritually dead wife. That is maybe that is. I'm not Christian. Whoever said that? Of course, I love Jesus Christ, as we all know, canonically. I saw a really funny tweet of someone talking about the Christian canon, and then someone quote tweeted it being like, why are you talking about this like you're talking about like Naruto lore? And I love the idea of someone who doesn't realize the like biblical use of the term canon and thinks it's like a fandom thing. Like, why are you talking about Star Wars? Like, do your meditative breathing until your facial muscles relax? I think I do that. I don't know. Maybe I am a kind of. I'm kind of. I guess that is prey eyes. It's very tense. It is a fandom thing. Antis in this context are like heathens or like heretics. Anyway, what else was I talking about? This is like. This is so funny to me. Do you guys see this? Did you guys see this, Ethan Klein?
I came back to TikTok to defend myself against wild accusations, but I also came back because I want to apologize for things that I genuinely got wrong. For example,
I'm planning to go to Israel in June with my parents, and I'm actually really excited to go there. I want to show you guys how beautiful, how multicultural, how like free it feels for people, or just, it's a beautiful place. It is. It's one of the most diverse places I've ever been.
Looking back, I definitely feel ashamed for the way I spoke about Israel with such levity at the time that a genocide was happening. I completely understand why people could watch this clip and judge me harshly for it. I want to apologize to anyone in the Palestinian diaspora or anybody that's been affected by this war that felt that I was trivializing the suffering, the horror that you've gone through. And for that, I deeply am sorry, and I'm ashamed of this clip.
Like, what is his fucking game here? Like, I'm sorry, you've been on a war path for a fucking year and a half, probably longer. And it's like such a weird, insincere apology. He has no game here. He's just an idiot. Like, what has he realized that his career is like fucking over? He's lost 300,000 subs. I guess you're probably right. Teddy Fresh is like down as a company right now. It's such a weird thing to apologize for specifically, because it's like there are so many things that you could apologize for, but obviously like you can't apologize to Hassan because like Ethan is like an insane person and he has just like is like grudge driven. Do you know what I mean? So he has to like find like, relatively speaking, I mean it's an evil statement, but like relatively speaking, for all the insane shit he has been saying, like, and fairly innocuous. It's like such a weird thing of all the things to apologize as Ethan Klein in fucking September of 2025. The strangest one to be like, I would like to. And he's calling it a genocide? Yeah. Is this like the end of a Manic episode? Do you know what I mean? Like, genuinely, I would not have expected him to do this.
He's seen videos about how I'm a Zionist, I'm a Jew.
Did he always call it a genocide?
Supremacist, I'm Islamophobic, that I support Israel's actions in Gaza, and many more claims. I want you to know that these claims are not true.
This is a force that's going to help end the war, not fucking keeping hostages and underground and like
so yeah,
sending.
Like here's the supercut
continuing to provoke Israel
of insane Ethan Klein statements
and putting fucking like military complexes under hospitals. You know, Hamas's design from the beginning
is he doing a bit? Like, is that a like?
To get as many people killed.
Like I'm
she literally is the like a saying that we need all of Israel must be ours.
Show you guys.
You haven't been there in so long.
It's been a long fucking time.
What is it? Did he say like Ben Gavir, or it was his like evil, his IDF wife, his like fucking.
What I want to do is show you guys how I see Israel, because you don't see.
What is it called
when you listen to Hassan and you hear all these
when Jewish people take a trip to Israel? Why am I blanking on the term?
Like mega lefties talking about
That's a Biden count. I forgot what that's called. His IDF fucking birthright wife was like, Ben-Gvir is like a really good guy, and it's fucked up that Netanyahu is firing him.
Some super racist, like, crazy.
In response to Israel not coming into Gaza.
It was a Yav Gal. It was Gallant. Yeah.
I mean, there's just to defend Israel's action.
It was Gallant. Yeah. Thank you.
Inevitable. Like, when do you think they should have ended it? When do you think they should have ended it?
So who have ended what?
You've asked me the question, what should have Israel done? You tell me what they should have done. Do you think what they've done is right?
Well, I've clearly stated no, Sam.
Okay, so tell me what they should have done.
Yeah. So, I mean, obviously, hindsight is a beautiful thing, but in my opinion, like you said, I think some more specific strikes. I think more moving slowly, because as you kind of pointed out but didn't really acknowledge,
He's such a fucking moron, dude.
Do you want me to answer?
This is the thing about like how unintellectual our culture is, how fucking stupid it is, and how cursed it is. There's no getting better from here. I don't fucking believe society has to like change so fundamentally for this not to be the case. Is like the fucking Vape Nation guy, the IDF birthright wife Vape Nation guy is like a leading voice on the discourse on the Israeli genocide. And the qualification he has is that fucking a decade ago it was he would fucking ripped a vape and then he was like, Vape Nation guys, and like that was funny, and then so now he gets to be the one who decides what we talk about in terms of Israel.
Yeah. So the leadership is obviously underground.
It's just like a fundamentally ruined society.
So it's going to be a long mission of trying to get them. It's going to be a difficult mission, but I think militarily they probably have some obligation to their citizenry at the very least to like take out we're ignoring the fact that missiles are being shot into Israel nonstop. And I know you're going to say,
it's just a fucking more like So yeah, I mean, I guess I assume.
I came back.
Does someone even have like the? Also, hey Carrie, thank you. The tweet was very funny.
The TikTok to defend myself against wild accusations, but I also came back because I want to apologize for things that I genuinely
the crazy eye girl allegations
got wrong.
For
example,
does anyone have the like view count? The Ethan Klein view count over the past like I don't know if like Twitch or YouTube Live has view count statistics, but I guess that must be it. I don't know. Like, I don't really understand. The Bill Burr podcast moment is so fucking funny. Does this show viewer count though? I mean, yeah, it's since November. It's been a lot of monthly gain views. I guess it's I guess it's like halved, a bit more than halved. Like pre-October 7th, 30 million, and then now he's getting 10. I don't know, like there's a Twitch tracker for like live viewer count. I don't know if there's anything like that. What a sad group of yeah, I mean, I do feel like watching Hassan have to deal with that. It does show like it is a good representation, I think, of Hassan, like how he operates as a political, I guess, influencer. I don't know. Cause he gave Ethan so much grace, cause it's like, you know, you don't want big influencer guy to be just like Hezbollah pro-Israeli talking point. Like, you want to reach him, and even if he's being like a complete dumbass and being shitty towards you, it's like it's good to not have that be there. And you could see he was trying to hold on to that post October 7th for like a long time. He's like the guy, I am gay, wanting to be the guy that like is a voice to moderates. Birdlaw expert, thank you. I think he does a pretty good job at that. I think it's important to have a guy who's like that. But yeah. It's yeah, that one is not gonna minus 30k subs in the last month alone. Yeah, it's not as it turns out, most of the people who subscribe to the fucking Vape Nation guy don't want to hear him talk about how Gallant is a really good guy. And how Israel, while they're doing a genocide, is actually beautifully multicultural. It is so funny, like, yeah, anyway. I'm not gonna say that. There are many things that are funny. Just picture like the most offensive thing that is funny that you agree with, and that's the thing that I said. Just picture that in your head, and then that's what I said. So, yeah. He's also just continually crashing out. What is all the drama with, like, because he has, like, employees, right? And he's, like, a tyrant. I'm sure this is, like, a whole thing. I guess, like, there's a lot of Hassan... I'm assuming there's a lot of... Looking at my view account before and after Hassan goes live, there's a lot of Hassan crossover. And I'm assuming it's a whole thing that I'm, like, sticking my head into now. And it's like, oh, don't get me started. That he's, like, a tyrant for his, like, poor fucking... podcast employees who are also like personalities. This is what I don't understand about it, is like they're like people who take up the dead air if he was a fucking, because he can't do a political live show for like however much time. He mutes his employees when he doesn't like what they have to say. The button is so awesome. Episode on H3? Yeah, I don't know. I feel like I should do one on the Rapture stuff, though. It feels very, honestly, have not heard much about it. I've seen the memes about it, but I have not been... The Rapture stuff is, like, innocent enough that I've been like, well, this doesn't matter right now.
The funny thing is Ethan used to always talk about how much of a shithole Israel was when he lived there, and now he acts like it's amazing.
I mean, there's a reason he doesn't live there. Clearly, like, there's a reason why he took his, like, birthright, because that is, like, a part of birthright is, like, they come to Israel, have Jewish children here. Like, there's a reason why he, like, left when he did that. Yes, there's a Tuesday Rapture stuff. Is that started because of Charlie Kirk? Or is it just it's just unrelated? This is just a thing Christians love doing. They've been doing it before. They will do it again. End of the World is Coming spawns TikTok frenzy called Rapture Talk. That's so cool. That's so awesome. When I'm talking with the Seminole New York band, the Rapture in this case, okay, fuck off. They believe that the rapture will occur on 2011. This seems like, because the 2011 one was like really big. Like I remember that. I feel like culture is like so. The monoculture is gone now. That there are like so many things. Oh, maybe this is a reference to another one then. I guess that's not a reference to the Maya calendar thing. There are so many things that are happening in culture now that you just have no awareness of whatsoever. Because they're just happening in a different fucking...
The rapture is upon us. Whether you are ready or not. Yo. Today, what people will hear...
How many views does this have? Is this like a big influencer? It's like a Christian influencer guy.
Revealing his plan.
Not that many.
To his people. To the people of the world. Yeah. God took me to see the future.
Is he like an evangelical preacher? The shelf behind him? What is he?
And then he brought me back. And then in heaven, in a throne room, I see Jesus sitting on his throne. And I could hear it.
There is like, there's an insane like neocolonialism with a lot of evangelical Christian institutions in like West Africa. Which are making like homophobia worse in the region.
I am coming soon. And to the people who are listening, please pay attention to what I'm going to say.
We're being edged. God is edging us.
He says to me, on the 23rd and the 24th...
That's awesome. There isn't even evidence for it. Like, he doesn't even, like, if you read in this, thing, you can decipher a date. He's just literally like, God came to me And he said he was gonna come.
25. I will come to take my church.
There's a date.
There is a date.
Are there other people who have also said the same thing to confirm what you have said?
No, it's just him. This is awesome.
Yes, I'm just a simple person, no title.
Okay.
I'm not an apostle, I'm not a pastor, I'm not a bishop. I am just a believer, simple believer
Born
in
again.
Jesus. Born again.
Blood washed,
blood washed. Been walking with
Is
the
it here
Lord
to
for
modern
some
biblical and school? The thing about evangelicals is that they don't read. I would assume, I don't know, maybe this isn't evangelical, because this is very evangelical coded. Evangelicals are like a fundamentally incurious group of people. Like a lot of Christians read, the long biblical canon they have, Christian religious scholars.
years now. Yeah. I know him personally.
Sure.
Right, he said born again, it's probably evangelical, yeah. They're just not, they like, it's you go to church and then you hear the thing that your pastor says, that people around you say, and then that's your viewpoint.
Personally.
I can say that I know him personally.
Sure.
So
It is like, we do have to go back to militant atheism. We have to do it. I understand, like, look, woke 2, woke 3, we can have Islamo-leftism and it'll be good. But like, for now, this is, the culture calls for militant atheism again. And if you're religious and that makes you upset, it's like, I'm sorry that it is religious groups who are like fundamentally overwhelmingly the worst institutions in terms of both the American culture and by extension like world, especially Anglo culture, like the most reactionary institutions. It's so funny when you have like a Protestant Christian talk about how they're like doing liberation theology, and it's like, that's not for you. At least be Catholic. At least convert to Catholicism if you want to do that.
So yes, I just carry the message. That's all.
Like, it's not your fucking Protestant megachurch is not doing liberation theology. It's the structure of the religion is just not there for that. You have to like.
That's all. Yes, I just have the message today, and I hope that yes, everybody will hear what the Lord wants to speak to the world.
There's Black Baptists. Yes, they get a pass. They get a pass. That's true. Sure. That's the exception. I don't know if that's like actually liberation theology. Like literally, like the actual thing that it is, but it's like it.
Yes. And if I can I?
Yes,
Can I go ahead?
please.
Yes.
Yeah.
So, as I say, hello everybody again, and I would just like to say to everybody to...
I'm going to make it go fast. I'm sorry, it's Zoomer
to the
time.
ladies and to the people who are watching. The rapture is upon us. The rapture is so upon us that if you are not
Mormons
ready
are
for-
so well educated they convince themselves to leave the Mormon church. That does happen. Like the like, maybe lack of a better term, recidivism rates in Mormonism are like quite high, because there's like an oddly large amount of like liberal Mormons. It's interesting. I feel like Mormonism is oddly an exception to this. Like evangelicals are so much worse when it comes to like actually reading the things that they believe in.
Eat.
Like I'm not immersed in Mormon culture also, I could be wrong about this, but it feels like they are kind of, they're definitely like
is ready for you. It's when the time comes, when something has been appointed, when the time
It's
has
very
been appointed
odd.
for something,
Yeah.
it's either you are prepared for it, or if you're not, it still comes anyways.
Whether you're ready or not.
Whether you are ready.
Baptist. So yeah, because like I was talking about how I am on my mom's side like eligible to join the Daughters of the American Revolution, because I am descendant from, I believe it's a German Anabaptist who I don't know his name, but who like gave arms to those patriots that made America. And people were joking like, oh, are you like descended from like or not joking, I guess, but like accusing like, oh, do you have like slave owner ancestry? And it's like, no, the only American ancestry I have is like the German like Anabaptists, who were like, as an ethnicity, at least in terms of the Anabaptists, as like, it's not an ethno-religious group, but like pretty overwhelmingly opposed to slavery as an institution. Like Germans were like the first woke white people in America.
Or not.
Yo.
So, if I can give you a little bit of a background.
Yes, please.
Before I was born, I got the name Joshua.
Yeah. I can't remember why I'm bringing this. I don't know why I brought this up, but it's funny.
Before I was born, when my mother was pregnant with me, my father had a dream. And in this dream,
this is awesome.
To name the child Joshua. So that time, I think the technology to discover whether the gender is male or female was not available.
Oh.
So that was 1982. I was born 1982.
Wow, well, 50-50. It's a good coin toss.
So when my father woke up, he was like, but him and my mother, they were not sure whether this dream, is it proper, because we don't know if it's a girl.
Yes, oh boy.
Or it's a boy.
And already the name.
Did she take Tylenol? Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So
I do love this interview. That they're just like hype women for him. It's like the thing of like when you don't know how to have a conversation, like when you don't know what to say in a conversation, you just like parrot back the thing someone is saying to you as a question.
Okay, so they chose to give the name Joshua, and when I was
most
born,
American white aren't Christian anymore.
That I was actually a
yeah,
boy.
I mean that's a discourse I don't.
So a little bit of a background there. On the day I was born,
I have no skin in because I'm not a Christian at all.
There was some complications with the birth, and the doctor said to my parents that if I'm born, it's either I'll come out dead, or I'll come out injured. So when I came out, and I had no issue at all, and I was alive.
Yeah, this is very like evangelical.
So the doctors said that I was a miracle.
You thought I was Catholic?
By the way, let me say, everybody's a miracle.
Yeah. Amen.
I'm not trying to make myself more special than the others.
Yeah, you are not trying to make yourself more special than others. Yeah, it is unusual to see like very American evangelical discourses like imported or exported elsewhere like this.
So on the same day I was born,
that is like,
now my mother had me as a baby on her stomach, and she was resting. So something, a force, a spiritual
it's like everyone is a miracle, everyone is special, but like I, as a born again, as someone who is like, you know, my family had prophetic dreams about me, I am like, God has intervened to say that I am an important person and you should all pay attention to me.
Force came and strangled her. So as she was fighting
it is
off
like the most narcissistic
this force, fighting off this spirit, she was about to turn her body to fight this thing off her.
Yeah.
But then now,
if we're gonna revert back to Islam, when Eric Adam retires to Turkey, if I had to choose one, that's the one I would choose. If I had to pick.
She forgot that I was on her stomach.
Yeah.
I think I would go Islam.
So if she turns, then I will fall to the floor.
I feel like you just have to, like there was a lady who was talking about the trans lesbian to a sadist pipeline. It's like you just gotta go 12 or Shia. You gotta get like, that's the one. You have like Reform Judaism and you have like 12 or Shiism.
Oh,
maybe.
Those are like the two you have.
Injure myself or
embrace my Serbian Janissary roots.
Probably die. But then God reminded her in that moment that there's a baby on her stomach.
Joshua.
So she held on to me.
Zaidi Shia, do Zaidi Shia have any sort of like fatwa about bottom surgery?
The moment she held on to me, the spirit disappeared. Wow. So I grew up, maybe I was about 5 years, I was kidnapped.
Oh.
So for about...
All right, this is, all right. Fighting suicidal thoughts. I'm obsessed with these. Spirit of death. I'm here today to shame death. I became Christian in 2000. I became a pastor in 2003. I resigned as an assistant pastor. It's so cool. It's like what this reminds me of is that the love letter from that insane guy. You notice how this is supposed to be about me, but literally every single one of these paragraphs starts with I. Except one, knowing all this, comma, I. Then it's all I. This is supposed to be about the end of the world, but it's just, Jesus said to me, here we go.
But then the other blocks of votes that were many or more than...
Oh, here we go.
Sure. And this World Cup is... It says to me, on the 23rd and the 24th of September, 2025, I will come to take my church.
There's a date.
There is a date. On the 23rd and the 24th of September,
2025.
It's like multiple rounds. Is that I thought it was all at the same time. Is that maybe like a more fascinated by the minds of the women? I do like it's like his like chorus or something.
2025.
So what happened?
He's supposed to like reflect the emotions.
2026 now.
2026. What he was telling me is that by June.
I see. It's the time zones, right?
The world is gearing up towards the World Cup, right? But by June, they think the World Cup will happen.
The
But
World Cup?
after the rapture of September 2025, the chaos that would be in the world, the destruction, the devastation that would be in the world after the rapture, there will be no World Cup 2026.
So it's like
in other words, the
remember,
world...
he's coming to take heat.
So there's no World Cup 2026. You're telling me that Serbia is never going to win a World Cup? I don't think that there was a God who would allow that to happen. I just don't believe if there was like an all-knowing, all-powerful, good, fundamentally good God, he would allow that to be the case.
His own. So which means the ones that are not in Christ, they are remaining. Like they're going to remain in chaos, basically. That's what you're saying.
Let me finish up his message.
Oh, yes, yes.
After naming the 23rd and the 24th of September 2025 being the rapture day, he then says, then after there will be a 7 years tribulation on earth on those left behind.
Yeah, I mean, it's just standard. So it was that clip. And then now there's like a whole part of TikTok that's like saying that the rapture is going to happen. Believers of the prediction are quickly offering their excitement and in some cases even pointers on how to handle flying into the sky. I feel like the point is that it's not like because you've been raptured before, like you know what it's going to be like. I feel like it's a thing of like you're raptured or you're not raptured. I want to see more of this discourse. I guess it's on TikTok. I assume it's a thing of like the actual content is a lot less, like all of the content now is people covering it because the amount of people who believe there's a rapture is like much smaller than everyone who has like the response that everyone in this fucking chat has of like, haha, isn't that funny? They think it's a rapture.
You a picture and you tell me if you trust this man. This is John Nelson Darby. He was born in England, then he fled to Ireland.
Rapture questionable, yeah. See, it's another oh, they just blocked the search rapture. That is so funny. TikTok is so reactive. It's like if you search like, maybe they don't do this anymore, but if you search like Anne Frank, it's like there's nothing. Oh no, they've now done it, but for a while because of no, fuck, I did it again. God damn it. Not Anne Frank. It's the thing that everyone in the videos does. And that I fucking did it because of that. Helen Keller. That's a Biden count. For the people in the chat who are asking me what the Biden count means, it means that. It means that. I keep doing that. No, for a while, if you searched Helen Keller, there would just be no results because there were people who were denying that she existed or that she was actually deaf and blind. I would like to find some actual Christian talk thinks the rapture is happening.
6 days, almost 5 days to rapture time. I'm so excited. Who else is excited? There's a guy, his account here, I don't know what his real name is, but he's a riot and he's making this whole journey so fun, but his account is called Rapture Now.
Rapture
He's just
Now.
talking about, you know, hey, have you heard that, you know, there's an angel assigned to each person when we get raptured? He was like, I wonder if our
I
pets
feel
are
like there's not that many angels. I guess is it like some angel, like one angel gets like Brooklyn and then another covers like Staten Island.
raptured too. He's like,
Or is it maybe it's like a Harry Potter thing? Like the Gryffindor, you know, you the
"Dude, I
sorting
wanna be
hat.
that."
Could you imagine?
Or yeah, he goes, could you imagine the angel that's just assigned to one little chihuahua? They're going up.
Yeah, I don't think like dogs don't actually go to heaven according to Christianity, right? This is extremely like, bro, your dog is not coming with you to the like
1,000 miles per hour. That is so funny.
Yeah, they don't have souls. Of course they don't. They're not humans.
In all seriousness, today was my birthday, and I was secretly hoping it would happen today. I mean, hey, it's not Feast of Trumpets yet, though. But it's not Feast of Trumpets yet.
I heard
though,
Trump and I was like, yes. I mean, this woman voted for Trump, obviously. I mean, I could tell she did, like, just looking at her. And honestly, you know, 53% of white women who voted for
next
Trump,
birthday
so...
will be a heavenly one. How exciting is that? But we're just sitting outside under the stars and under the lights, just having a cup of tea and just thinking about what the next few days hold, you know. We're thinking about that 3 days of darkness and...
In Islam, all animals go to heaven. I'm going to choose to believe you.
Big day tomorrow, rapture day, but I have questions. First of all, I know that all the good
Okay, you don't believe... This is like... I don't know if she's doing a bit. You don't believe... This is someone who's doing a bit, I would assume. This is not a person who believes that the rapture is tomorrow. They're not addressing it like this. I refuse to believe that everything has been like so TikTok... Okay, she is. We've been like so casual TikTokified.
Big day tomorrow,
That like this is how this is like literally the last fucking day you have on earth, and you're like, join me as I get ready for my last day on earth before the rapture.
Rapture day, but
You know, went out with my friends, had some samosas, then I made sure to just, you know, it's like one of those like, no, that's not.
questions. First of all, I know that all
Yeah,
the
culture can't be that flat though.
good Christians are going to be like lifted up and they're going to float off into heaven. So my first question is this: is it going to be like your whole self, like your actual like body and physical form, like floating off into heaven? And if that's
Yeah, it's like a bit. She's doing a bit.
As many of you know, the rapture's on Tuesday.
See, this is more real. I'm gonna be lifted up and I'm gonna float to heaven. I'm happy for you. I think I'm cooked, honestly. I think it's like, it's like leftovers style.
I've given away all of my earthly possessions
Is this a bit though?
to the heathens that I know.
No, this is a bit. This one's a bit as well. They're all bits. God damn it. It's the thing that I predicted, which is that like all the people who believe in the rapture, like it's not big enough. Like the presence, I guess everything is content anyways. The presence of people who actually believe there's a rapture is like so much smaller than everyone who's doing the thing that we're doing of like, isn't it funny that there are fucking morons on the internet that think there's gonna be a rapture?
She's gotta go. I won't need her beyond September because I'm going home.
There are people who genuinely believe that the rapture is happening on September 23rd of this year. They're selling their car.
I won't need.
Update my journey to the rapture of the car is gone, just like the brides of Christ will be in September. I mean, Christians are just I would have to assume that like Christians in America, this is my impression of America, are just constantly doing this. Like if you're like a used car salesman and you're like, why, like every like couple weeks you're gonna be like, why are you selling your car? And it's like, because the rapture's on Wednesday. And you're like, fair enough, you know, that'll be, you know, I think I'll take like 15K for this, or I'll take 10K. And they're like, that's perfect, I don't care, I won't need this, I don't need my earthly possessions. It's I just assume if you're like an American, especially in the South, that's just like normal. This is cool, this is good slop. Is this AI? Did they start? Wait, hold on. It looked like they were falling there. That's not, I feel like that's probably not good. He, like, God just changed his mind. He was like, fuck, I was supposed to do this next year. I'm such a fucking, clearly I have ADHD. Doesn't sound described in as quoted. This feels like it's a different, is this the same date? Oh, this is so cool. Because, like, obviously, like, the animals don't have souls, so they're not going to be raptured. So it's like, we need the fucking evil heathen heretics who have ruined our society, by the way. Please take care of my pet cat. Please take care of Scratch, because I cannot, because I will be in heaven. I entrust you. This one's weird, though. $10 for after the rapture pet care. Who is the atheist who's like signing up for this as a bit? I don't It's a bit, okay. No, it's no fun anymore. Like, religious insanity is not fun in America anymore. It's all just evil. The fun, harmless ones, it's so small because everyone wants to take pleasure in, like, this is a Rapture, 2000s Rapture movie. I love the Christian slop, like, cinema. Like, whenever there's, like, a really small amount of... Whenever there's just, like, a hint of Christian people being insane in, like, a cutesy way that isn't, like, trying to, like, destroy a minority's, like, whole existence, like, everyone jumps on it to the extent that it's, like, completely... You know, it's just like the beating a dead horse. The joke is over before it's even started. And you have like a 1,000 to 1 like view ratio of like people making fun of the rapture stuff compared to like actually sincerely consuming it. True story, a psychiatrist I've been seeing for almost a decade went bonkers and joined this exact rapture group out of nowhere. Permanently closed his practice. That's one thing I am curious about, though, is like, if you're gonna get raptured anyways, why would you have to do that? Like, wouldn't you just keep doing what you normally do? And it's like, well, if I get raptured, I get raptured. Like, and then if I don't, like, I still have my practice. I guess there's like, I guess I don't know. I'm not a person who's thought about being raptured all that much, so maybe I just don't get it. Maybe I don't get it. This is like, the belief that you're going to be raptured is like the only context where it is acceptable in American Protestantism to not grind, to not make money. Like, in every other context, it's like, you gotta be on the grind, and actually Jesus loves you for how much money you're making. And it's like, except when you get raptured, then you have to give up everything. Yeah, I guess you're trying to save other people before it happens. 'Cause, like, you don't wanna... Yeah, that makes sense. Theology's incoherent, yeah. I guess that's true. Puppy girl polycules with far more coherent internal logic. I'm sure. I'm not surprised. That doesn't surprise me. That's not ridiculous to say at all. Do you think German will go to heaven? Every Twitch streamer, unfortunately, every Twitch streamer does go to hell. That's just, it's in the fine print. You know, it's fun while it lasted having a fake job, but it's true. If you've streamed on Twitch, you will not be making it. Even Liv Agar, especially Liv Agar, unfortunately. Yeah, that one's one of the ones, you know, like, where you can't say sorry for it. Like, you can't take it back. It's just like you're cooked. It's like a heresy. Yeah, see you and how every it's same with, honestly, same with being a Twitch chatter. Unfortunately, I'm sorry to be the one to break this to you, but you should not be preparing for Tuesday. It's not gonna matter if you're in this chat, if you're chatting. Eventually I look like Liv Agar. It makes you think. It is funny, that whole meme is very funny. Because it's just, I'm not even sure why. I guess it is like a very common type of person. It's a very common aesthetic. Right place, right time for a very specific internet subgroup to be like the person who looks like that. I do get messages sometimes of someone who's like, were you in Belgium yesterday? And I'm like, I've never been in Belgium ever. I have no intention of being in Belgium. Because it's like, I swear I saw you at the airport. I guess it really is like, it's a very specific. Also, folks, if you have an Amazon Prime account, you can connect it to your Twitch account and get a free subscription that you can use on me. It's much appreciated. Thank you for the money. You can also subscribe normally, which helps me. I need to get, like, there's a Twitch thing where if I get 300 concurrent, like, proper subscriptions, I get a better split on things. And so I get a lot more money. So it's much appreciated if you also, I need like 60 more. I'm at like 240, like concurrent tier ones. Subbing is the only way of repenting. That's true. It was interesting, the discourse on like the Protect the Doll shirts. Because I know some people at Children aren't happy about it. I thought it was cool when I went to America and I saw people accept you with money. Thank you. You get cool emotes for subscribing, and the warm feeling inside that you've done something good, which is give me money. No, but that people are saying like Protect the Dolls is stupid. Like it should be like Pay the Dolls. Like give us money. That's like, if you actually wanna. 3 points or Troy points. Thank you for the prime. Yeah, so it is praxis. Believe women when they say they want money. That's true. It's like RFK Jr. said, you know, everyone's talking about believing women. That's like so insane. Like every time that happens, like that one's really gonna give me psychic damage, I think. The fact that RFK Jr. was like, everyone's talking about like accused rapist whose response was, I was no choir boy, being like, everyone's talking about believing women, but no one believes mothers who say that their children have autism because of vaccines. 5 minutes well, that's very tempting, Kerr. That's very tempting.
Oh, it's okay. I'm
Oh shit.
Oh, I
that's
had no
crazy.
idea. Do whatever you want all the time.
That's crazy. Hello, Watcher. Thank you. That's a lot of money. Thank you. Thank you for the 100 subscriptions. Wow. That's Fraxos right there. That's crazy. Thank you so much. Wow. That's a lot. Thank you. Thank you so much. That's crazy. Pay the dolls, exactly. Thank you. Wow. I don't know what to say about that other than thank you very much. I don't know what the reaction is for the 100 subscribed. That's crazy. I think this is play the song. We want to play it? Okay, I will play the song. Keyboard Eater, thank you for the tier 1. Yeah, thank you so much. That's Hollow Watcher, shout out. Yeah, thank you. We love to see it. Play the classic because we love the little lizard. Yeah, thank you. Rapture test. You are getting raptured. Yeah, Hollow Watcher, you are getting raptured. Congratulations. I am gay! Emma, thank you for the prime. Wow. Wow, I don't know if that might be a record for like one time. Esper, thank you. I am gay! We love to see it, thank you. You don't want to get raptured? You can do whatever you want, Hello Watcher. Oh, Cannon, thank you for the tier 3. I am gay! That helps more with the split as well, the higher tier. Thank you. Hello, Cannon, thank you. First Blood, thank you for the 5 gift subs.
Oh, it's okay. I'm transgendered.
Oh, I had no
thank you
idea.
for the 5 gift subs.
Do whatever you want all the time.
Yeah, wow. Gabby, thank you. Stunlocked. Stunlocked my money. It's much appreciated. We love this song. It's so funny someone discovered me through finding this. I assume they meant this JFast video. And they're like, this must be attached to something. I don't know what the process was there, but it's very funny. Yeah, sometimes I like worry. I have a very flat affect. Maybe this shows less on stream. But I worry about like thanking people. Cause like my mom would always say like growing up like during Thanksgiving, that's funny. During like Christmas, that I would just be like thanks. Like I get a present, I'd be like thanks. But I like it. I'm happy for the present. That's just like my reaction to things. Sexual, thank you.
Not gonna need these during the rapture.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. But yeah, the only thing I know is just thank you a lot for the 100 gift subs. Yeah, wow. Level 7 hype train. I didn't know they went that far, I'm gonna be honest. Jimmy, thank you.
I won't need this in the afterlife.
Line go down, thank you. Have we determined if Charlie Kirk is diagnosed with autism? It's hard to say. I am gay! It's really hard to say. I think the jury is still out. I mean, 1 in 10 people apparently have autism. I like the idea that Trump is using, like... Houthi Trap Lord, thank you. Another 10 gift subs for a total of 25.
I have no idea. Do
we love
whatever
to
you
see
want
it.
all the time.
Thank you all for the money. It's much appreciated. Thank you. I'll be last stream before the rapture. You guys are cool, thank you. They're transition lenses, which I realize is a joke there.
So are the pre-rapture Bluefy pics still a no?
I was for a second I thought you were asking whether the pre-rapture Bluefy pics are going to be blue or not. But I will say after the rapture they will be blue. That's what's awaiting you in heaven. It's not the like 72 virgins bullshit. It's like blue Liv Agar feet pics. Dude, thank you. It's a dress. I like the dress. It's very flowery. It's super pretty. Level 8, new record. I thought they only went to 5, I'm gonna be honest. It's basically infinite. Wow, that's cool. Yeah. Anyway, what else is going on? I'm such an easily stud-locked person in general. I mean, I guess I was gonna say that's bad for streaming, but it's probably good for it, if we're being honest. It makes things more interactive. Since they're curing autism, what'll happen to my viewer count? That's true. That's true. It's honestly probably more the ADHD community. Because it's like, I know... Listen, buddy, I know I'm in a second tab right now and you're playing fucking Silk Song. I know you are. I can see you doing it. You specifically, I know you're doing that right now. Ribbons, thank you. Deadlock, yes. I still need to, I'm sorry I haven't been sober. I need to get into, I haven't tried it yet. But I would love to play sometime. It looks really fun. It takes like a certain amount of energy. Join my Deadlock team, I would love to. For me to play competitive games now. I need to get over it though, because it does look really cool. But I do want to play. You're losing the game. Well, there you go. Is there ELO on the... Kinda. I guess it's more like a casual. Like I guess there's an ELO on Fortnite too. YTP DL, thank you for DL YouTube poop. 51. Yeah. What else is going on? Will I be rapture review 500 hours in PUBG? It's not looking good. Not looking good for you. Oh yeah, the like Abby Lewis MVP leadership stuff. I feel like I don't know him well enough to understand the to cover that in a more intimate way. But I'll read up on it. Yeah, because the NDP, my prediction with the NDP. Thank you for the hype train, everyone. Yeah, we love to see it. Hollow Watcher, thank you again for the 100 gift subs. Thank you. That is a lot. Thank you for the money. My prediction with the NDP eating shit in Canada was that they were going to just get worse. Like, their response to this was going to be to get worse. But I mean, I guess we'll see. I'm not holding my breath about that party. It's Naomi Klein's husband, right? Which is probably a better ideological place than it was under Jagmeet Singh. Correct? Yeah. He does seem like the best pick at this point. Yes. Naomi Klein, friend of the podcast, who apparently when they were interviewing her, she was like, "Where's Levegar?" So I'll get the the connect to the federal NDP, which I don't know if I want to connect to the federal NDP. Argyle Puff, thank you for the prime. When Liv is on the pod, I'm asking where's Liv Agar. Many are saying this. Many are saying this, folks. Many are asking where Liv Agar is. Has Liv is now an NDP member of parliament. Yeah. Canadian media mogul. I'm a kingmaker in Canadian politics, obviously. Her talk with Many is on Gaza was really great too. I feel like she does represent the kind of like the most left, like liberal Zionist position, I think, which right now is like, yeah, like of course there's more anti-Semitism because Israel is doing a genocide. Like, how about we stop doing a genocide? And then maybe, because like, yeah, I don't know. I feel like I don't doubt that line. I think a lot of the statistics for like the ADL statistics for increase in anti-Semitism are like, you know, they count like people saying from the river to the sea. But I really doubt that there isn't a rise in anti-Semitism. I would be very skeptical if that wasn't the case, because that is a thing that's real and bad and shouldn't exist. It's just like, yeah, I mean, the best way of combating it right now is so for Israel to not be doing a genocide in Gaza. So I agree with that, the Naomi Klein. Craziest hot take. Well, I've been giving out my craziest hot takes on recent events a lot on Twitter. And people have been calling me a Fed. I saw one person who was like, known Fed Liv Agar, which, yeah. I love the idea that like I'm Canadian, guys. Like, I don't I mean, I guess Canadians have worked for, you know, there was that evil Montreal doctor who was a part of oh, you know, the thing. The thing where they were drugging people and trying to MK Ultra, yeah. That's a Biden account. That's a Biden moment. I'm like the modern day that guy. There's so much evil shit that happens in Montreal. People don't talk about it. I don't speak French. I understand it vaguely. I was fine navigating Montreal. But like I would try to respond in some French and they would just respond in English usually. Yeah, they also think Chelsea's a Fed, don't they? That was funny because I was joking about being a Fed like before, like in like 2021 I would joke about being CIA because I thought it was funny. I guess that was before there were sincerely people out there who genuinely believe that I am like a federal agent. That's so funny, man. Like, I don't know. I can't even be mad about that because it's so funny. But I remember like she would do the joke as well. I think partially because it's like I found it funny, and then I would see people who are like, they're taunting us. The feds are taunting us by joking about it. Yeah, CSIS agent Liv Agar. Yeah, I don't know. I talked about this before. I definitely phrased that tweet in a bad way, in a way that but the underlying thing that I'm saying is correct. I didn't realize, like, I left Twitter for a couple days and I came back and people were very angry with me. They were not happy. I'm kind of repeating myself before, but I have more viewers than I did before, so I might as well. That like the Tyler Robinson is like so fucked here. One example being the Ken Klippenstein Discord logs, which it's like I just don't understand. Doubting those don't make sense to me, sincerely. Where it's like, so it's either Ken Klippenstein's a Fed, which a lot of them were like, haha, you're a fucking idiot. Of course he's a Fed, and he's faking the logs. He's a part of the operation, or like the Feds hacked Tyler Robinson's Discord account before he turned himself in to send a log on the gaming group, you know, Discord server he was in, where he's like, yep, sorry, I did it. I'm going to turn myself in now. Like, and if we don't believe that, if we think that the Discord log that Ken Klibenstein had is real, then it's like, they fucking got this guy. He's admitting to doing it. Why would they fake logs? Why would they fake those other logs? Specifically faking logs where the trans roommate slash lover slash landlubber is innocent, has nothing to do with it, and where Tyler Robinson is acting alone. Like, you'd think the logs, it would be like, you know, Emperor Palpatine, the trans woman would be like Emperor fucking Palpatine, be like, yes, thank you for doing this for the DSA. It just doesn't make sense why they would do it this way. Nothing in the story makes sense. It doesn't make sense why the state would be... The thing I was saying was, this is real, the state is charging him with it. Because it wouldn't make sense that the state already has this dearth of evidence, that they would fake this log. It just makes no sense. All the data indicates that he's a fucking moron. That is just, like, kind of good at shooting. Like, okay at shooting. You know, 200 yards stationary target. He's not fucking James Bond. All the data shows he's a fucking moron. This is a confirmation that he's a fucking moron. It just doesn't... It's a slam dunk case. I don't understand why they would jeopardize the case so drastically by faking these weird Reddit bisexual Discord logs. It just doesn't, like... It's just... It doesn't make any fucking sense. And I think everyone is like everyone is just QAnon now. A lot of the times conspiracism happens because people feel like they don't have any power in a situation. And so the power that they get is, like, it's very self-preservation instinct. Like, that is really what drives conspiracism. The power that they get is by identifying the evil people who are doing shit. And so when you say, hey, you're a fucking idiot, those evil people you're identifying, that conspiracy doesn't exist, you are the enemy to them. You are sabotaging those people's self-preservation instincts. You are in the, like, everyone is fucking Alex Jones InfoWars now. You are on the other side of the info war on the internet. And so, of course, it's like, well, you know, this is going to invoke a very strong response from people. Because it's like, well, you're the enemy. You're a federal officer. Sounds like something a Fed would say. Exactly. So yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't know why I do that to myself, because there's just no reason. Usually I think that there's just no reason to get involved in things. But I was annoyed. So that's life. I'm a Fed now. The Vicar known Fed. The most annoying person you know, posting about me being a Fed. The most, like, the guy that you were in a philosophy group chat with 5 years ago, who would only contribute to the group chat by talking about how sad his fucking life is. And how he can't even do well in academia, which is like, you'd think if someone is like, I'm just gonna put my head in the books and, you know, ignore all the other stuff, that they would at least be one of those, like, postdoctoral. But, like, they can't even do that, so they have to, like, post conspiracy stuff on the internet. Like, the most that guy ever is calling you a Fed on the internet. Anyway. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It's all fake. It's the internet. Here's this log. It was me at UVU yesterday. I'm surrendering through a share in a few moments. So I guess no, he surrendered and then they grabbed his fucking Discord and then immediately typed this. Or he didn't surrender, I guess. According to this, like, it would make no sense for him to surrender if he's being framed. So I guess, like, yeah, I guess it's just weird. Like, I don't know, the way we were talking about the Mangione thing, people wouldn't go insane if you were like, this is his manifesto. They found it on him. He's admitting to doing it. This is his manifesto. It shows his ideology. Because I did that, as everyone fucking else did. as that's like what the evidence called for reasonably to assume. And no one gave me shit for it. It's just like, one, people are much more conspiratorial now, and two, people are much more uncomfortable about the conclusions of this. It's way less clean. They don't have weaponize. Well, the thing that I was saying is like, the obvious line here now, like in the real world, is this poor woman who's like, I guess roommate. I don't know the official name. You know, it's roommates. They're dating. Like, she had nothing to do with this. It's really terrible. It's this poor woman. You know, we have to make sure that the right doesn't fucking pin it on her. This trans woman had nothing to do with it. She was living her life, and then her evil chaser roommate like killed Charlie Kirk. Yeah, and then she cooperated with the feds. She didn't delete those text messages. Like, the story about how they get those text messages is she hands them in. She turns them in to the feds. And the right has responded by being like, I bet that she's more implicated. Like, the Matt Walsh line on these texts, which also, it's funny, like, the Will Stencil live like our axis here. They're like the Matt Walsh line on these texts is like they feel funny because they're rehearsed. Because this is a rehearsed fake conversation because she was involved with it. And this is to make sure that she's not implicated. Like, that's the Matt Walsh bit, because they're like, this isn't enough. So again, it just doesn't make sense. Like, if we're doing this thing where we're going to assume, like, with no evidence outside of like just vibes, that all this is fabricated. We're gonna make not even the assumption that like who knows, the assumption like no, it is fake. I feel like it should indicate, like, the data should indicate that narrative a bit more strongly than the thing that we see now. You know, again, if the logs were being like, the trans woman was like, thank you for doing my bidding of killing Charlie Kirk because he is an evil transphobe. Also, I would like to thank the DSA for helping coordinate this assassination. You know, sure. But because people were talking about, well, it's the state of Utah. They're evil. And it's like, sure. I just don't understand why they would fake it in this, like, according to the narrative, it just doesn't fucking make sense. Also, I love Kash Patel. I think he's so cool. And all the people who are saying, yeah, exactly. And also, Israel had nothing to do with this. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make, yeah. So, if you want to do the baseless conspiracism, the evidence should at least like support you a little bit more than like, I've never like had a romantic conversation with a Reddit bisexual before, and this doesn't seem like the way that Zoomers talk. I don't fucking know what you guys are talking about. The vibe of this doesn't seem like the way a Zoomer speaks about things. Am I crazy? Like, it's such an obvious type of guy. Again, a type of guy who has done personal violence to me. Maybe that's why I'm like so caught up in it, because it's like, that's like, I absolutely know that type of guy. A Reddit ex-Mormon bisexual. Again, before I was reading like an Al Jazeera article about like people on the left and the right are doubting the logs. And like the leftist example was fucking, it was like Hinkle, of course. But then it was also Brooklyn Dad Defiant. And it's like, I know I said this before, but it bears repeating. As far as I am aware, Brooklyn Dad Defiant is not sexting Reddit bisexual chasers. As far as I'm aware, I don't think Brooklyn Dad Defiant has ever had a personal conversation with that type Reddit bisexual chasers. His vibe is shot someone and can't really correctly process it. Her vibe is what the fuck is going on. Yeah. Anyway. It's me, Will Stencil, and fucking Nick Fuentes on the same side. This is why conspiracism is baseless, and it's like, this isn't like an ideological dispute. And then it's on the other side, it's Brooklyn Dead Defiant, Hinkle, and I don't know, Sean McCarthy or whatever the fuck, whatever, that type of guy. Oh, Fuentes is so happy it's not a groper. Yeah, that Fuentes is like riding that high. Because of course he was terrified. He is like generally a self-interested coward, in these sort of situations. But he's also just like, you know, you would have seen how bad that was. You think you're clocking Brooklyn Dad Defiant as DL Trade Chaser? I love the term DL Trade. It's so funny. Honestly, I feel like I like use it ironically, and it's like stolen valor, because like all the men I sleep with are fine appearing in public with me. But I think it's just such a cool term. What is DL Trade? Don't worry about it. I know I talked about this before, but I am happy with myself introducing Alex Jones as Blair White DL Trade on the podcast. The trade is like a term in the no. Do I want to explain it? I don't know. It's not like forbidden knowledge. It's not like a thing of like someone who's asking you, like, it's not like if your mom comes up to you and is like, what is AGP? It's like, don't worry about it. Don't look it up. Don't worry about it. Don't look up what that means. Like, DL Trade is fine for people to know. Trade is like a term in the gay community for like very casual sex, I guess. And it's a correct, like, you know, you're just like, you want to meet up and have sex, and then you do it. You just, and then DL is like DL on the down low. And so like some trans women will also use this term. It's like very straight coded guy who messages you and it's like, would you know, what is AGP? Don't look it up. Don't look it up. That's like everyone, you know, that type of guy. I see the argument of Brooklyn Dad Defiant DL Trade. Like, okay. It's like, yeah, no, I see what you mean. This is like a Grindr photo. This is like a photo, not a Grindr photo, but like the photo that he sends after he messages you. Like, it's like in the message. No, I see the vision, absolutely. Yeah, no, absolutely. Yeah. No, absolutely. You've seen him out on the trails. Yeah, totally. I can't describe why. I can't properly describe why to you, but if that came out, I would not be surprised. Absolutely. Yeah. It's pattern recognition. You need to have pattern recognition. Not the DL Trade eyes. That guy's a fucking moron who gets more ass than you, and basically you're stupid. That is funny, like, what is the like the gay porn side of like porn? Like, what are the ads targeting? Because it's not like surely there are not ads that are like as far as in my memory, there aren't ads on that side of the fence where it's like have sex with men on this website, because it's like every gay man knows the website. They know the app you go, like the app, like the app actually exists, right? Whereas in the straight version, it's like not real. I would assume it's more like penis enlargement pill ads, because it's like a body image issue thing. I would assume they have more of that. That's like I would imagine that's like a bigger insecurity. Like, who do you think is more insecure about dick size? Is like gay tops or like straight men? I think it's gay tops. I think it's gay tops, honestly. Like the rate of gay men who go to the gym compared to straight men is like higher. It's like the body shaming is like more. So yeah, maybe there are gym membership ads. I feel like that would do really well on the gay side of porn. They should let me do like porn advertising. That would be like a conspiracy, because they always have the like they always have the, sorry, I can't remember what I was gonna say. I was looking at my Twitter, and I realized that this tweet did really well. That's a Biden count. How it feels telling the group chat I don't want to eat at the restaurant they planned because I don't like the texture of the food they serve. It's autism announcement, and it did really well. I was surprised by how well it did. It's funny. It's a good post. You getting tenders anyways. How it feels ordering karaage chicken, because last time I got a bit too adventurous and didn't eat most of my order. One thing you need to know about me is that to my core, I am a white woman from Vancouver. To my core, I am a white woman from Vancouver. Like some trans women, they transition and they're like, oh, I became a white woman. It's like, no, I love this shit. I love being a white woman. It's so awesome. Like, look, like I understand. I'm not being a Karen. White women are, you know, you can mobilize that in a way that's evil. I don't do that, obviously, or maybe not obviously. I don't know. But it's great. I love it. I love getting I love going to Starbucks and getting pumpkin spice lattes. I love going to a sushi place and ordering like the spider crab dynamite roll or whatever. Actually, I don't like funky rolls because of the autism thing. I take it back. I don't like doing that one. That's definitely an autism thing. Evil and Vigar gets fought, you know. I do love my sushi though. It's great. I think it fits me perfectly. Yeah. I could rock with pumpkin picking. I could do that. I'm a bit less, that's a bit more like Abbotsford woman. Like I'm not, that is a group of women I don't understand. I'm very like Vancouver. You know what I mean? Like there are some girls I know who are like, no, I'm a Turk. Actually, truth nuke, Turks are white. Would you believe it? Hassan Piker's a white man. I like boba. Boba's good. I used to not like the bobas, like the bubbles or whatever, because of an autism thing, but I like them now. I do like them. I don't like matcha. Hassan genuinely says that he is white. It's not a hot, yeah. What does it mean to be a white woman from Vancouver? It's really like it's the Northern Line thing of like white women like shopping and eating sushi. And then it's like I like going on runs and going on hikes and climbing. And I like, you know, I have a meditation app. Matcha's gross. I don't like matcha. Are we saying autism ironically? No, I definitely have. I don't know if I meet criteria. San Francisco white woman is very similar. San Francisco white woman is very similar. I would very much so enjoy. I do need to come to San Francisco. Yeah, it's very similar. It's a very similar type of white woman, is my understanding. Yeah. I feel like they're very similar cities. Except like maybe like Vancouver is like people make less and the rent is less expensive. I think it's less white. San Francisco is a bit whiter, and the public transport is better in Vancouver. The problem with this is like my number is crazy. It's high. Like it's hard to like take it by yourself, especially like instead of having like a clinical psychologist take it for you, because you don't really know what the actual criteria for the questions are. You know, like there's a question, it's like, do you find it hard to relate to people sometimes? And you're like, I guess I do. And it's like everyone could answer yes to that question. But mine is pretty high. Yeah, like I honestly I would doubt that Hassan reaches diagnostic criteria for autism just because it like doesn't affect his life. How I feel about Nathan Fielder, most important British Columbia export. He's one of us, and we're proud of him. Yeah, because the thing about Hassan's like quote unquote is that like it doesn't actually negatively impact his life. Like he's doing great. Right? Which means it probably doesn't meet criteria. Like, he probably doesn't meet criteria. Did he just go offline? Let's go. I know that the overlap between our communities is very high. Hassan is very hegemonic in this, oh, he's having internet problems. I see. He doesn't want it to be the case. He copies the voice of people covers. He's definitely autism coded in a way that I certainly am. I'm unsure about if I meet criteria. Because there's also a lot of ADHD, because I definitely ADHD. There's a lot of ADHD autism overlap as well. But yeah, I would be surprised if Hassan met diagnostic criteria. Because like these like self-diagnosis oh, thank you. They're generally somewhat inconsistent, but then also like you don't know how to fill it out in a way that like a clinical psychologist would. But yeah, Tylenol, a bottle of Tylenol to own the Republicans. Is Tylenol going to become like the inverse of ivermectin now? Do you know what I mean? Like, is that what we're doing? That's so awesome. Culture is so cool. That's like a sign of liberalism is you get like liver failure. Is it damage to the liver? Is that the one? Because it's not like a vaccine. Like you can, if you don't know Tylenol exists, for most people, I mean, if you get migraines, it's definitely, although there are like specific medications for like migraines. For most people, like you'll probably be fine without Tylenol. Can I make myself louder? I don't think so. I think it's fine. Is it fine? Is it not loud enough, chat? Yeah, being pregnant is probably the exception to that because it's like the only recommended medication. Which is again why one of the reasons why the diagnosis, or why the new, I guess, is it FDA, CDC guidelines for not giving it to people who are pregnant is like extra evil. Is it's like the one that you had. If you had a fucking headache or just any, like, sometimes it's nice to pop a Tylenol. One of the main alternatives would be opioids, right? It's like it's like a much less, it's a less extreme version, or one that has less negative symptoms. Ibuprofen and aspirin actually do cause complications. Is the medical consensus that Tylenol is like the less bad? Because I feel like my default for a headache is ibuprofen. I used to get really bad migraines, but I like get them less now, which is nice. I no, that's not okay. I assume they're both broadly like. There is a reason why in the EU. I guess you can boof ibuprofen, can you? I can't say that I've ever thought of shoving an ibuprofen in my ass. No? Okay. You sure can. If you're brave enough. That's not very brave. Those are not big tablets. That's brave to you. If that's brave to you, anyways, no, that's not gonna say on the stream. Cut that. I need a button. I need the Ethan Klein button. It's like delete. Delete, cut, erase. Anyway, I can't remember what I was talking about. I don't know how the Ethan Klein button rips. It just like they have a 5-second delay, and it like cuts it out before it goes live. Oh yeah, but like there is a reason why in the EU, like you can't just get like a massive fucking bottle of Tylenol, ibuprofen. Like sometimes British friends, like when they visit here, they're like, I want to buy one of those big ass bottles before I come back, because you can't get them there. Which is probably, I don't know. I see the point they're making. I'm sure I wonder if that reflects in the data on like liver failure. Yeah, Canada is also done with this. Although, like, that could be just a product in some way of, like, we're so close to America economically. Can Europeans turn on TV and see commercials advertising boner pills? I assume not. The rules in Canada are really funny because you can advertise drugs. It's just, as I understand it, you can't say what the drug does. Like, I didn't realize, like, I don't know if this is also a meme in America, but, like, every time there is an ad for something you see on TV, it's literally, like, it shows the guy taking it and then, like, feeling better. And, like, they kind of have to show it based on vibes. You know? Yeah, it's ask your doctor. Do they say that in America? Ask your doctor if blank is right for you. We can do weed. Weed was legal a while ago. We were one of the first countries to legalize it. Like, Ozempic does really well in terms of ads, because it's like everyone knows what Ozempic does. You can literally just say, like, the ads are literally like, you know, Ozempic is here if you want to try it, and you know everyone knows what it does. So it's like, I remember one time it was a billboard on like Davie Street, I think. Vancouver reference. And there was a drug, like I can't even remember. There was nothing about the drug on the billboard, but it was like, you know, it was just a photo of a guy, and it was like, I take this and it's great. And I think I was with my ex-girlfriend, we were seeing it, and we were trying to like guess what it was. I'm trying to like I'm trying to remember term for the brand name. I'm trying to remember what I think it was Truvada. I think this is one. We were trying to guess what Truvada was. And if you unless you, because I feel like a lot of people in the chat might know what that is. Like, if you don't know, try to guess what it is. I want to see people's Truvada. And don't look it up. You can't do that. You're not allowed to. What would you guess Truvada is? You know, okay, no, my chat is too gay. My chat is too gay. It's it's prep. It's prep. It's very funny because there's no indication. There was no indication of it, and it was very funny that it was like a prep medication. Which, if you don't know, prep is a miracle drug that if you take the daily oral version, it's functionally guaranteed to not contract HIV. It is like the closest to a cure that they could possibly get. So, yeah, I feel like more people know what PrEP is now. My sister Melly know what PrEP is. Do you have sex with trans women though? Because that'll do it. And I understand my target audience. Sorry, No? Okay. Well, there you go. It makes you think. I guess they're getting they're getting the word out there then. It's PrEP on TV. Oh, okay. The straights are front. We love to see it. I mean, everyone can use it. It is literally a miracle drug. Anyway, there's no downside. It's like literally like, I think it can have liver damage, but it's just a thing of like they regularly check you for it to see if you're fine. Does it make you gay? It's quite possible. And yeah, of course, I can't remember what they're specifically doing. Trump voice, there's no downside. That is, I want to see Trump like, folks, you gotta take your PrEP. Gotta take it. It doesn't matter. You're straight. Sometimes straight people, it happens to them. You know, as they say, it's the big one. It's the big, you don't want the big one, folks. You don't want the big one. Well, it's, you know, it's that and herpes, but it's really the big one. Men and women, folks. You want to take it. Everybody's prepared. It's in the name. It's in the name. Take it when you're 12. Yeah. Yeah, a lot of medication has effect on your liver, kidneys. So it is a PSA. Is it a good? Do you guys like my Trump impression? It's not like my Bernie impression is real good. I mean, it used to be. I think I'm washed. Yeah, it gets PrEP prescription every sex. You gotta be prepared. It's in the name. It's literally in the name. The top 1% of gay men are having 99% of the PrEP. I feel like that's much better. I feel like that's substantially better. But I can't ever use it because he's not really a national. I mean, he is still a national figure. My name is Bernie Sanders and I'm gay. It's kind of washed. It used to be a lot better. It was a lot better before I did any voice training. It makes it harder. The content of it, yeah. It's approaching Netanyahu, it is. It is, yeah. I mean, linguistically, it's so funny. Like, Netanyahu grew up in fucking Philadelphia. They are linguistically similar region. Like, that's why he sounds like that. It's crazy. I think my Obama's good. Let me be clear. If you like your gay sex, you can keep it. If you like your prep, you know, anyways. Let me be queer. Yeah. Of course. Pussy too. No, it's nothing. It's not like my Bernie. It's not. My Bernie's much better. Leave Agar impression hour. Yeah, as we know, the best form of comedy is impressions. The least shameless form of comedy. Do I take requests? Yeah. No, I don't have that many. I feel like it's like 3 or 4. Like, I got the Bernie because I streamed a lot in 2020. Yeah, I'm not dropping my RFK. That's one that, like, I feel like RFK is now like a hated enough figure that people don't care, but it's like that is like Icarus. Like, you are flying close to the sun on that one. I feel like, do you know what I mean? Like, I would never deduce from first principles of what I understand about the internet. I would never be comfortable doing an RFK impression. I would never be comfortable. Like, there's you feel the actual kind of environment, and it seems like people are fine with that. Maybe that's like a thing of, like, woke is gone, so people do just like care less, because it's like, well, you just don't have the energy. People have less energy to police those sort of things because it's like everything is horrible. So it's like someone doing, you know, probably a bad taste, maybe, impression of RFK because he has a vocal disability. It's like you have other bigger fish to fry. Do you know what I mean? This is like people are so. Aren't you going to validate the Tylenol linked to autism claims since you said whatever the government releases should be taken as the truth? People love me on Twitter. That's so cool. I think that's very funny. Yeah, I mean, look. Maybe I should have phrased that tweet better. Everyone understands the pancake waffle thing. Most of all, someone who has as many followers as I do, but that's life. That's the way that it is. I did not pay myself blue. I wish that I did. I was talking to the blue lady about it, about how to do it, but it seems like a lot of effort. This is Photoshop. Actually, I asked Cloudy how to do it. Shout out to Cloudy for instructing me. What lady? The blue lady. Everyone, you don't know about the blue lady? She's blue. She's blue for an amazing reason. I mean, any reason. I was talking about this before. Which is like, I don't know what I'm supposed to do with the knowledge that I'm like incredibly attracted to blue women, like that I'm actually just into that. Like, I don't know what to do with that piece of information. I don't think that there's much to do about it. Anyway, I don't know what to do with that piece of information. Because it's not a drawn thing. It's like someone in the real world who is blue. Like, that's the thing. I'm like, yeah, no, that works for me. Yeah, it's just we gotta get colloidal silver back on the market. Side effect of inbreeding, it's very possible. It's very possible. What if it's a side effect of Tylenol? Have we considered this? Have we invest, folks? Everyone needs to take Tylenol. Take it. You gotta take it, especially if you're pregnant. More Tylenol. Everyone's gonna be blue. All blue. No downsides. Only upsides. I had a tweet before about that people liked, of like, why can't every woman be blue? Fuck my Terran Chungus life. And I live by that. I hate being a Terran cell. They're blue. People are blue in ways they've never been blue before. Red is good too. I can't hate on red. Orange is a niche pick, I feel like, but it's good. Protoss are definitely blue. That's another one. That's the reference I had in mind, but I guess Terran is also used in Warhammer. They did the thing. Oh yeah, I mean it's nonsense, obviously. Because it's just like, it's an amorphous non-organization, so they can declare whoever they want. There's a Ken Klippenstein article about trying to classify like trans groups as like violent nihilist extremists as well. Which is so fascinating to me for a couple of reasons. One of which is that like Tyler Robinson was not like a crazy nihilist shooter. Like he wasn't. This is a part of like, I'm running a newsletter article, Substack thing about this. liveagard.com if you want to read them. The ones that I already have. Like people want this guy to be some crazy schizo, you know, his politics are completely, you can't even begin to comprehend his politics. You know, he's an incel and he never went outside. And it seems like, based on the Ken Klippenstein descriptions, that like, I mean, he wasn't very social, especially, but like he did live a pretty normal life. He had friends, he went outside, he went fishing, he had a girlfriend. This is just the sort of violence that Americans are generally capable of. And I think like maybe a part of this is that Americans are seeing a preview of themselves. You know, you look into the abyss that is American culture, this which you are reflected in, and you like shriek, but you can't deal with it. You like, it must be that he's a crazy, incoherent nihilist. And it's like, no, like there were plenty of just, you know, and he had a fucking trades job. This is what Intergemento pointed out. Like he had a trades job. It was like that was like the antidote that like people were presenting as like, you know, don't go to college. You should go get a trade job and you'll make money and you'll be able to start your career and your life. Like he was doing that. And then he just fucking shot him. He just shot Charlie Kirk because he was like, you know, he's hateful or whatever. Don't like him. People are uncomfortable with the idea that like everyone, there are many people around them who are just generally capable of this sort of violence. Like people aren't really given many discourses to really properly believe in. We're in a very like, to use an overused term, neoliberal cultural period where like there isn't really any mass politics. So it's like, why would you do politics? Because you're not the one who does politics. Other people do politics, and then you vote for one of the two people who actually does politics. That's what politics, you know, there's no... But, like, nevertheless, like, yeah, the average person is capable of this sort of violence, especially if you grow up around guns and you're, like, you know how to use it and you have access to the rifle, like... Yeah, I don't know. I think that's really scary for people. A lot of people are capable of being violent extremists. Even people who are like, I don't know, both sides are kind of bad. Got a lot of killers, and like America isn't like especially unique in that sense, but I do think it is one of the more violent cultures. Hassan was very correct about like the article he had for, is it the New York Times or something? It was very prescient to point out the violent imperialist culture that America has produced and facilitated and celebrated. It's like it comes back home. To quote Jake once again, the cows are coming home to milk. America loves violence. This isn't a crazy in that sense. American chickens are coming home to cross the road. Exactly. Yeah. It's also like people talk about a civil war. It's like, over what? Like, what is the actual institution that splits up American society right now? There isn't any mass politics. Like, who is seceding from who? Because like woke, it's like culture war issues. Like the actual action of seceding it isn't there. The only like avenue people have in the current context, and this could rapidly change, right? The political status quo, like even down to like the very basic way that politics is done in America, feels like it's very fragile to me. These things could change very quickly. No one is happy with it. Least of all anyone who is like the left of fucking Joseph Biden, I think. No one is happy with it. And like, these are pretty, like, they're rigid institutions, but they're brittle. They're not like, think about how easily Trump has been able to just completely plow through all the democratic checks and balances in American politics. Like, something feels like it has to change. I don't know how, and it's going to be over something that's really stupid. And you know, the start of it's going to be really something that's really stupid, that it's like people are on the streets for this reason, or something that's really minor maybe. And it's just going to like, I think that moment is overdue, probably. And then maybe we could have mass politics again. I don't know. Maybe that's naive. But it just doesn't seem like anyone's happy with what's going on. And it doesn't seem like anyone knows what to do either. You just get situations like this, which are usually like, this sort of violence is usually filtered through something like, you see the worst of the worst through like school shootings, of how deeply violent American society is. But the ruling class does not want mass politics, especially. No, they don't want a political system where like class participation is a legible concept. Where like parties actually represent groups of people that use both the political party as an institution as well as the state to like pursue their own interests outside of just like the different like national bourgeois groups that exist in the Democratic Party and the Republican Party. Mass politics is certainly a bourgeois. Yeah, no, it's very modern. It does seem like, I guess, something you could call neoliberalism, and like maybe the Foucauldian arrangement is really what attempted to remove that. You saw that in Germany initially with like, I guess, is it called order liberalism? There's the idea of making, how would you describe that? Making the structure of making politics a question of policy first and foremost within a liberal society, which is an attempt to inundate the state from both communism and fascism as a response to both, it's in West Germany, a response to communism in the East, as well as the history of fascism. Best state Levegar politics ASMR. It's a very simplified overview of 20th century intellectual history. Yeah, because like politics, like the Democrats are not a workers' party, right? They don't possibly claim to represent the interests of the working class. And the concept of a party like that in modern liberal society is like kind of strange, and if it exists, it's like kind of marginalized. Like there's a lot of kind of universalism in contemporary political discourse, because it's like we're doing things for everyone. It's just about tweaking the numbers. Kind of this Rawlsian image of history, because like Rawls like is completely unable to account for any other historical period. It requires the notion that the modern bourgeois political state isn't actually evil and can serve people's interests, which is a thing that it only like sort of did for like maybe, especially in the time that people are writing this, maybe 40 years of all of human history, and then the rest of it, the state is just fucking evil, and just everyone knows that it's evil and they call it that, and just practically treat it as such, a majority of society. But it's like, well, maybe we'll just keep up this. Maybe this will be what it's like forever, this last fucking 40 years, and we can just like tweet the numbers. I'm not actually sure the extent to which Fukuyama is attached to this discourse, but like you can see the sentiment. Fukuyama always strikes me as someone who's kind of, the way that he talks about the world is misrepresented in like, let's say, leftist discourse. But as far as I can remember, he's attached to this sort of sentiment. Best time for liberal democracies, World War II, years of Keynesianism and social democracy. Yeah, exactly. And then it's like, well, we can just do this forever and universalize this, and everyone can be a citizen, and eventually there won't be any periphery, and everyone will, and it's like, no, there won't. It's not going to happen. Anyway. Yeah, that's life, I guess. We'll see what happens in the future. I would vote for me, thank you. I would vote for me too. No, I wouldn't vote for me. I love that, like, she remember the Biden count? We're cloning him. Every time you comment on the Biden count, that's another Biden clone. It's like Emperor Palpatine. Like, he's coming back. You think Biden is gone, and then it's going to be 2032. And, like, somehow Biden returns. And he can also shoot fucking lightning out of his hands. And, like, raise an entire army out of nothing. That's where you think he's gone. He's not gone. You think he's had ass cancer or whatever. That's a front. All the other Biden clones do not have ass cancer. They're all on spiralactone. We got all the Biden clones on HRT, and they don't have ass cancer. So watch out. Because when he hits 100 years, that's when he really gets evil. Those were like the Trump, those like Trump memes. I feel like there were Trump memes where it's like, the first administration. He was immoderate, but then you made him mad. So, now you're going to have to deal with him. He's pissed off. Like, that's Biden. That's actually Biden. You see that Tumblr post? And usually I don't I'm not like looking at the Otama, but about like the Biden gaining like hyper sentience during the middle of the debate, and then just like looking into the camera and being like, "We're burying them wrong." I think that's real. I just think no one wanted to hear him. They hit the Biden button. Biden too. Yeah, the real now you pissed off Biden is that he's more pro-Israel. He's like actually just angry about pro-Palestine movement. It sucks so much that Kamala's gonna try to run again. She's so stupid. She has such bad political instincts. Literally take the California job. Just take the governorship in California. Because it's clear, like she has a book about like, you know, the 100 days of the campaign or whatever. And like as Edingementum was saying, like like there's only one reason why she has a national tour where she's talking about presidential politics. It's not because she's like done. It's not because she's handing the torch, you know. It's because she wants to run again. The glorious 100 days when she returned from Alva, yeah. I feel like Napoleon has an image of those days the way that Kamala has an image of her campaign. I feel like she must. AOC preparing to run? I mean, it makes sense. I feel like that makes sense to me. Oh, I got an emote from my... Is this it? I like the emote I got. It's cute. That's very cute. I'm a sucker for like a cute little type of guy. Have I shown you? I have stuffies, and they're very cute. Have I shown chat the stuffies before? Would you like to see? This is great political content. Hold on. The stuffies I sleep with, I have to introduce them whenever I bring someone over. The guy who's like interested, I show him, and I make sure that he actually remembers the names as well, you know what I mean? Like he can't, if he like blows it off or whatever, it's like you're not. No blowhead, it's too much. This is Penelope, the sleepy pig. She's like kind of a perfect, like it's very easy to just like, perfect cuddle shape, exactly. It's very easy to like fall asleep like this. This is Bebo. He's a little dog. And then I also do have this stuffy, which is from my ex-girlfriend, who has me blocked on everything. But I figured that I've like basically adopted her, and so it's fine. Animal Crossing, Isabel, and it's cute. So those are the... I feel like Isabel has a name, you know what I mean? Like I can't... It would be fucked... It's like the stuff that you get in the divorce, and it's like, it would be fucked up. If I like, like gave her away or something, it's like fine. I'm accepting her. But yeah, those are my stuffies. The divorce plushie. There's also Mr. Moosh. Although she is with my other ex-girlfriend, who I'm on very good terms with, but she had bottom surgery, so she wanted Moosh to comfort. So We decided in that divorce, which was closer to a real divorce because we were common law married, that it would be irresponsible to break up the stuffies. Like, Moosh was originally her stuffy, but that because Moosh generally hangs out so much with Bebo and Penelope, that it would be fucked up to like break them apart or whatever. But then she wanted Moosh when she was dealing with like the early bottom surgery stuff, which sounds very not fun. Like, it went great. I'm very happy for her. She's recovering still, but yeah, it did not sound like it was a fun time for her. But so they will be reunited. Do you use controlled substances in front of your stuffies? Because that'll be part of discovery. No, I feel like stuffies are more like animals. Opinion on emo boys. Honestly, I can't say I've ever like dated an emo boy, but I'm very up to it. I'm very open to it. I respect the emo boy community. I've dated people who used to be emo boys, but never before, you know, they're no longer. Do you know what I mean? Like, I've dated the butterfly, not the caterpillar. No reformed emo? That's not what I mean. That is not what I meant. But I understand why you would interpret it as such. I guess I also have the Labubu. He's the Joe Boo Boo. He's also a type of guy. And then there's the lizard, but the lizard is more like, the lizard is like kind of like a bit like Bob, but not really like Bob. He's like the good version of Bob in Twin Peaks. Like, he's kind of immaterial. Kijiji, thank you. Gay! So that this is what you're funding is more purchases of types of guys. Meet the Wimpster, the Military Asshole in Sensitive Clothing. I have not read this, but this feels... It reminds me of... There's this meme, you know, like the safe, edgy look from men? Safe, edgy starter pack. It's like the specific type of guy. It's not showing it here. It's like iDubbbz is a part of that. Do you know what I mean? It's not safe, edgy. This is such a fucking relic. This is such a bizarre cultural time machine. It's performative male look, yeah. The Kyle Plant emoji hate is like, that's, yeah, wow. People are asking Liv if she did any emo boys. I'm Gen Z, not millennial. That's true. It was a bit. That's a classic. What is it? Performative male look. iDubbbz. I'm trying to find the specific image of it. It's like Curtis Connor, iDubbbz. You know what I mean, though? It's like this type of guy. Someone made a meme about this aesthetic, that it was like a wolf in sheep's clothing. And it's like, if you think that this is a sheep, like, no offense to Curtis Connor specifically. I realize now it's like I'm using one guy. I'm sure he's fine. Like, if you think that aesthetic is like not still a wolf, like, they're eating your ass, bro. You're cooked. They're eating your, like, you are a sheep who is not going to fucking survive. Like, that is not a wolf in sheep's clothing. That is a wolf in wolf's clothing. That is a wolf with a fucking wolf cut, bro. Like, what do you mean? Like it's not a bad, I'm not saying it's a bad look. I'm just saying it's not a wolf. If a wolf in this case is a man who does man things, that's not a wolf in sheep's clothing. That's just a guy. Like if you think that someone who, you know, trying to think of like the example of like, what is that band? If like you think that a guy liking in the airplane over the sea, like a neutral milk hotel, makes him like a sheep, you know, in this case it's like, you know, he's not a threat or whatever, and you can, that's a Biden count. I forgot the name of then you're not gonna like, yeah, you're not gonna make it. That's not. Safe sleazy. You're right. Yes. Is there a video? Instagram meme page. Yeah, it's safe sleazy is a perfect term for it. Sorry. Okay. What is this? Gained traction online for making a series of videos about a character named Safe Sleazy. Wait, comma, his Asian girlfriend and his extended universe of hipster Bushwick friends. An image of Curtis Connor, and the video typically takes the form of slideshows. Pill Eater? I guess it's Pill Eater, of course it is. His videos sometimes address scenes and subcultures outside of Bushwick. In April, several internet users began discussing the identity and ideologies of the man behind Pill Eater's account, Joe Nally. According to a now deleted post on r/Red Scare Pod and numerous references to Nally is a longtime vocal advocate for white male Asian female relationships. So this is like a white guy who's posting on r/this. I am gay. Meme and Michael, thank you, of course. He's a neo-Nazi, yeah. You ever seen this type of white guy? This is safe sleazy. Okay, they're just like, it's gone. Okay. That's, has an internet history advocating for what he calls Asian Aryanism. Okay, the WMAF ethnostate. I don't think that works. I don't think that you could build an ethnostate. I don't think that that's how that works. I don't think, like, genetically speaking, because, like, there is a Asian ethnostate, of course. It's just Azerbaijan. Like, that exists already. You can just go, like, the Asian ethnostate exists. That's not even a +2. I'm serious. That is the way, like, objectively speaking, it is a Asian ethnostate. Okay, he's written books on it. This is, like, the reason why, like, I do well with the QA stuff is because this is, like, the type of guy that I'm going to think about for the next 10 hours of my life. The post recounted his history of posting to the mixed race Asian subreddit, eventually being exposed for being fully white. Asian Aryanism fantasy. Okay.
Have you met this kind of white guy before? This is
Oh.
Japanophile Joe. He's a failed outlet author and electronic musician. He thinks a Suzu tattoo will make him more appealing to Asian women. He likes writing about his fantasies involving Asian girls.
I don't like
where he
that.
describes them as submissive aliens.
I do not like
Leave
that.
a comment below if you have ever met a white guy like this.
My reading on this is that this is like the fetishizing Asian women equivalent of the type of guy I was talking about before, like the Reddit bisexual guy who sent me a love letter. Like, it's like that is the like Asian version of the trans fetish. But sorry, I just don't understand. So he came up with the safe sleazy as a way of like making fun of white guys? Okay. Okay, we're watching the video. Okay. I hope it's not too long. I don't like doing React content. Is it this?
It started with a tweet post.
No. Is this a video? Oh, this is a guide. Your feed might have been haunted by videos about a specific archetype, a tattooed mullet-headed white guy dating. I didn't realize that the safe sleazy, it was a part of it was dating an Asian woman. I'm personally not especially aware of the type of guy, the type of like evil white guy who has an Asian woman fetish. So I don't know how accurate that is. So I was back to me with iDubbbz Connor genre of man. But the behind the viral joke about annoying and niche subculture is an obscure internet figure with his own baggage of weirdness. We know this genre of man. Which, like, this is a fine, like, I can't say it's for me, this genre of man. But, like, this isn't, this is, you know, safe, sleazy, mean, safe, edgy, right? That's where I thought it was. Cheating on his girlfriend. So it is like, it is a guy who is a safe, sleazy type of guy. Or is he like, I guess the pill eater guy isn't safe, sleazy. He's just coming up with like, it's like, this is his competition. Is like other type of white guy who fetishizes Asian women. And so he's like resentful because like the safe edgy guy does a lot better than, I mean, we saw the photo of the dude. I'm sorry. I didn't read the title of it. Oh, that's, yeah, right under the jail. Right under the jail forever. Oh. Oh, man. Oh, yeah, they gotta get him gone. You can't, you know, Northern Lion hammers, etc. You know, what is this expression? Hammers. Yeah, no, that's not okay. That's evil. That's an evil man. Anyway, sorry. That's unlocked me so much. Definitely not a normal person. I would say that I agree. Also, if anyone edits videos, I am looking for a video editor. And you can also just edit them yourself. I want reach on YouTube. I feel like that would be a good idea. Let's verb this guy with nouns. Yeah. I feel like it would be nice to have reach on YouTube. And yeah, Library of Livagar. Has she been posting? I assume that's a she. I assume that's it. Maybe it's not. I think she hasn't been posting. Yeah. Which I understand. That's fair. My librarian, yeah. Missing librarians never die. They're just missing in action. Apply to be an editor. Oh, I should turn on my Twitter messages again, I guess. That's a good question. Maybe I'll turn on. I turned off my Twitter DMs because I was like, I don't know. I don't like when people can just say things to me. Do you know what I mean? But I'll fucking turn them back on. Filter low quality messages. You can just DM me. I'll make a Twitter post about it too. Because yeah, like some people talk about it. It's much easier to have an editor who just does watch the streams generally. Like you don't have to be crazy at it. It's just nice to collect. It's good to have that on YouTube, and it's good to have reach. Because YouTube algorithm is very good. It's very powerful. You can see that the Hassan clip industrial complex. In my Gen Z, it's a controversy. It's a controversial question. I personally consider myself a Zoomer. But I am born in 1998. My personal definition, and I'm totally unbiased, is if you remember 9/11, you're millennial. Like Zoomers do not remember 9/11. Like I'm an Unk Zoomer, yeah. I do not remember 9/11. Zoomers indeed have forgotten. Yeah, they never remembered in the first place. She forgore. Also, folks, if you have an Amazon Prime account, you can get to your Twitch account and get 1 free subscription a month that you can use on me. Regular subscriptions are also appreciated because I'm trying to get to 30, or it's 300 regular, like tier 1, 2, 3 subscriptions because I get a better split on Twitch. So it's like extra money because getting the better split gives me a lot more money. So regular subscriptions are much appreciated. How far are we actually? I don't know. I'm getting there, I think. Almost at 1,000 sub point or regular subscriptions. I think 958. That's not counting gift subs and all that. She didn't realize how bad 9/11 was until she moved to New York. Yeah, I mean, didn't they, like, Bin Laden didn't predict that the towers would fall? That's like a cool conspiracy, is like, they did that shit, but then they, like, like, Bush was just gonna just fucking on the Twin Towers in general, like, at that point anyways, and it was like, oh, okay, well, this looks a lot more natural than the thing we were gonna do. Let's just, at the same time. C4, thank you. I think everyone should forget something. That's true. That's me as fuck. Do I do a lot? I can never tell. I don't do it when I'm podcasting. But when I'm just like talking for 8 hours, it's like we're not. The speaking etiquette I've developed from like talking for a living for like half a decade is like out the window. Nope, there it is. Yeah, I guess I do it a lot. It's a thing I do when I'm thinking of the next thing to say, because what was it like to be blue? It's the best day of my life. I wish I was blue all the time. It's unfair that I can't wake up and be blue. Fuck my Terran Chungus life. Yeah, guys, I don't think so. Who's influenced my speech? Because, like, I have the, like, autistic speech copying thing. I definitely talked a little bit like I'm a cutie pie in high school when I played League of Legends. Which is, like, a much more honest... Like, I shouldn't be so honest about my life on the internet. Like, that's very... Yeah, it's mirroring. Didn't I copy Dasha's voice? Yes, I did voice train to Red Scare. Because she kind of has a clocky voice anyways. I don't think I sound like Dasha though. Maybe I do. Maybe I sound like Dasha. I don't. Maybe I don't think I do. What's the speech copying thing? It's like I'm higher pitched. That's very funny. Yeah, it's not enough vocal fry. It's a thing, especially I think autistic ADHD people do, of like copying other people's voices. I do that for my laugh. I feel like I've had like 10, like, is it normal to have like 10 different types of laugh? Like I've had laughs previously in my life that I've copied from people, and like I just cycle them out. There are certain laughs that I have. There's like really intense laughs. And then sometimes I don't know why one laugh happens and another one doesn't. Like sometimes something like, there's a specific laugh I have when something like really tickles me. It's like I can't laugh on command. I'm trying to think of how to describe it. I feel like I have a couple laughs. Yeah, I mean, I do that when I'm autistic as fuck. I feel like it's like the Live Vagar Twitch chat is such a bad sample size for this. It's like when I mentioned that I run when I get up in the morning, and you guys were like, that's weird. And it's like, I shouldn't, like, the what is a normal routine, I feel like I shouldn't. No offense to you guys. No offense to Twitch chat. No offense. It's like the Tucker Carlson thing where he's like insinuating that the ChatGPT guy killed someone, and he's like, no offense though. Like I'm just saying it just sounds like the guy was killed and he was critical of you. Like no offense. But it does sound like it's a bad place to find what is the normal for a morning routine. Because I do think that's like that falls well within the typical, not extra range. The Tucker interview is so funny, because it's like he doesn't have to. Like Tucker thinks he's so smooth. He doesn't have to be, because like it's so clear Sam Altman. Also, like so funny that this is the Silicon Valley pick after Elon. Like they ditch Elon and then they go with Sam Altman. Like, we used to be a proper country. Do you know what I mean? Like, if I was a trad guy, I would be like, what happened to fucking the Marcus Aureliuses, the Ciceros, these master orators who could command a group, the Caesars, who could command a battalion of like disloyal. It wasn't a battalion in the Roman Empire. There's a Biden moment. Of disloyal troops by just giving them a speech, right? It's like you fucking, like the guys who are in charge now, it's like Elon Musk, the living the dream, living the meme guy, and Sam Altman. It's Legion, thank you. We used to, like, we have to return, at least at that point, the people who ruled over us were like, not Sam Altman and fucking Elon Musk. They're so lame. Yes, this one is crazy. Like he was vaguely blaming the Jews. He was saying it was like, okay, let's look at the clip.
And it actually reminds me of my favorite story ever. So it's about 2,000 years ago in Jerusalem, and Jesus shows up and he starts talking about the people in power, and he starts doing the worst thing that you can do, which is telling the truth about people, and they hate it, and they just go bonkers. They hate it, and they become obsessed with making him stop. This guy's got to stop talking. We've got to shut this guy up. And I can just sort of picture the scene in a lamplit room with a bunch of guys sitting around eating hummus, thinking about what do we do about this guy telling the truth about us? We must make him stop talking. And there's always one guy.
Why does he like that?
Make him stop talking.
Why is he like that?
And there's always one guy with the bright idea, and I can just hear him say, I've got an idea, why don't we just kill him? That'll shut him up. That'll fix the problem.
It's so crazy. I didn't talk about the Charlie Kirk funeral. It's so fucking insane, dude. I don't like his inflection. It's weird. It's really weird. It makes me uncomfortable. He is very prep boy. He is extremely New England prep boy. Yeah. You're totally right. That is totally just it. Like, he tries to pretend not to be like a rich New England prep boy, but he totally, that is totally his, like, okay, also, the thing I don't understand about that, the narrative, the idea that Jesus was killed by the Jews, like, that's from, like Judas, right? Judas betraying Jesus. Because, like, he's also Jewish, but I guess it doesn't count because he's the son of God. The Frolicking Nerd, thank you. I feel like that doesn't... They weren't, like, a group. It's the citizens... It's the idea that he was killed by the citizens of Jerusalem. And the Pharisees. I see. So, it's not the Romans. It's that he was betrayed by the Jews in Jerusalem. Because it sounds like the main people who were, you know, to quote Tucker Carlson, trying to make Jesus stop talking. It's like weird. It's like a Seinfeld.
One guy with the bright idea, and I could just hear him say, "I've got an idea. Why don't we just kill him? That'll shut him up. That'll fix the problem."
It was the Romans. Wasn't it? Like, that was really the main group that was unhappy with it. This story, it's leaders of the temple, they couldn't pass a death sentence, so they pushed it onto the Romans. I see. Let the end of the video play. I don't like that at all. I don't like his laugh. It is really Joker. I just don't think that the moment calls for you to do your best fucking Joker impression, Tucker Carlson. This is really not a why so serious sort of situation. I don't think that this is... I mean, it is a funeral. Like, we're not... My father was a drinker. It's like, this is about Charlie Kirk. Like, it's so funny. Like, what is the clip? The Charlie Kirk funeral, they had fucking pyrotechnics. A funeral for the left. I mean, yeah, exactly. WrestleMania. I do love that her name has 3 Ks in it. I think that's so beautiful. Like, you would think that that K is not meant in the name Erica, that it's a C, but it's like they were like, it's so, like, honestly, the worst sin is it's so fucking tacky. Evangelicals are just so, it's such a wretched fucking culture. We have to do militant atheism now. Like, it's not like, we have to bring it back. The cultural social institutions undergirding, like, American evangelicalism, like, just should not exist. Like, you can do Christianity, you have to do it not in a way that's just, like, built on taking the most evil parts of American society and, like, just upholding them as if they're, like, existentially crucial for your, like, continued existence. Like, it's like, no, you're wrong. You are wrong about things. The Amazing Atheist needs to come. Yes, exactly. We need to bring him back. Because he's like a Bernie guy now, right? We've talked about this before. Because, like, all those original militant atheist guys obviously become like evil anti-feminists. This is awesome. Don Luca, by the way, watermarked like one of the most like brutal, infamous pieces of child sexual abuse material, and like watermarked it, put a watermark on it, and then posted it on Twitter. And he got a temporary ban, and then Elon like undid it. He was like, "Oh, it's the system or whatever screwing up."
I said there is no way we are going to this event now. There's a 0% chance. First and foremost, why are you saying invite? Anybody can go to it. You just buy a ticket to the event, and you're all working to try to get me to confirm that I'm going. And you're doing this as if you're trying to like push my buttons and be like, we got to make her get into her ego so she like shows up and like posts it on social media. Nope, actually, while I'm attacking the feds, maybe not going to a public event, which the feds are organizing, is probably a very good idea. I'm good. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna listen to Power on my headphones and go see Ye. How's that for a memorial for Charlie Kirk?
Yep. It's so cool because like there's a TMZ scoop at the very least that like for the last couple years, Candace Owens and Charlie Kirk haven't really talked much. Like they didn't have an official line with each other because like she's insane. Like she went insane. Which is I guess a good confirmation of that. Where it's like I don't know if the people around Charlie Kirk want Candace Owens at the funeral. I know that she like is invoking Charlie Kirk's their personal relationship.
That feels like the right thing for me to do right now.
They were together to pilfer money from Kanye. Did Charlie Kirk do that? I didn't think... Was Charlie Kirk involved in that at all? It sounds like he's too moderate for that. But yeah, it's so fucking tacky. Yeah, it was a political rally and she wasn't invited. Like, I said this before, like, this is like such a horrible way to honor someone's memory. But it's exactly what Kirk would have wanted. Because, like, Erica Kirk is Charlie Kirk's wife. Like, we shouldn't be... In a certain sense, we shouldn't be surprised by this. Okay. No, they were. Looks like my pals Candace Owens and Charlie Kirk hang out with Kanye West. No, they did get together. Yeah. That's so funny. When was that? Like that was like more than 2 years ago, wasn't it? That was like, because this is before he says that Hitler is good, right? This is where he was kind of like creeping up on that. Yeah, it was previous Trump term, right? Yeah, so that makes sense. That was a while ago. Right, that was a long time ago. Yeah, because Candace Owens, like her turn was in the last couple of years. That was the TMZ story, at least. It was the last like 2 years they like haven't talked. But yeah, I can't think of a better representation of like the lack of dignity that someone has in terms of how they treat living people than their representation, especially of people they love after they passed away. Like the fact that you think that this is honoring Charlie Kirk's memory, that you think this is like giving him dignity, this is meeting the moral obligations required about a person who has passed away that you love, because you still have obligations to respect, I think. The fact that this is their answer for it, and the fact that, again, like, as I said before, that Charlie Kirk is looking up right now and he's cheering that they're doing this. He would love this. Is really just a good representation of how fundamentally broken these people are. They are only able to conceive of grief and pain, of love, of really intense emotions through just like American culture war bullshit. And specifically in the case of Erica Kirk, like, the business that you have invested in furthering that culture war, with the fact that she's now like the TPUSA chairman. Are you seeing like someone had the take of like Erica Kirk has completely dismantled feminism, and it's like, by being a woman CEO, like that doesn't happen without the feminist movement. That is entirely, and it's a thing that you notice with the original like group of like Schlafly, for instance, these these anti-feminist women during the Reagan administration who, like, you know, essentially ensure that, like, they produce a political environment where they can't be hired for things, is that a lot of them, this is from what's her name, the book about the anti-feminist backlash. Why am I blanking on that? Why am I blanking? Backlash, the Undeclared War Against Women by Flutie. Is that a lot of these women who are, like, saying, a lot of the women who are, like, rallying against feminism are actually taking advantage of the things that feminism have given them. They're living by themselves, right? They're making their own money. They have an apartment in their own name. Things that were harder to do before, like, the feminist movement. Like, it's a perfect example that continues into the modern era. You have these women whose entire life is predicated on the wins that feminism has regardless of the anti-feminist backlash, and how successful, how hegemonic that, like, Reagan era response to feminism was. Victories that nevertheless people still, like, that women still have. How like all of the fucking mega 2 influencers, right? Like, remember all that mess with the lady who was getting married and someone's, like, said the ring wasn't big enough, and then there was, like, a bunch of drama about, like, a Trump 2 influencer getting fingered at a TP USA concert or event or whatever. All of those women, you look at their bios, however anti-feminist they are, and it's like CEO of this company, you know, influencer. It's like, you are doing things that you could not do if feminism wasn't a thing. You participate in women's rights, exactly. It's like, you shouldn't, if you really didn't like feminism, you would not have an apartment in your own fucking name. You would not have a bank account. You would just trust your husband. You would not have a credit score. You wouldn't even know how to do that. That's if you really wanted to. Also, hello, Hasanabi heads. We're talking about probably the things that Hassan was talking about. Yeah, like, they want to bring back legal, like, you should practice what you preach. You gotta, you know, this is like the right-wing version of the, like, firebomb a Walmart thing, of, like, he didn't touch this, he's a man. What makes you think? Is like, anti-feminist influencers will talk about how feminism is bad, and then they won't go back. It doesn't work as well as a tweet. They won't, like, not take advantage of all the things that feminism has allowed for them. You see a song got diagnosed with autism? Yeah. Well, there's a lot of Tylenol in Turkey, I think. Charlie Kirk tells Taylor Swift to submit to your husband and have a ton of children. That was awesome. The takes on her getting married, it was like, there's going to be a bunch of kids now. And it's like, I don't think so. I don't think that, like, there are a bunch of Taylor Swift. Maybe I'm wrong. I am gay. Maybe I'm wrong. I'm sure someone will get married. Sundal, thank you. I don't think that the thing that'll, like, a bunch of, like, white women who like Taylor Swift have been waiting for in terms of getting a kid was just, like, Taylor Swift being the one who did it. I don't think that they were waiting for that. I just don't think. Recession indicator. Thank you for the tier 1. Ironically, not a recession indicator. Ironically, the opposite of a recession indicator, I think. So we love to see it. Thank you for the tier 1. If you have an Amazon Prime account, you can connect to your Twitch account and get a free subscription. And then proper tier 1s are also appreciated because it helps me get a better Twitch split. The recession indicator is a thing on your mic. Makes you think. I feel like it isn't either. I feel like the fact that people, I feel people are spending so much money on the silly gremlin from China is like a holdout. I mean, people just love their. I wonder if, like, a bastion against a proper recession is, like, how much people just love their fucking treats. Like, you see this with DoorDash of, like, how a lot of people think inflation
Oh, it's okay. I'm
a social
transgender.
communist. Thank you.
I had no idea. Do whatever you want all the time.
Thank you so much for the 5 subs. What was I gonna say? That like people think inflation is a lot bigger than it is sometimes. It seems because of a lot of it is because of DoorDash. Like there's some survey that found that a lot of people spend a lot more, substantially more money on like DoorDash than they used to. And I do wonder like, and the impression is like, well, they've just like cranked the fucking prices up on DoorDash on those sort of things by so much in the past like half a decade. But people still do it anyways because they're used to their treats. And I wonder if like people being so used to their treats does have a positive effect on like not facilitating that like lack of spending, like kind of bearish spiral in the economy. That is still objectively inflation. You're right. That is true. That is objectively inflation. I would say the inaccuracy is that people thought that was a representation of prices in general. And not the fact that there are these like hegemonic, a few platform economy, platform-based like services, that's the term I'm looking for, who just like all agreed to pump up their prices because like no one else can get in on the game. Eventually treats will become unaffordable. Well, of course. I mean, not if you have, what is that insane service now? Like, the like pay by month or whatever stuff. Like it's becoming a lot more popular. You see it or whatever. You see it in Klarna. Yeah. Cause you see it. Like I did I tell you guys this? Is this a Live Vanguard exclusive? I got a Coachella ticket, which I'm excited. Coachella. I'm excited for the Strokes. I'm a real Stroker, and they never tour. And they're playing, so I'm like, sure, I'll go to California. White? I guess that is a white thing to. But one of the options was like, pay monthly or whatever, and it was a whole like. But interest fees. I feel like I thought the thing was that like. For some reason, they like don't have interest fees. I can't remember. It's like it's a business model that's predicated on a bunch of speculative interest. Klarna has no interest, right? Isn't it like their business model is basically predicated on like in just investor funds? It's like a Silicon Valley debt spiral company. Some plans don't, sometimes do. There's a hype train soon if you would like to contribute to the stream. If you fail to pay once, you pay a huge amount. I see. Yeah, it's like literally, it is like, I don't like the techno-feudalism term because it's just like, it's just capitalism. It's just ground rent. It's just, Marx already talks about this. But it is like, yeah, I see the picture that's being painted. It's accurate. It's funny, Varoufakis is even like, no, it's still capitalism. Like we don't. It isn't really anything. But like, yeah, you see what they're getting at. Like, with platform economies in general, it's just like, it is fucking insane that was it the United Nations? Like, you will own nothing and you will be happy. Like, that was unironic. We discovered this on World Economic Forum. Is a phrase, you'll own nothing and be happy, is a phrase published by the World Economic Forum. This was, I mean, it's annoying. Like, they do. No, obviously, like, the right takes this and thinks like, well, our politics are actually antithetical to this group, which is why we'll support the party that is like the most hyper-capitalist. We'll back the Elon Musk, whose economic interests are definitely antithetical to the World Economic Forum. Did you propose in the article? I'm assuming the article is less bad. But it was picked up by the World Economic Forum without even that context. And it's like that's a bad look. I think it's like environmental live stuff. Yeah, that makes sense. Race could be communist in a certain sense, yeah. Because that's the thing, in a society where it is not fundamentally run by the millionaires and the billionaires, there's definitely, I agree with kind of the Zizek Deleuze thing a little bit. Of like, I do like a bit of management. You know, it's like ostensibly the desire to be ruled, but it's like, it is nice to know that there is a society that has organized things. And if it was organized based upon the human good and not based upon capital, private interests, then yeah, like, sure, that's not a bad way. But like, it's not the World Economic Forum. It's like weird liberal utopianism. I can't remember why I brought this up. Oh yeah, but it is literally like, that is a lot of platform economy, the disruption of traditional, a lot of it's in, I think, service economy stuff, but elsewhere as well. The disruption of like the taxi market, the disruption of, in this case, like the credit card industry, like the profit gained there, the thing you're disrupting to add profit is just like squeezing out more money from people who are like more and more, not alienated, more and more dominated, and more deprived of their ability to survive outside of merely the fact that they have their labor power to sell. Like that's, you know, Marx says you're free in the double sense. You're free to, you know, have a contract of any kind. You know, capitalism frees you from serfdom, from the feudal system. But then you're free of any capacity to survive outside of the market, outside of, you know, your labor or your capital. And most people are very free of any sort of capital, and so they have to work. And the platformatization of everything is an attempt in a fundamentally unequal society to take advantage of people's like unfreedom, their lack of an ability, the lack of having anything outside of their own labor power to sell, to make people's lives much worse. It's also taking advantage, especially in the American context, of like the lack of the destruction of any sort of welfare state, any sort of social democratic influence that can intervene in the market and say like we have some sort of public, for the sake of some sort of like ostensible public good. It's like, well, you don't have that, and so now you have to depend on the for-profit service. And like, would you believe the only reason the for-profit service works is because it's just like squeezing you? Like there is like a functional feudal system, and I mean this not in the Marxist economic sense. In any sort of city that doesn't have any public transport, where you need a car to like survive and work, there is this like class of like landowner, functionally like I guess landowners, who own all the cars and they sell them to the serfs who are unable to afford a car, and so like have to rent a car in order to do literally anything, and you don't have enough money to like invest into a car to be able to do anything without having these like exorbitant rental fees. I mean, that's a good example. I'm sure they're disrupting that market. I'm sure they're finding new ways of implementing new forms of technology to actually, I know they are. One of the examples, the horrific examples in I'm blanking on his name. It's a good book, Umfi, Too Smart. It's a book called Too Smart by Digital Capitalism, Zadowski. This is a good book. The example he had in that one was a lot of like there's a technology, I'm sure I read this in 2020, so I'm sure it's gotten worse by now. There was a technology they had where they were renting out cars to people at a who were like had a much worse credit score, who were much less like quote unquote trustworthy, at lower interest rates, because they had a service that would, like, if someone didn't pay their car payment, the lock, like the car just like would not start. And like there were stories of people who are on the highway, and because they're late on their car payments, their car just shuts down in the middle of the fucking road. Because it just like they have they use the technology, they disrupt the market, the car payment market. So like, I'm sure it's like much worse than that. That is a good book. Like the basic thesis is like, what is a part of the thesis? There's a whole that live aga, isn't it ah? That's how you say in Turkish. Yes, Turk var mı? Shout out to Turkey. The basic thesis in that book is like smart devices are tested on like the upper class kind of Silicon Valley tech people, and it's like fun. And then when they refine those smart devices, they use them to torment like workers, basically. Where it's like it can develop a much more intimate, it develops a very intimate reading of all of your vital readings, like how much you're moving, and then like it's implemented at Amazon warehouses. It's cool for the person who's rich. Surveillance capitalism. It's cool for the person who's rich and who can do whatever they want. And I did 15,000 steps today, and the readings on my thing indicate that my blood pressure, and then that technology is used to basically implement and produce the prison, the prison sequence in Andor. Love you from Haiti. Shout out to Haiti. Shout out to Haitians. The great nation of Haiti. One way out, exactly. There's one way out. Words to live by. Which like that scene, that show sequence is like unrealistic insofar as like usually in slave revolts, which like they're functionally slaves. Muted? I don't think I'm muted. Am I muted? Just you, okay. There's a lot more dissent. Like most people, a lot of people don't want to fight in the slave revolts. So there's a kind of that is like the Disneyification of that it's like really clean, and everyone's just like, okay, we're gonna do it now. Like a lot of people's like self-preservation instinct is like, well, they're going to kill us in such brutal ways. I mean, if you hear the stories of like in the context of the Haitian slave revolts, like the I'm trying to think of the book that documents that. It was the writer fuck, this is my Biden brain right now. No, it's Blackjack Wins does account for it's a book that's written a couple years after the end of the institution of slavery on Hispaniola. It's the writer intellectual who discourse on colonialism. I believe he documents it. Discourse on colonialism. No, it's not discourse. Césaire writes a play about him. Aimé Césaire writes a play about him. He's an intellectual for the Haitian Empire. I can't remember his name. My brain not too good. I streamed for 6 hours. But you hear the stories of like basically, no, I don't think so. Baron de Vastille, I believe that's it. Which that's yeah, Pompey Valentin Vastille. Yes, his writing is fascinating. It's interesting, the attempt to like The Colonial System Unveiled is a really interesting book, which I believe it describes it here as well. I know Vestey was writing a lot about like like just developing an account of like people who would survive the institution of slavery. His writing in Justification is fascinating because it's an attempt to make the notion of a post-colonial state work in a context where there's just no discourse for that whatsoever. That's just unintelligible based on modern European. Yeah, it's quite interesting because obviously there's a lot of discourse around that solidify in the 20th century. Yeah. And you could see he's working with what he has. Anyway, I can't remember why I brought this up. But yeah, I mean, there's a good reason why in those contexts a lot of people are like, I actually don't want to revolt because I am scared. You see what they do when you're not revolting, and that death is horrifying. So that component of it makes what is oftentimes a much messier kind of affair. You know, it's a show produced by Disney. You're not immune to propaganda. The Andor discourse is always so interesting to me because someone talked about how important Andor is for raising class consciousness, and I can't think of a single instance other than being like, again, like I can't think of a single instance except for that slave revolt sequence where they actually talk about the relations of production. I am gay. Melf's Acid Era, thank you for the Prime. Thank you. That's a D&D reference. I know what you are. I know what you are. D&D reference. The private car companies are conspiring against us. First they attacked buses by endorsing suburban. Now they attack the trains by attacking our autism. That's so true. It's big car. I can't think of like a single... I feel like Andor is like revolutionary liberal coded. There is nothing about that show that is antithetical to like the spirit, what I would call the spirit of 1848. Like revolutionary liberalism. Which is great. I think it's awesome. I think it's cool. I think it's awesome. Like again, it's a Disney show. I totally understand that. Although I don't think the guy who wrote it, I can't remember his name now. He's not like a communist. Like I think that's his politic. Like Andor's ruined. Gilroy, yeah. Andor's hits so much like less hard. You just have to basically pretend that the sequels don't exist. Like Andor to me is a thing that exists in its own universe, and I don't give a shit about the rest of the lore. I could not fucking care less. Other than the fact that they do the damn thing and they get the Death Star and they destroy the Empire. I could not fucking care less. Because it's like what? They just like suddenly Palpatine returns and then it's over? Like, I don't... Sure, no, all of this... You know, you can't help but feel I am a product of the culture industry. You can't help but feel a little sentimental. You see the blood, sweat, and tears of the people who have stood up to the most horrific, imperial machine that's ever existed, beyond everyone's has the capacity to produce amount of suffering beyond everyone's comprehension. And then what? Suddenly Palpatine returns? Like, fuck off. Like, fuck off. Did it do nothing for the actors' careers? I guess so. I love that the Daedra lady is like so pro-Palestine. She's so cool. She's Irish and she plays like a sniveling British imperial. I think it's so cool. I mean, the French Revolution, the Russian Revolution, the Mexican Revolution. It was funny, like, people were talking about how that quote makes him pro-Palestine, but he was referencing, when he talked about the explosion in Jerusalem or whatever, he was referencing Irgun as like a revolutionary group, which Irgun was like the group who didn't like the restrictions on Jewish settlement in the Mandate of Palestine. Like they were the Zionist group that was anti-British. People don't see, like, let me find the whole quote. I also do think that what do they say? Where's the next year in Yavin or whatever? It's probably, I think that's in next year in Jerusalem. Isn't that the phrase? Like they say, like the two people say to each other next year in Yavin. I think that's probably a reference to next year in Jerusalem. Let me find, where's the quote? Where's the quote? Can someone find the Andor Revolution quote? What is his name again? I already forgot it. My brain is not working. The Gorman language is so cool because it is just literally, it's French and German, I think. So, does it sound like Hebrew? I feel like that's more the French are. John Andor. It's a reference to the Hotel David explosion. Was that the one? The Gorman was so funny. It was funny watching someone. I watched that with my ex-girlfriend, which this is after we broke up, by the way. That's how I roll. That's the way that I do. And she speaks French, like she's fluent in French, and she was so fucking mad watching that, because it's like you should know what they're saying, but you don't. It's like that, it's like the YouTube, the fake English video. What English sounds like to foreigners? It's literally like this.
Sounds good.
Alright, come on. Give me some dialogue. I was trying to skip to the dialogue, but I skipped past it.
It's alright, you walk around the wash today.
Oh?
Yeah. That doll's a rainbow on her face. Can't believe that more album, John. Did you stop by the Love Black Call?
Yeah, I come by the next week.
Like it sounds like, it just sounds like this, which, you know, I heard Elton John there as well. Elton John, and there was a today, and there was a yeah. Which is the same with the thing, because there's like a couple, you pick up on a couple French words in Gorman, but they're like not the way that they should be in French.
Freezing cold in Nancy 9 years old.
This is a classic, the Italian one.
Freezing cold in Nancy 9 years old. All right.
This is like for an Italian audience, and it's just like. This one's awesome, yeah. That one, yeah, it's awesome. Gorman language. Let me find it. Like, that's just French. But it's nonsense. I mean, implying if it was in French, it wouldn't be nonsense. No, it's sick. I fucking love Andor so much. I love it. Andor's so cool. Safe, edgy, yeah. That's 100% French. Was that a non-basic human language in universe? A non-basic, I don't... Yeah, like, that's... The Gorman, it's like a French Revolution kind of thing. I mean, it looks like the palace... They didn't mean... They clearly, I don't think, meant it to be... And when the showrunner was asked about it, he kept like skirting around it. And I think it was made before October 7th. I mean, it could still be about Palestine. But it fit really well, because would you believe genocides and the denial of genocides happen in similar ways? But the point was they were trying to be kind of like French resistance fighters. That's kind of the aesthetic they were going for. Yeah, the Gore are very based culturally on the French. And there's like, it's kind of Swiss coded, maybe more than the French. Like they're mountain dwelling, and they're like, they have the kind of, I don't know if they had the lederhosen and the ridiculous instrument. And it's very insular, you know, like kind of Swiss, very Swiss French coded. Because they do speak that language in Switzerland, in parts of it. If you didn't know. Calkite. I love that performance. That performance is so camp. The evil guy. Deep substrate foliated calkite. It's such a good Krennic. Krennic is so cunt. Like he had he what was that tweet I had? He flew the mother he flew the mother ring in less than 12 consecs. And the cape, it's so ridiculous.
A reality. Senate funds. I remind you that the energy initiative remains the centerpiece of his agenda. Access to stable, unlimited power will transform the galactic economy and solidify imperial authority. And it turns out, spiders are not the most unique thing in Gorman. There's a mineral underground.
I need to queen out with her so badly.
Doctor?
Deep substrate foliated calcite.
And then that line.
Synthetic calcite. Calcite alternatives. Calcite substitutes. I mean, the amount of time spent pondering this grubby little...
Anyways, it's so goated. It's such a good performance. I love it so much. It's perfect because you get to understand what type of guy would actually give it the name Death Star. Do you know what I mean? As you get promoted, the cars get longer and longer till you get to a cape. That's the thing. I feel like the point of that is also a good joke. I know that it's a joke. I'm not that autistic. The point is that he like just loves the cape. Like he's just fabulous. He's just queening out. It's a performance. Like that is the character Krennic is like. I sell calcite accessories. Yeah, it's awesome. Yeah, no one else except Krennic would have nicknamed it the Death Star. The head boop for Daedra. It is genuinely so camp. I love it. He reminds me of Musk. Musk doesn't have the swag though. Musk is entirely sauceless. That's the thing I was saying before about like where's the Cicero? Where's the Marcus Aurelius? Like we're being ruled by these like bozos. By the Elon Musk, by the Sam Altman. Like they're the real reason for that I think is because like power in the Roman context, let's say, but especially in the pre-modern context in general. Like I know there's a lot of discourse about like the French's like first contact with like indigenous people in Ontario Island, North America, where they're like, especially the chiefs, the people who have higher prestige, are like much better at socializing than the Frenchmen generally are. And there's weird speculation about civilization that happens in European discourse as a result of that. But I think one of the main reasons is just that like the solidification of political power makes it so like it is far less contingent as institutions get more solidified, increasingly less contingent upon having to convince someone to do something. if you're in a society that doesn't have a state and you're like a chief and you have this nominal authority, you are convincing people who are used to not being told what to do things. Like, you have to be convincing, you have to be charismatic. Elon Musk doesn't have to fucking convince anyone of anything. Like, not sincerely. He has a power that's in virtue of his like position, his wealth, his status. He can just fire people, and he doesn't have to sell the change in Twitter. It's like, well, what the fuck are you gonna do? I have this system of exploitation that is backing me up, and it's like, what, you're gonna try to sue me? Maybe, like, you can't. I can make you do shit. It's a group of people who are increasingly used to being able to let people or force people to do shit for them. It's why you don't have the sisters. It is why, like, there's a story during Roman Civil War. I can't remember, why am I blanking on the official name of the conflict, where there's a legion, I believe it's a whole legion, that is like revolting against Caesar. They're like, we don't want to fight this anymore. We're fighting other Romans. I don't want to do that. It might be the Triumvirate War. With Caesar, my Roman history is washed right now. But there's an account from, also forgetting the fucking historian, because you kind of have to trust, like, there's a couple historical sources, and but as far as we know, it's vaguely, the story's vaguely true, that like this legion, this group of soldiers does not want to fight for Caesar anymore, and he just convinces them to do it. He has a speech, the speech isn't recorded, and he just flips them. And it's like, yeah, if you wanted to be Caesar, then you had to do that in that context. The modern Caesars, the fuck that fucking Mark Zuckerberg styles himself like a Marcus Aurelius. Or not a Marcus Aurelius, Augustus. He styles himself in like, he has the Augustus, literally copies the Augustus haircut. It's like, you are not him, bro. You do not have the fucking swag like that. Boko podcast. If you're looking for Facebook man, yes. Caesar was a bottom. I do love that Caesar has bottom allegations. They called him the Queen of Bithynia. Because he was quite fond. He had some sort of intimate friendship with the king of Bithynia, which is like modern day Anatolia. And his political enemies, like, the insult wasn't that he fucked men, it's that he bottomed specifically. That is the humiliation. People always talk about, like, oh, they accepted homosexuality in Rome, and it's like, well, yes, but in a very specific, like, brutal, evil way, where like the order of things was that a man of a higher social status, had sex with usually like a boy of a lower social status. Like, that was the natural order of things. Which I think was also the case in Greece. Although I think it's more solidified as a discourse in Rome, but people overemphasize the degree to which homosexuality is accepted in ancient Greece as well. I think there's a specific reference to I can't remember the specific study of, like, there's like 300 pottery photos, 300 depictions, pottery murals, for lack of a better term. I'm blanking on the term. Because this is what happens when you talk for 6 hours straight. They were depicting homosexuality, but the sample, the pool is much higher than that. Mosaics, yeah. I think it's overemphasized because there isn't a specifically Christian discourse around it. But it is like, the discourse is generally, how high, I'll add a Biden count for that. You don't even know how high the Biden count. Listen, Mac. You don't even, let's see you take a crack at it, wise guy. Christian Viking societies had a similar relationship. Yeah, that makes sense. Oh, the thing. There's that post about like, you know, which I don't know if this is the correct thing, but it's like it's used as a of like the how many words the Inuit have for snow. It's like the Romans had more words for fuckable boy. Words for male bottom in Latin. Yeah, there's some posts like that, and the screenshot is, it's quite a few. Sexual bottom Latin. Let me find it. I think it's a Wikipedia page. Here we go. Man or boy took the receptive role in sex was variously called sine paticus exolitus. I don't know how to. Concubinus. This is analist, boy, chick, delicatus, mollis, debilius, effeminatus, morbosus. Sick is crazy.